Chapter 451 No Way Out. The wives needed a lot more time to settle down than Noah had initially believed. After Celine was done talking with Mariam, she joined the group, hugging her own son, relief emitting from every inch of her body. Mariam was not one to be left behind. Shamelessly, she strode toward them, passing by Luminara without a glance, to participate in this heartfelt reunion of the Veilgrim. Luminara, meanwhile, simply watched. She was still kneeling on the ground, mouth open wordlessly as she stared at her family. Or was it really her family? Something inside her shattered. No one seemed to care about her after what she had done. She bit her lips, searching her daughter's eyes. But Neko didn't even bother to look at her mother. As for Celine, the divine beast knew better than to expect anything. Still, a part of her couldn't help but hope that Celine would not forget everything she had done for her, how she had always protected her from the greatest dangers without flinching, and if Mariam was the origin of Celine's soul, then it was Luminara who was the origin of her flesh, her body. In a sense, she was also Celine's creator. She wanted to remind her of that, but the words were stuck in her throat, refusing to come out. As for Mariam, Luminara had expected a grander welcome. A show of love, or anything similar, for what she had done for her. Luminara had lived in fear, worrying about when the progenitor of the divine beasts would come for both her and Celine, all for Mariam's plan. To please her and thank her for the second chance. She wanted to be closer to the soul ruler, yet now that Mariam had met her son, Luminara realized that she was nothing more than a pawn with no value. At that point, Luminara regretted her past decision of not mingling with the wives. Because of that, none of them held a particularly strong feeling toward her, strong enough to help her. She was sure that if Celine wanted her to die, none of them would object. And if they did object, it would only be for Neko, only for Neko. Never for herself. Luminara whimpered, painfully suppressing a sharp cry as tears began to trickle down. Regret swallowed her whole, but the universe didn't care. It never did, yet she was not the only one in a tight spot. The Origins, the Legacy Bearers, and even Lul all watched the scene of Noah hugging his wives in complete dread. If even the soul ruler was Noah's own mother, then they were all doomed. They were not foolish enough to believe they could go against a ruler in her own dominion. It was completely impossible. For a brief moment, they wondered if true death would not have been a better choice than what they would soon experience. But, a way out, Lul whispered, speaking in her mind with the others. Her voice tight and heavy. We need a way out of this situation. Isn't all of this your fault? The king in the north scowled at Lul, angry veins slithering across his forehead. All the progenitors do not bother themselves with the matters of their factions. Only you do, fucking Lul. Only you. And now see what that constant meddling has brought. Lul spared him a dark glare. I would shut dash, you shut up. The mother of change cut her off mercilessly, careful not to make any movement that would draw Noah's attention. Let's make things clear, dear Lul. Here, you are nothing more than a soul trapped under the hand of a ruler like any of us. So get down from your high horse. All of this is your damn fault. And I knew something like this would happen one day with you. Adding to the king's point, you let your own grandson do everything he wanted. Of course a day would come when someone would retaliate. It's easy, isn't it? Lul scoffed, unimpressed and only angrier. It's always easier to point your finger at someone else instead of yourself. When things go bad, your arrogance would dash. Don't speak about arrogance with me, king, Lul growled. You are more arrogant than any of us here. And please, are you fucking blind? This madman would have targeted both of you even without me. Look, Lul made a wide sweeping gesture, pointing at the Origins and the other legacy bearers. Their goals were the Origins. So with me or without me, Noah would have targeted you. She paused, her green eyes spitting flames of wrath and hatred. So, shut your mouth and think of a way out, a way out? Tiamat giggled, but it was cold. Lul, the king, and the mother of change snapped their heads toward her. She stood there, her beauty unique even in that dreadful situation, with her serpent Ouroboros coiling protectively around her body. Tiamat was calm, far too calm, especially considering how, from the beginning, she had watched everything unfold without resistance. Are you giving up? Lul said with scorn. Esmeralda would have been disappointed to see you like this. Tiamat shook her head softly and pointed toward the other legacy bearers. Their faces were drenched in fear and inner turmoil, unable to do anything but fold in on themselves under the oppressive aura of Noah. They wanted nothing more than to disappear. Whatever you plan, it will be useless with these beings, Tiamat said. If you plan to go alone, they won't hesitate to scream and draw that monster's attention. And if you plan to go with them, they will cripple you. But all of that is needless. Her lips curled coldly as she pointed next toward the direction where Noah and his wives stood. Lul, the king, and Change mechanically turned their heads, their bodies trembling as they took in the sight before them. Noah's two mismatched eyes were resting on them, smiling mockingly, paired with the soulless white eyes of Miriam. You are in the domain of a ruler and in the presence of something unheard of, Tiamat continued smoothly. Who told you even your own thoughts are your own? Now, words were robbed from their mouths. Even speaking through their minds was impossible? They began to realize the dreadful situation they were in, and just at that moment, the Veilgrim family finally broke out of there, hug and faced them. Noah was standing a little ahead, with his wives and Miriam behind him, their faces more relaxed. Undoubtedly, they would need time to process all the recent events. And Noah planned to give them just that, time for themselves. For their own family, to bond again. It was reckless to do so in such a strange place, but all he needed to do was to kill time itself and enter a space where time held no meaning. But first, he needed to conclude some things. Miriam took a step forward and stood beside him. On his right, Celine did the same, on his left. How should I call you now? Noah asked, amused, his eyes still on the captives. We have thought of many things, my baby, Miriam said, Celine continuing smoothly, but in the end we decided to keep it simple. Call me Mother Celine. She took his left hand and kissed his palm lovingly. Mother Miriam. Miriam added, mirroring Celine. Noah chuckled. As you will, then, mothers. Now, before we start the bloodline awakening, he continued, looking at Lul and the rest, how about I ask you all something? I won't repeat myself, my dears. So hear me well. All of them unconsciously straightened, listening more closely, hope and fear evident on their faces. Tiamat watched them with hidden disdain. How easy it was for these men to be blinded by fear when things were no longer in their favor. These were the same men who shouted their might all over the universe, and now look at them, cowering and on the verge of tears in front of Noah. Worthless, that's what they were, Tiamat thought scornfully. She shook her head, reminding herself of a saying. Fear is a cloud, don't let it cloud your mind, Tiamat. Noah's voice rang out next, pulling her focus back to him. Accept willingly to bind yourselves to me, and of course, dear friends, nothing shall happen to you, he smiled. Refuse, and you will, not like what happens next. He paused, watching them, his arms rising like wings of reality. Now, please, let's be productive. His eyes glowed. You have 1 minute to decide. Chapter 452 Decision. The words escaped the bounds of Noah's mouth, sharp and filled with unmistakable authority. They rang out across the space and went as far as echoing inside the minds of all the captives. Unconsciously, they quivered, feeling an undercurrent of power jolt through their bodies at the sound of Noah's proposition. They might not know why or what would happen, but these were people who had dealt with power for millions of years. More than anyone, they knew how dangerous it was to accept a proposition without knowing its downside, the price of agreeing. Yet as they stared into Noah's eyes, then at Miriam's cold face smiling at them like sheep clustered in a farm waiting to be slaughtered, the origins, the legacy bearers, and Lul realized there was little to no choice in this situation. Time is passing, Noah interrupted mercilessly, cutting through their spiraling, dizzying thoughts, and you must know me by now, mustn't you? His eyes shifted and settled on Lul, his lips pulling into a strange smile. I always keep my promises. If I said 1 minute was all I would give, then doubtlessly, that is all you will get. Lul sank her teeth deep into her lips, painfully aware of what Noah was referring to. Her green eyes grew colder and colder. Despite the situation she was in, the progenitor of elves felt a violent surge of wrath and indignation boil inside her soul body like molten steel. She set her jaw so tight one could almost hear the cracking sound of teeth threatening to shatter. Without care, she took a step forward. The chains of fog restraining her legs pulled back and tightened violently around her limbs. She cursed and toppled over another origin. Seeing this, Laka the sage of the bloodline exhaled slowly through his teeth, realizing what Lul was about to do. Not only him, everyone became aware of it, and indeed, I am Lul, she growled like a mad beast, green eyes spitting in anger so deep it was frightening. I am a progenitor. The firstborn of an entire race, the child of the universe. She staggered back to her feet and took another step forward, stronger this time, steadier. The chains coiled around her body more fiercely, yet the progenitor gritted her teeth and pushed on. She lifted her head and rested her gaze not on Miriam, but on Noah. And with all the scorn and hatred she could muster, she spat her next words like venom. I won't bind myself to you, bloody bastard, she snarled. Did you hear me? You are not worthy, no matter what you convince yourself of. What will you do? Kill me? Torture me? Please, she spat, then do it. Use your so-called mother. Lul stopped, her breathing ragged from the force of her emotions, angry veins still slithering across her face. Noah stared at her neutrally. Wordlessly, he turned his head and looked at the other origins. One of you has chosen, he said calmly. The rest of you have 45 seconds left. Aware of the dwindling time, and stirred by Lul's audacity, the origins and legacy bearers began to choose. Most of the origins accepted Noah's proposal, yet some death, life, transformation, limitless, and samsara didn't even look at him, their pride far too deep. Laka the bloodline sage accepted Noah's proposal, surprising many. Already, whispers spread among the captives, scornfully remarking that such a decision was expected from a useless rat. Laka didn't care. After that, only the king, Change, Tiamat, and the Queen of Hearts remained. In all accounts, the Queen of Hearts said, her fairy-like beauty untouched, eyes entirely blue, hair of shifting colors flowing smoothly behind her. I have been wronged. Noah raised an eyebrow. I never attacked you, nor did I ever do anything to you. Madman, she continued evenly. Yet you killed me, and now you threaten me, once more. Don't tell me you're going to say it isn't fair? Noah craned his neck slightly. You know as well as I do that nothing is fair, Queen of Hearts. We needed the origins, so we fought for them. I am not excusing our actions. That is simply how it is, and I am threatening you because I can, he added calmly. Would you not do the same if you were in my place? The Queen fell silent. She knew Noah was right. And she knew very well that if she had needed something, then doubtlessly she would have tried to obtain it. It was just bitter in her mouth, because this time she was the victim of a system she had always enjoyed. Never did she think a day like this would come. The shifting side of the coin weighed heavily on her. The Queen of Hearts looked at Miriam and noticed how cold and deadly she appeared as she stared at those who refused Noah's proposal. Some of them were already squirming restlessly. Yet it was far too late. Sighing, she looked back at Noah. Fine, the Queen of Hearts said, stepping toward Laka with soft movements. I accept to bind myself to you. I have no other viable option. You played the game the universe plays. A game we all play, you won. So take your spoils, madman. Noah allowed a smile to spread across his face. I like reasonable people. He then turned his gaze to the remaining three. Are you reasonable too? Lul watched them, inwardly praying they would revolt like she did. If they did, maybe, just maybe, something could still change. The ones who had refused with her were nothing more than disposable pawns. She needed the king, Change, and even that cold bitch Tiamat for a tangible hope to manifest, so she fixed them with her gaze, hoping her eyes would convey something. Her eyes did convey something, and that only made them more aware of the decision they had to take. One who walked the path of power had to know when to bow the head and when to bend the knee, so that one more day could be lived. One more day meant one more opportunity. And no one could know where such opportunities might lead. With that thought, I accept, the king spoke and walked toward the queen and Laka without sparing Lul a single glance. Her heart skipped a beat. Fear crashed violently through her entire existence. There was nothing worse than being the only one to revolt and face the condensed wrath of the enemy alone. The progenitor of elves turned toward the mother of change with a wisp of hope. She parted her lips to speak, but close it back. Noah's order was calm, his eyes still resting on Change and Tiamat, and Lul obeyed instinctively, her existence cowering beneath Noah's presence. Seeing that, there was nothing left to ponder. Well, being bound to you. Bastard, stop me from fighting you, Change growled, anger and hatred still blazing across her face. You can still fight me, Noah answered with a laugh. Though I doubt you will enjoy torturing yourself, we shall see, Change replied, before walking toward the king, that left only Tiamat. She stared at Noah and the others with a calm, unreadable gaze. Ouroboros coiled around her neck, hissing menacingly. Then, I accept on one condition, she said softly, her gaze unwavering. Let me hear it, Noah replied, her face turned serious. Your bloodline is unheard of. And if you are the child of a soul ruler, then it must be unique. There must be a way out of this realm, back to the living. Noah listened without interruption. So here is my proposal, Noah, she said, speaking his name with eerie familiarity, before raising two fingers toward the ceiling. Give me 2 children bearing your bloodline, and I will accept to bind myself to you. Chapter 453. Do not condemn me. The Hall of Fog was deathly silent. What did this bitch just say? Dominique uttered incredulously, staring at Tiamat as if she were the greatest whore to ever exist. I think we all heard the same thing, Lilith replied, her eyes colder than usual. But let us be clear. Did this whorish dragon just express her wish to have children with our husband? Seems like it, Virgo added flatly. All the wives were outraged. They fixed their gaze on Tiamat with cold, almost murderous intensity. None of them had yet borne a child from Noah. And clearly, such an event would not come anytime soon. The ordeal they had just gone through, having no choice but to sacrifice themselves for a single victory, was more than enough reason to nip any thoughts of children in the bud. That didn't mean they didn't want one. They craved it more than anyone, to be mothers, to bear the child of the man they loved, but they were weak. And with enemies scattered across the universe after their last stunt, having offspring would be nothing more than announcing to the cosmos that they were now even more vulnerable. More things to care for meant more weaknesses for their enemies to exploit. They were no longer arrogant enough to believe no one could threaten them. Not yet, everything had its time. And the time for children had not come, and yet, Tiamat seemed to think the opposite. Even beneath their death-filled glares, the dragon of speech, the mother of Ouroboros, remained utterly unbothered. All her attention was on Noah. Only on him. At Noah's side, Mariam and Selene clenched their jaws, doing their best not to let their anger show at such an audacious proposal. If anyone were to be impregnated, it should obviously be them. Why are you surprised? Tiamat asked, tilting her head curiously. It is only natural for dragons to seek the strongest male to mate with for offspring. Oh? Noah exclaimed. Behind him, Illyra nodded curtly. It's true, she admitted, looking at Tiamat. We don't marry for love. Or even if we do, we may still mate with another for stronger offspring. That is how the dragon faction works. Bloodlines are everything. Your standing in the system depends on them. And a stronger child with a unique bloodline grants benefits to the parents, especially the mother. She paused briefly, then continued calmly. If the mother mates with a stronger male with purer blood, she gains aspects and advantages from that bloodline during pregnancy. Noah and the wife's eyes widened slightly in realization. Tiamat looked deeply at Illyra. I knew you were familiar, she said, one eyebrow raised. The lone soul dragon. Well, a dragon no more. How disappointing. You could have stood at the top of our faction, among the concept dragons, and even higher had you played your game correctly, Illyra answered with a cold smile and a casual shrug. I regret nothing, Dragon Princess. Tiamat stared at her for a moment, then slowly shifted her gaze back to Noah. I'm sure you don't. Then, sharply, you know my reasons now, she said to Noah. I will bind myself to you. You will gain something from me. And I want something in return. I want 2 children. There is no need for love or attachment between us. Her purple, slit eyes grew colder. I give you what you want. You give me what I want, and if I refuse? Noah asked. Then so be it, Tiamat whispered. I am not afraid of true death or anything you may do to me. I have severed myself from such emotions. The prince stared at her, and somehow, he knew she was serious. He turned to Mariam, then to Selene, then to all his wives. Lul, meanwhile, prayed desperately that Noah would refuse. The king, the queen of hearts, Change, and Lako watched with restrained respect for Tiamat. They wished they possessed even a fraction of her resolve. She seemed to live her existence in a strange way, free of attachment, yet fully aware of everything. Even Noah found himself intrigued. Not by her proposal, but by who Tiamat truly was, a kind of interest his wives immediately noticed. Just do it, Emmy said, glancing at Tiamat. Like, I hate this dragon for killing me so many times, but I kind of like her too, Aphasia nodded. True. She's a bitch. But a weird one. Hearing his wives, Noah smiled. Mariam and Selene nodded at him as well, though their irritation toward Tiamat clearly hadn't faded. He chuckled inwardly, turning back to the mother of Ouroboros. Noah spoke, his voice final. It will be me who chooses the time, not a proposal. A decree. Tiamat fell silent for a moment. Then she nodded and walked toward the others. I accept. As long as you keep your promise. Time holds no meaning, for me. I am the mother of Ouroboros, Ouroboros hissed. Thus, everything ended. Noah looked next at Lul and those who had refused his proposal. He smiled emptily. Well, let's begin, okay? They all shuddered, some already trying to change their decision, but they could no longer speak. Still, even before officially beginning, Noah stopped at the sound of another voice. Me? Luminara whispered meekly. What about me, Noah? The prince halted and turned to look at Luminara. Everyone did. He cocked his head next, resting his eyes on both Neko and Celine. He sighed inwardly, already feeling the headache coming. I understand how you all must be feeling about our dear Luminara here, but let's not forget, Noah smiled faintly, all she did was follow her task. Let's not condemn the follower of orders. What? Mariam said with mock surprise. Are you condemning me? Then, Noah rolled his eyes. For this situation, let's not condemn any of them. It's a delicate matter, and it's only thanks to both of them that we all met and are now together. The wife's eyes widened in realization, finding truth in his words. Noah nodded pleasantly. So take that into consideration. I won't force my decision on you. I have given you my opinion. You may choose what you want to do. And while you think about it. He turned back to Lul. I have someone to take care of. So take your time, ladies, he grinned evilly, for I will take mine. Lul shuddered in dread. Noah took a step forward, while behind him his wives watched Neko and Celine, who were staring at Luminara. Luminara gulped, hope and fear nodding inside her soul. Don't condemn the follower of orders. She repeated meekly, looking at Neko and Celine. I am still the one you knew. And the one who gave you birth, Neko, simultaneously, in another corner of the spirit world, inside the dominion of another soul ruler, a rather intriguing scene was unfolding, standing before a throne shrouded in moving darkness as deep as the void and as harrowing as the sight of nothingness were for beings, or rather, for souls. They stared at the writhing darkness that made up the ground, kneeling, existential terror making their bodies quiver like mortals facing a monstrous beast. At first glance, one could see they bore the features of dragons. Fuck. The fire dragon cursed relentlessly. How is this possible? They were supposed to enter the spirit world, find Illyra, the soul dragon, and swiftly return to the waking world with the help of the White Phoenix's heart. But none of that happened. The moment they stepped foot into this forsaken world, they found themselves before a ruler. The water, wind, and earth dragons began to spit filthy curses at the fire dragon for bringing about their doom. Tell me, the ruler spoke, and their thoughts froze into stillness. Why would the dragon faction come to the spirit world so willingly? The voice was horrendous. Each time it echoed, they felt as if their souls were being dragged into a bottomless void. Color drained from their faces. At the question, none even dared to think of lying. Soul dragon, the wind dragon cried out. We are here only to retrieve the soul dragon and return. Nothing more, we swear, O great ruler. The others followed, pleading desperately. Soul dragon, the ruler echoed, its genderless voice carrying a strange undertone of emotion. Illyra, it began, the surrounding shadows folding upon themselves, sending ripples through the walls and floors of the hall like restless water. Is here, chapter 454. Ripples, Illyra, is here, the ruler demanded, its words sounding more like a self-rhetorical question than anything else. Around them, the sea of shadows refused to settle. They rustled and churned, like a man writhing in pain on the ground, before surging skyward in a harrowing manner, then crashing back down like thunder. The whole room seemed to fold into itself, shrinking and expanding, formless like shadow. The four dragons gritted their teeth, gulping back any kind of complaint as they did their best to lower their heads. Their knees still pressed against whatever the ground truly was. Only the ruler was unaffected. The being sat upon a throne unseen by all, save for a formless mass of shadow whirling and twisting upon itself, oval-shaped, with tendrils of smoke like darkness writhing outward like hundreds of men's hands trying to grasp something. But there was something else within that living shadow. It looked like eyes. Yet it was too monstrous to be certain they were eyes at all. The being spoke. Cannot be. Suddenly, everything halted, as if someone had pressed a pause button. The four dragons exhaled through gritted teeth, a sigh of desperate relief escaping them as they hoped, prayed, that it was the end. It cannot be, the being repeated. If Illyra were here, I would have known of her arrival in this final place. Such a presence would have whispered itself into my existence. Its words lingered, then the dragons felt it. The piercing gaze of the ruler pressed directly onto their souls. They shrank further. Or perhaps you dare mock me, it continued softly, by spouting lies. And no, the water dragon blurted out in sheer trepidation. We would never dare lie before you, O ruler. Never. Let soul rot grasp our spirits if our tongues have spoken falsehoods. She slammed her forehead into the ground with devastating force. Her skull cracked on impact, pain ripping through her body like a hammer blow. She bit down hard, swallowing her scream. the others followed suit. Then, dragons, the ruler whispered, almost gently, perhaps you know where Illyra is. Perhaps, it added, you do. Why yes, the fire dragon exclaimed, pulling a small object from a dragon-shaped ring on his index finger. The object resembled the stretched jaw of a dragon, its depths glowing with a faint, soft white light. With this artifact, my lord, we can determine her location, the fire dragon said rapidly. All we require is a fragment linked to her existence, the earth dragon continued, his voice calmer but no less fearful. As the first and longest-lived soul dragon, many have wondered how and why she was born. The concept dragons possess fragments of her, and we managed to obtain one for our search. He paused, swallowing hard. We can find her, the wind dragon added, bowing her head even lower, blood trickling from her forehead. We can find her and bring her to you, my lord, if you so wish. A suffocating silence followed, the kind that made even proud dragons squirm like worms trapped in sinking mud, their lips dried to sand, tongues scraping uselessly against them. Their breathing slowed, becoming heavy and ragged, as though the very air resisted entering their lungs. Terror mounted, until the ruler's voice thundered once more. One chance, it said. I will grant you one chance to bring me Illyra. You shall bear my authority and my protection. If you succeed, I will grant you what you desire and return you to the waking world. The shadows coiled tightly, hissing like serpents as the final words descended upon them. But if you fail, dragons, it continued, you shall learn that the spirit world is not a resting place for pitiful, wretched souls. It is the graveyard of the universe. The four dragons glanced at one another, the looming darkness pressing down upon them, thick, merciless, ever ready to snuff out their souls. In that instant, Illyra ceased to be merely an object of greed of evolution. She became something else entirely. She became their only path to survival and to unimaginable reward. They met each other's gazes and saw it clearly how their eyes were hardening, resolve crystallizing with each passing second. Something deep rooted itself within them. Illyra would be theirs. No, to what? No matter how, she would be seized and she would be their ticket to glory. The event of Noah's creation of a bloodline did not go unnoticed, at least not completely as one would think. Standing in the deep of nothingness, the son of emptiness was, cocking his head from one side to the other, his two pools of nothingness that served as eyes slightly puzzled. He slowly raised his hand, palm facing skyward, clenched it tightly, causing a burst of invisible energy to thunder through the nothingness. Energy enough to obliterate millions of Noahs in a span shorter than his fastest thoughts, yet the sun's eyebrows were still knitted together. He unfolded back his fist, letting his arm swing beside his side. He lifted his head next overhead. How strange. He whispered, something is wrong. What is it? I do not know, but something related to me is deeply, phenomenally wrong. I can feel it inside my non-existence. Am I being targeted? No, it's a different kind of target. He tilted his head, looking deep into the voids. Is it them? Unlikely. The only way for them to threaten me is for all of them to work together. Which is impossible. Then what was going on? His thoughts churned with impossible speed. Trying to cover all kinds of probability, even those that seemed to be as impossible as anything. Slowly, his thoughts led him to the perfected reality, then to the three beings. Why, pray tell, old friend, are you thinking about me? The son of emptiness's thoughts halted abruptly at the sound of the voice, a faint smile creeping at the edge of his lips. Now, definitely, something is wrong. He said, if even Gaia decided to talk to me first, wrong? Gaia grated, the only wrong thing here is you poking at me, and your actions by giving your power to three of my children. I have stayed silent long enough, son. What is your goal? My goal is to protect you, Gaia. He said. To protect you against those. Not because I wish to, but you being killed means exposing ourselves even more. How can these pitiful things help you in that task then? That's a matter not meant for you to know. The son retorted. That's when you are deeply mistaken, then. Gaia's voice went colder. You are using my children. You are using my creation for your glorious goal of saving me. How noble of you. But I have the right to know what is happening to them and what will happen to them. The son paused, then, well, eternal, aren't you old enough now to know? Some knowledge is better left unknown. You are unaware of the scale of what wishes to swallow you down. But I am aware. Do you know how long this battle has been going on? He said, then answered himself, you don't, Gaia. And I have been here protecting you when you were nothing but a seed of wish from one of the old. Did I fail? Gaia found herself robbed of words. She came here in an attempt to know what the goal of the sun was, but she gained nothing except a sharp realization of who she was facing. She was facing someone or something older than even her, a thing that had been with her since she was unaware of what she was meant to be. Suddenly, a cold fear for her son began to emerge inside her being. In her damned love for Noah, she helped him do something he shouldn't have done. Today Will Eternal had acted. Spoke to the sun, because she felt danger, not towards her, but towards the one she reluctantly cared for. The son of emptiness had sensed something wrong, and for one at such a level of power, a feeling of wrongness was one they would do, all to find why and how, especially a being like the sun. She pursed her lips, unaware of what to say, sensing her silence. The sun wanted to speak again, but found himself closing his mouth as eyes bigger than universes began to glow deep inside the void. He made an irritated clicking sound with his tongue and straightened himself. What must be done will be done. The sun said at last, and do not forget, Gaia, power begets power. That's the reason you are being attacked. That's the reason I am here. That will be the reason those three will step into this stage, he said, then popped his neck. Now let's begin, my dear friends. Another round? Okay, let's make it bloody quick today, Yellow. Today I shall destroy your bloody fragmented self. Wise, today your eyes will be gouged out. They disgust me. The son of emptiness cackled, then jolted into action. Gaia retreated her consciousness back to her dwelling, her mind playing multiple scenarios to know how would she help her son avoid the retribution of the son of emptiness. Chapter 455. I know nothing. Gaia sat gingerly on the patch of strange-colored flowers of her realm. Her head was ducked down, her eyebrows furrowed tightly together, multiple spiraling thoughts parading dizzyingly inside her mind. It was, she realized, only a matter of time before the son of emptiness discovered what went wrong. It was a daunting task to keep him in the dark. His power and intuition were above reality rank level, making him painfully impossible to fool. The only reason why he wasn't aware yet was because of them. Only those beings could keep him busy enough for him to forget anything else except them. That flash of understanding made Gaia shudder in sudden awareness. But instantly after, she shook her head vehemently, denying that idea. I cannot do that, she whispered to herself. Doing such a thing would put me in danger more than anything else. And I still do not know why I am being targeted. She pursed her lips tightly together. Is there something in me they wish? If yes, what? Or are they just targeting me because of mindless hunger? Somehow, Gaia doubted the second possibility. Hunger alone could not make those beings fight against the son of emptiness for an untold number of eons. Something would not add up, and there was no way to know, for the son of emptiness would refuse to tell her anything related to his fight with them. The Will Eternal made a clicking, irritating sound with her tongue, suppressing the urge to curse. She was the one being protected. She was the one in danger. Yet she knew nothing about the reason behind all these events. It was something Gaia had never truly given serious thought to. For her, as long as she did her job as Will Eternal and lived her life in peace with her lovely creations, then everything was fine. Now things had changed. There was one more being she had come to care for. A being that loved to do nothing but be the origin of numerous problems. It irritated her to no bounds, yet such a being made her wish to know more about her situation. Slowly, Gaia exhaled through her nose. She straightened back her seating position, looking at the flowers circling around her. There is only one way to know, Gaia whispered. The idea seemed dangerous. No, it was dangerous to the point where she would doom the whole perfected reality with her if anything went wrong. But, power begets power, she whispered, then smiled. And I would fail as a mother if I am unable to protect my own child. Her decision made, she raised her head skyward, seeing the 7 holy suns, the 3 demonic moons, and all the other living beings within. She connected herself with each of them and conveyed her intentions, her wish to involve herself in the game. They asked her why now. Gaia told them it was because their prince was in danger. There were no further questions. All of them flooded the link between them and Gaia with only one feeling, grim motivation. Gaia's lips curled up at this, then her words echoed, melodious yet strangely demonic. Shall we begin? Strangely, at that moment, Gaia seemed to gain a sudden, deep understanding of the son of emptiness's favorite words, power begets power. She shook her head and bolted into action, having little time to do what she wished. While beings were planning on the scale of the whole reality, some were limited to the level of one simple universe, but each one had their own limitations, and Premier had come to learn his own after the last event with his bloodline. From all the corners of the universe, the Elisiari had the opportunity to mourn the death of the progenitor, except Premier. Soleil Octave's blistering, sun-like eyes were like a hawk on him. watching his every gesture with an intensity that made his skin crawl, so he could not cry. He could not mourn the death of his father, nor weep for the withering and disappearance of his bloodline. Doing such a thing would make him glare in front of Soleil, and then everything his father had ever done would be for naught. That was something he would never accept. So he did the only thing he could do. He swallowed back tear after tear and continued diligently to work. Obeying Soleil with all his might, he trained under his guidance, making his mercy affinity evolve rapidly. He clenched his jaw, supporting the heat on the planet Sunny, steadily. Premier was now able to live there without sweating buckets. He thought it was enough, but the event of his father destroying half of the universe, weakening them considerably, put Soleil in a foul, stinking mood. Every now and then, he needed to set out, battling beings from other universes at the entrance. Every time he came back, he did so with wounds on his body that made him put Premier through more intense training. Soleil discarded his former arrogance in finding him unworthy, as if now aware of the foolishness of such a thought when the universe was on the brink of destruction. It seemed hard times made the eyes perceive what truly mattered, yet it looked like it was not enough. Or maybe the situation was not apocalyptic enough. Even now, the progenitors were unable to find common ground in order to fight together during such a disastrous situation. Each one seemed to seek something out of this, something they could only obtain by going solo. Premier didn't know what they were looking for. But many times, he had heard the wrathful roar of a dragon booming through the whole universe. That, too, was another thing the firstborn of Noah didn't know the reason for, but all of that was meaningless to him now. Oh, it was indeed meaningless, with the advent of Noah's death. There was something Premier had completely forgotten. Something he shouldn't have, but did because of his hidden grief. It was the matter of Rue Octave, the one Noah enslaved with causality. With Noah dead, that enslavement was void, giving Rue back the liberty to say anything without repercussions, and the first thing he did was easy to guess if one looked at Premier's current state. The young man was sprawling on the ground carpeted by blood, his own blood, his back leaning against a miniature crimson sun. His left eye was gouged out, leaving behind an empty socket. His legs were severed crudely, the lumps of flesh still writhing and steaming with heat. Premier's stomach was being burned by a star constantly, and his heart was being pricked by small beasts made of solar fire. His whole face was smoldered, leaving only blood and ashes. The sight was horrific. In front of him, seated on a throne, was Soleil Octave, the bearer of sun, with Rue Octave standing behind him like an obedient puppy. I will not repeat myself, Premier. Soleil's voice was as cold as death, despite each of his words detonating the surroundings. Tell me, where is the main world of the madman? Lay, his sun-like eyes began to rotate with mad intensity, filled with wrath, hotter than anything. And where are Justitia and Apollonia of Bright Sky? Rue Octave knew little to nothing. Only Premier could guide him toward his cousin and that traitor, if they were still alive, that is. Yet even if they were not, Soleil sought the main world of Noah. Not only him, many did. All were curious and eager to take for themselves the legacy of the one who killed a progenitor through achievements alone. It seemed simple. But those closer to the progenitors than anyone knew that such a feat was supposed to be impossible. So they sought the legacy of the one they called madman. Yet at his questions, Premier answered the same thing he had since the beginning of the torture. I am Premier Veilgrim of Lay, firstborn of Noah Veilgrim. He wheezed, blood gushing out from every pore of his body, blood that was burned to nothingness immediately. And I know nothing. He continued weakly. I know nothing. He paused, looking at Soleil through his only remaining eye, and spat, a mouthful of his melted organs. I know nothing. Chapter 456 Threat. I know nothing. Premier's voice was weak, impossibly weak. It felt like the voice of a man at the edge of death, trying hard to claw his way back to the living. There was truth in that. At any given moment, Premier could literally die and enter the spirit world. But that, too, was wishful thinking with the one in front of him. I see, Premier. Soleil said, looking at him scornfully, is this your last attempt at rebellion? That one thing you would rather die than say? Premier said nothing. His one eye was glowing with intense determination, yet there was a depth of exhaustion flickering inside. His pupil was slowly going white, indicating the effect of Soleil's power on him. Soon, he would go blind. That is, if the bearer of sun didn't decide to rip it out in sudden anger before that happened. So you know. Premier said, spitting again, you know I won't tell you anything. You have tortured me an untold number of times. Doing so would not make me know. He halted his words, wincing as the beast's eating his heart increased in intensity. He gasped, exhaling, but immediately regretted it as the scalding air poured down his throat, burning everything in sight. His eye dilated, his mouth opening in a painful gurgle, his insides boiling the way water would at a blazing temperature. Weakly, Premier looked at himself and found a part of his body already transmuted into ashes that flew away. Fear jolted through his existence, and Premier had to bite his lips, or what remained of them, to not weep in pain and beg for mercy. But his body betrayed him. He was shaking like a leaf caught in a storm. "There is something you seem to misunderstand. Premier." Soleil's voice rang out again, strainedly. The firstborn of Noah lifted his head to see his torturer. He regretted it immediately, his remaining eye ignited instantly. Premier roared in wrecking pain. Now Soleil's whole body was veiled in radiant solar fire, making the whole sunny world quiver and writhe as if its master was burning it alive. There were no longer eyes on Soleil's face, but literal stars that burned brighter and hotter than the sun where Premier was chained. Rue Octave staggered a couple of steps back, heart thundering against the ribs of his chest so deep, so hard that it became difficult to breathe. "If you think death will come to you," Soleil continued, "then your ignorance is very much charming, boy. I will keep you here as long as I do not obtain what I seek." He leaned his face forward, closer to Premier, making the little boy's face slowly begin to melt. He could no longer scream, but in the meantime, Soleil seemed to smile. "I will kill you again and again and again." Premier shuddered. "I will kill you each second, revive you the next second. Let's see if you remain steadfast in your ignorance about lay. Let's see, Premier Veilgrim, firstborn of Noah Veilgrim, if you are what you claim to be, and I will find the other Elisiari." Soleil added, looking at how Premier was now shaking in fear, "I will join the hunt of the Elisiari and slaughter all of them. So let me ask you one last time," he said, raising his flaming finger to rest it upon Premier's forehead. The young man shrieked in agony, "Where is Lay, main world of the madman?" Premier was crying and weeping, his voice so burned down that it sounded like two dry metals scraping against each other. Yet even amid that wrenching pain, he managed to force out his answer. "I know nothing." Soleil's face split into a demonic grin. "Then here you go. First death, BOMMM." Premier's mind exploded alongside his whole body. Everything became ashes, ashes that gathered themselves back to reconstruct Premier, making him alive once more. He opened his eyes, and, second death, Soleil's merciless voice echoed once more, and he died. Again, behind them, Rue Octave watched, wishing for nothing else but to disappear from that place. It was horrific to witness such a scene. But he couldn't, so he stayed there, bearing witness to the uncountable number of deaths Premier, firstborn of Noah Veilgrim, would go through because of his silence. At that instant, for some reason, Rue Octave briefly considered something. What would happen if that madman came back to life? He didn't know why he thought such a thing, but that thought made him feel a terror greater than even the one Soleil was inflicting on him. He set his jaw tight, telling himself it was impossible, all while watching the scene in front of him. Already, Premier was on his 12th death, in the same domain of Celestial, inside their main world, and deep within it, where the prisoners were held. Apollo received a visit. The two golden, inverted pyramid eyes of Apollo cut through the living darkness and settled on his visitor. A dry chuckle escaped his lips. "Now, what a curious thing. Is the faction about to end? Or something worse? Please, pray tell, what do I owe your visit?" Light-touched, the being called Light-touched, overseer of law, watched Apollo with an apathetic face. Despite the fact that her whole body was like an intense ray of golden light clustered together, one could tell she was a woman by the form of her body. Her face held no features, no eyes, no nose, neither mouth nor ears, yet strangely, Apollo could see the scorn dripping from every pore of the Light-touched. "An event has occurred in our universe," Law said, her voice impossibly cold, almost robotic. "Oh? What kind of event?" "The type by which you, tainted by evil, will be allowed freedom." She said, "The progenitor has asked for your assistance in taking care of the intruders sleeping past the barriers of our universe. Why should I do such a thing?" Apollo scoffed loudly. "You have imprisoned me for eons. Now something went wrong and you suddenly need me." "Dear Law, what do you take me for? Thinking you have a choice in this matter is such an unsightly, cute thought of you, Apollo," Law said disdainfully, and Apollo frowned. "First, it is an order from the progenitor. True child or not, you will be killed, your soul completely obliterated, if you disobey." Her voice lowered to a whisper. "Don't you think I would be glad to do such a thing? Are you that skilled?" Apollo snickered. "The last time, you needed my sister and the other legacy bearers, along with the celestial beasts, to capture me. I have become stronger, Apollo." Law said, "Way stronger than what you would ever believe." And you did not. Apollo opened his mouth to speak, only to close it again as Law continued sharply, but all of that is needless, because I know, for a fact, that you will deliberately choose to fight for the good of our faction. The firstborn of Light frowned, feeling a sense of wrongness in the confident tone of Law, and indeed, if the first reason is not enough, let me go to the second. She said, raising two fingers upward. Simply put, I will personally deliver to the progenitor how his two children violated one of the greatest taboos. Apollo's eyes widened. No, oh yes. Law said, approaching further into the prison, making the living darkness hiss at her. You would be a fool to believe that I did not know about the matter of Apollonia of Bright Sky. I knew, Apollo, you fucking fool. Don't forget I was the one who selected her as the next candidate for the throne. Don't tell me. Apollo's voice wavered for the first time. And there, a wide mouth filled with jagged teeth appeared on Law's face as she grinned with absolute malice. Oh yes, Apollo. She murmured, I chose her for the throne, only because of that fact. And oh dash. She barked a laugh. How delightful it was to see you two siblings working together to hide such an affair. How pleasing it was to see you willingly be imprisoned to save your sister. Her voice turned into a blade. That same sister who had forgotten you. That same sister who certainly moans like a bitch in heat each night with her husband. Oh, Apollo, firstborn of Light. Her grin widened. How low have you fallen? Chapter 457, Twisted, this won't work on me. Apollo growled, his eyes glowing with fires of wrath. I don't know who you are trying to fool, but it's a useless thing on me, fool. Law scoffed, crouching down on the floor, facing directly the eyes of Apollo without cowering. I have no intention to fool you anymore. I already did. And I made you choose, by your own will, to take a step out of the political game of the Celestial, and you went even further by killing your daughter and making her reincarnate. She stifled a laugh. After that, everything was easy. The more Law talked, the more Apollo began to feel a bad feeling knotting inside his being mercilessly. He gritted his teeth, still adamant about not believing a word out of her. My sister, Apollo began, his voice tight, is doing what she must to keep our cover. She does not love her husband. His voice deepened, sounding like the growl of a wrenching beast. She doesn't dare. I hate to disappoint you. Law said, though her delighted voice indicated the exact opposite of her words. You only succeeded in having her in your bed because of the attention you gave her. Idalia Marigold was born with a weird complexion on her skin. A unique aspect of her being. Yet that made her an outcast, a subject of hidden mockery. The living darkness shook because of Apollo's anger. Don't you dare continue your lies, Law proceeded without care, and amidst all of this, true child of a progenitor or not, all she began to feel was desolation and loneliness. Especially when her father was always in seclusion. Even more especially when her mother loathed the sight of her children. I said don't, and that's where you came in. Law cut Apollo's wrathful words with a wide grin. You, Apollo, the best brother. You gave her everything she always wanted. You gave her love, attention, protection, and so much more. You used that moment to show her your disgusting feelings. And what do you think she would do? Her, afraid of losing what she had come to possess so painfully, is this how far you wish to go? Apollo said coldly, so many lies in order to control me? To make me fight? Or are you after something else? You know I am not lying. Law calmly said, because if they were falsehoods, your eyes would not be bleeding blood at this very moment. Apollo said nothing. He said nothing as he felt the tears of blood streak down his cheeks, so you can guess what happened, right? Or rather, you always knew it, but refused to face it. But if you can bear to tell yourself the truth, let me guide you. The firstborn of Light remained silent, but his bleeding eyes were doing all the talking. They were filled with wrath, hatred, and deep sadness. But as the words of Law pierced deeply into him like a sword thrust, sadness melted away and fueled the wrath and hatred. Idalia Marigold chose you out of fear of losing the only warmth she had in a world where she was judged. But that is no longer the case. She succeeded in imposing herself through your sacrifice. Now, she has found the one she truly loves, all while you are here rotting away, devoured by this darkness. Law paused, watching with delight how broken she was making Apollo, for so long. I have waited for this day, for so many eons. She added inwardly, plans within plans within plans. It took her so many sacrifices to arrive at this level. Apollo didn't know, but he didn't need to know. He didn't need to know that she was the one who made sure Idalia remained alone in her childhood. Still, never did Law expect the twisted love of Apollo for his own sister. Yet that only delighted her and made her change her plan accordingly. And now here she was, at the edge of success. Law barely suppressed her wide, delighted smile, seeing her. Apollo, unable to believe anything else but the words of Law after so many hidden truths, parted his lips as a dry, cold voice echoed. "What," he began, "do you want from me?" He might be consumed by evil feelings, but Apollo was not blind. He could see that the overseer of Law wanted something. All of her words were for a reason, her goal to make him angry. To make him wish for nothing but to get out of here and rip away the husband of his sister, was not for nothing. He hated to admit it, but she had succeeded in igniting his wrath, and at his words, Law laughed. "Swear on the records," she demanded. "Do it and I will tell you. Do it, and I shall make you obtain the strength you should have obtained by now. Do it, and you could kill your sister's husband and quench your twisted, ugly desires." Apollo stayed silent, trying to control the desires thundering inside of him. "What should I swear to?" He managed to say, "Swear your absolute loyalty to me." Law said instantly, "You will obey me in everything and anything. You won't betray me, you want me to be your slave." Apollo growled, "I want you to be an ally I can trust." She countered, "Now choose." "I have lost too much time, the progenitor is waiting for my news." Silence settled around the two of them. The Son of Light would have wished to say there was another possibility. But there was not. "Still, you won't betray me either." Apollo said, "That's the only way I will make the oath. You must swear you won't betray me, overseer of Law. If you cannot do that, then be damned." Law shrugged, "I swear on the records that I will never betray Apollo of Bright Sky, firstborn of light." The presence of the records settled on them, vast and encompassing. Then, approved, the oath was sealed. Law looked at Apollo. Now somehow relieved, the Son of Light cracked his mouth open. "I swear on the records that I will obey Sirin Sara of Light and not betray her, as long as she keeps her words to me." Law, named Sirin Sara, smiled at this. The records acted once more, approved. Their words concluded and officialized the new relationship between Sirin and Apollo. Then he spoke once more. "Now why?" Apollo said, "Why all of this?" Sirin's mouth widened so much that her whole face seemed to split open. "Why?" She echoed, her voice strange, layered. "Don't be a fool, Apollo. I am after what all of them are after." A flash of horrendous understanding struck, and Apollo's bloodied eyes widened. "No." He breathed, "You do not dare." "Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes." Sirin laughed, loud and unrestrained. "I dare, Apollo. I dare. And you will be with me. You will be with me, and either we succeed or we go down together. Now, firstborn of light," she whispered, "it's time for you to see the light." "Oh, I wonder. I so very much wonder." Clink, the prison opened at a single touch from Sirin. "What your sister will say after seeing you," Apollo grunted. "Say?" "She won't say anything. She will weep as I slaughter her husband in front of her." Sirin laughed, standing up and entering the prison to unchain Apollo. "In time, Apollo. In time. For now, you have the progenitor, your father, to see." Clank. Clank. Clank, the chains fell from the Son of Light, "and you have something to do for me," Sirin added as the echo of her steps boomed through the prison. Thus, the firstborn of light was freed. Simultaneously, while Apollo was being freed, Idalia Marigold was in her own home world, inside her castle modeled from a sun. Inside her gigantic room, she stood there, tall and naked, her vitiligo body filled with muscles and 8-pack abs for all to admire. Her eyes were transfixed on a scene, or rather on a man chained to a chair, equally naked, his cock erect, facing the side of Idalia's naked body. The man's face was nothing but a canvas of disgust and anger, with hatred as ink splashed across the hard lines of his unfathomably handsome face. Marigold's lips pursed into a tight line. "Really," she said, her voice filled with anger and sadness, "why can you not love me? You disgust, is that because of her?" Marigold cut his words coldly, approaching with heavy steps, leaning so that her face hovered just above his. Their golden eyes met each other. "You still haven't forgotten her after all this time?" Idalia said once more, "We don't just forget the one we love, Idalia." The man spat with loathing, "Something your twisted mind cannot comprehend, but I do understand." Idalia countered, "And I wonder if you will still love her after you know what happened to her." The man's eyebrows knitted together, a surge of bad feeling slowly creeping inside him. "What," he growled, "did you do to her? I thought you would be happy." Idalia laughed. "You loved her so much that I couldn't bear the sight of you being sad. So can you guess what I did? Can you guess why I took a part of your soul that day?" The man began to twist on his chair, his voice suddenly restless. Tell me, Marigold. What did you do? He bellowed with anger, angry veins slithering across his forehead. To his anger, Adalia answered with a loud, lunatic grin. Oh, it's so simple, my love. She whispered into his ear, I took your little Justicia that you love so much, I broke her will and mine so deeply that she forgot most of her existence. The man's eyes widened. I gave her to my son as a slave, and she was used as a protector to my reincarnated daughter. No. No, the man muttered in shock, but as I said, I am not so heartless. The piece of your soul I took from you, my love, I gave it life. I gave it your face, your character, and everything that makes you who you are. Then I linked him with Justicia, making sure he would be under her protection, her grace, and I even made sure your love for her would be retained. I thought it was enough. Marigold said, then slowly sat down on the hard cock of the man, her eyes rolling back in ecstasy. The man didn't stop squirming in protest, yet he could do nothing but moan as the tight walls of Marigold pussy hugged his cock. He hated himself for this. But the pleasure was too much. Marigold flipped her head backward and laughed. Where is Justicia? The man managed to roar, despite the self-loathing. Where is Justicia? Oh, don't shout, my love. Her voice was filled with obsessive affection. I don't want to tell you, afraid of breaking your heart, but I will. She leaned her face to his ear and whispered slowly, your incarnation was killed. Justicia didn't die, but instead became the wife of someone called Noah Weaverheart. Oh, but they are dead now. Ha ha ha. But tell me, can you imagine him fucking her the same way I do to you? The man began to weep. Please, my love, tell me, can you imagine it? Elijah, chapter 458 snapped, can you imagine it? Elijah? Adalia whispered, before biting the tip of Elijah's right ear with her sharp teeth. Golden blood trickled. She licked it, her body was still moving, up and down, the wet clapping sound of flesh against flesh echoing all around the chamber in a horrendous, lustful manner. Elijah stayed there, golden-eyed and dazed as he tried to comprehend the information he had just received, yet he couldn't. Adalia's words crashed on him like a thunderous tidal wave, threatening to sweep away the last shred of sanity he had preciously held on to since that day, the day of betrayal, when Gold Eagle delivered him to Adalia. Shakingly, he shifted his eyeballs inside their sockets without turning his head. Looking at Marigold smiling down at him, Elijah was not blind. He was anything except that. Especially not with his level of power and his personal aspect. Clearly, he could see the love Adalia held for him. But if it was only love, it would have been a simple affair. It was not. The love of Adalia came with a twisted desire. A desire that wanted nothing but to fill something inside of her. A void, a deep, terrible void she thought she could patch with his love. But Elijah began to speak, golden eyes shining under the slipping sanity of his self, didn't love you. I don't love you. And I won't love you. Marigold suddenly halted her actions, staring down at Elijah, pupils dilating. She could feel the depth of hatred inside his eyes. And each of his words felt like the piercing of a spear deep inside her heart. It hurt. Adalia suppressed a quiver, biting her lower lip, clenching his jaw so tight a creaking sound escaped the enclosed space of his mouth. Elijah Lightbringer, the jugular of light, trusted of the gold phoenix, parted his lips once more. You will not obtain what you seek from me, Marigold. Hear me well, and don't you forget it. He leaned his face over her in defiance, their lips almost brushing against each other. You are broken. He spat. She subtly shuddered. And no one, absolutely no one, I say, can mend you back. Here he paused. Then chuckled darkly, or maybe your brother may dash, don't you dare. Marigold growled, her hands moving, coiling softly then tightly around Elijah's neck. Don't you dare mention my brother in front of me, Elijah, your brother or your lover? Elijah allowed a smirk on his face. Adalia's hand tightened even further around his neck, eyes dripping with wrath and pain. Elijah's neck snapped like broken wood. Yet it healed just as quickly. I pity you, Marigold. Elijah said, regaining his voice. I truly pity you. You have been abused by your brother, used to quench his sinful desire. How pitiful, snapped Dash. He healed once more. Not only that, you have even birthed his child. A child you killed to hide your sins. How pitiful. Now tell me, who do you have? You are drought of love, Marigold. You have nothing and no one. And if you think your power will help you have someone that will love you, then you are in for a goddamn surprise, just like before. You will return back to who you were in childhood. A pitiful creature. Dash, shut up. Idalia growled each word, her body trembling with restrained anger. Snap dash, she snapped his head once more. Elijah healed with a cold laugh. I wonder how Soleil would think. What he would say, knowing his mother he is proud of, so afraid of, is nothing but a broken who dash, as you wish, Elijah. Idalia cut him off coldly. Inside her eyes, her pupils divided into 12 pupils in each eye, all of them real burning suns with different colors. Elijah's mocking face immediately melted down. A tight frown colored his face, sensing Idalia using her birthright. I have heard from the mother of dragons that she is in the spirit world. Your dear Justicia, hope began to flicker inside Elijah's eyes, yet a grim realization settled within them, and the next words of Idalia Marigold confirmed it with chilling intensity. For years and years and years, Idalia Marigold grated, her voice rising higher with each word. For years, I have done my best for you. I have given you my heart, my body, my soul, and everything of me. I took the risk to detach myself from my brother. I went against his will, killing his faction one by one. I did everything I could, even giving Justicia a clone of you despite wanting you for myself, but nothing. All of that for nothing, Idalia roared with blazing anger. The mansion detonated, transformed into smoldering ashes. The wind scattered across the world. Now, only fires of all colors shrouded them. A sea of flames burning everything, everywhere. Overhead, 12 suns crawled up into the sky, mirroring the pupils of Idalia, bathing Elijah in a cruel luster. Elijah's lips were sealed into a tight line of hidden fear, his body sensing a lethal danger to his life. His gold phoenix was screeching. Marigold finally stood up from him, popping away his cock from her pussy in the process. She took a couple of steps back, flames on the ground coalesced, then began to crawl into her body, from her feet to the top of her head. When they receded, golden flaming clothes framed Marigold, covering only her breasts and private parts, leaving all the rest visible. Elijah rested his eyes on hers, and for the first time, he understood how broken Idalia was, and with that, he realized that his actions were the last straw keeping her together. Her love was impure and twisted, but Marigold had been depending on him to fish away her sanity from doom. He failed, and he awakened with that failure something he shouldn't have. You said I have no one, she spoke, her voice like the detonation of hundreds of suns. You said I have no one to love me and that I am broken, she smiled emptily. Elijah shuddered. Maybe that's why you don't love me? Because I am broken? But what if, her voice lowered, you become broken like me? What dash, I will find her. Marigold said, interrupting him mid-sentence. I will find Justicia, but I will not kill her. No, 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 she shook her head like a lunatic. I will do worse than kill. I will break her. And I will do it right in front of you, my love. Elijah, you said you will not love a broken being. Marigold bared a wide grin. Let's test that, my love. She turned on her heels and began to walk away, her every step enough to flatten worlds. Behind her, Elijah's face was blank. He wished to say something, or even to react, but the words were stuck in his throat. He didn't need anyone to tell him that Idalia was serious. She wanted to break him. She wanted to break Justicia. She wanted to transform them into the very thing he had just loathed, and accused her of being. At that realization, Elijah felt, for the first time since he became the toy of Idalia, a sense of urgency. In the past, he thought Justicia was safe, so he didn't act, afraid to pull upon himself the ire of many within this forsaken faction. It no longer mattered. Stay here, Idalia said, her voice dancing with cruel laughter. The next time we see each other, it will be with Justicia. I hope you will appreciate my efforts for you. She paused, turning her head to look at Elijah over her left shoulder. I hope you will love me, as much as I love you. Then her body transformed into exploding fire. She disappeared, and Elijah sat there, still naked and chained. But his eyes were hardened like steel, and inside his mind, he was whispering, a whisper to something. A whisper to someone, a whisper to Icarus. Icarus. Icarus, Icarus, wake up. Chapter 459. Wrathful Aurelia, sweetheart, they are hunting all of you. All over the universe, Courtesan Lust said, looking at Aseemon. We need to be more careful now. Her voice was soft, filled with an undertone of pity as she stared at the past Elisiari of monsters. Aseemon's previous brilliant silver hair was no more. In its place, a color that looked more like rusty white than anything else crowned his head. Looking at him, one could see that he had lost something important to his existence, yet his red eyes had never burned brighter, nor fiercer, than they did that day. They were inside a hidden, secret place within hell itself. hiding in order to plan their next course of action. The place was small, the size of a normal room belonging to a struggling family. It was made from the flesh and bones of abyss monsters, then wrapped with the fire of hell to mend it all together. Nothing else existed inside the room besides them. Sweeping her pink-colored eyes around her, courtesan lust looked at sloth, envy, and gluttony. The only three other demon lords who had decided to take the risk and accompany a seaman in his pursuit, all for their hidden desires. I know we are hunted, a seaman said, looking at Lust and the other three. But I will need trust in their ability to stay alive. Going out of hell would make me lose the little opportunity one have now. He paused, swallowing back the feeling of inadequacy that threatened to grip tightly at his gut. It was not the time for such a thing. Later, he could sit and mourn the loss of the people of his faction. For now, he needed hell. The progenitor is not here yet. Courtesan Lust began walking toward a seaman with measured calm. And wrath, pride, and greed are actively trying to have hell speak and deliver our position. What are the odds for them to make the beast speak? Low, sweetheart. Very low. But equally very possible. If hell knows we are a danger to its master, the progenitor of demons, then it would stop at nothing to kill us. All of this, so bothersome. Sloth suddenly muttered, making the others stare at her. Her voice was slow and dragging. Bothersome. We do not have millions of solutions. So pick one and let's be done. True. Envy added, swirling her black hair with her finger playfully. Not to mention how difficult it is to kill wrath, pride, and greed. Doing that would not make you win over hell. And the battle would attract the progenitor. Hell is the pet of the progenitor. Gluttony now chimed in. His mouth was greasy, his belly so round it was hard to see his face from the front. Each of his words sounded like a man at the edge of breath speaking. We need to snatch away the control of hell from the progenitor. He finished, then took a pause to regulate his breathing. Well, my dears, that's exactly the issue. Courtesan Lust said, now standing beside a seaman on his left. How can we achieve such a thing? We, demon lords, know how deep the loyalty runs between the two of them, and the progenitor is coming back soon. So we don't have time to properly prepare our actions. She slowly turned her head, staring at the hard line of a seaman. A faint smile appeared on her face. So, sweetheart, what are we ought to do? The pressure was immense. The seaman knew that taking over hell was a task difficult in itself, but now the scale was beginning to unravel in front of him. Still, I don't want to be the one to believe in such a thing, he said, looking at the four demon lords with quizzical eyes. But anything and anyone has a price they are willing to pay for loyalty. The same reason you left your own race for benefits, hell could do the same if something it wished for was presented to it. Something its master refused to give. What is that? Sloth asked slowly, now curious. The way a seaman spoke made it seem like he knew, and indeed, he had an idea. The progenitor of demons, Asmodeus, was his friend. Multiple times the two were together, bickering, talking, and cursing about many things. In many of those instances, a seaman witnessed the interaction between Asmodeus and hell that granted him knowledge of something hell might want, yet a seaman clenched his fist tightly. He felt a sense of disgust at using information gained through friendship only to betray it. Never did he once think that a day like this would come. A seaman was never one for subtlety. He hated it, even. He liked to be sincere and outwardly honest, to connect with people, just as he did with beasts without falsehoods and betrayals. And now, you have to, sweetheart. Courtesan Lust gently whispered, stretching her two hands before holding a seaman's cheeks tightly. Between her palms, she turned his head softly so that he could face her. Their eyes locked together. She smiled, her beauty truly one to topple worlds upon worlds. There is no time for you to mourn your relationships, sweetheart. You need to choose and act accordingly, without wavering. Lust intoned. If you spend too much time hesitating, then you will lose both the respect of the progenitor and that of your sibling. She paused, watching a seaman's resolve harden slowly. She continued, striking the iron while it was still hot. So tell me, Courtesan murmured, what are you willing to lose, a friendship, or your brother's legacy? At that point, there was no longer a need to think further. With newfound resolve, a seaman, second abomination, parted his lips. Crusader of Gold Eagle. He said, sighing, hell wishes for the Crusader of Gold Eagle, guardian of the hidden temple of the celestial faction. The words boomed through the enclosed space like a cursed echo. The demon lord's eyes widened in absolute shock. Sloth jerked upright from her resting position, shivering. Envy staggered a step back, her mouth wide open. Courtesan Lust's lips went dry in an instant, her hands slipping away from Asemon's face. And, is this a fucking joke? Gluttony shrieked, then another shriek. Arg! What dash, die in silence. Aurelia's voice was as cold as death, her golden daggers piercing the throat of the wailing elven woman before cutting her head off with one strike. The head flew away, blood smearing the sky, the eyes wide in horror as life slipped from her soul. Aurelia continued to stride forward. Face expressionless, each step flattening the flowers beneath her, her whole body bathed in the blood of elves. Behind her, hundreds, no, thousands of elves were sprawled across the ground. The sight was grotesque, hearts ripped away, some still thumping as if life still coursed through them. Inside the sea of blood, one could see severed limbs, mangled organs and intestines, and even blinking eyeballs swimming like fish. The scent was heavy, drenched in blood, death, and unmasked fear. Aurelia was standing in a wide expanse of beautiful gardens, adorned with mystical flowers and forests of trees clawing toward the sky. It was stunning. Or rather, it had been stunning, now it was a sight for the damned. Looking ahead, Aurelia saw millions of elves waiting for her, clustered together like a colony of ants, all packed in tight formation. Standing in front of them were beings with golden hair, somehow withered like fallen ashes, and green eyes, the Worldborn. Aurelia was in Treehouse, the main world of the Worldborn, and its owners had come to welcome her. First abomination, you dash. Silence. Aurelia said curtly, and the air stilled. Above her, a gigantic golden book, the size of a mansion, appeared, causing the space around it to strain and then rip apart like a curtain. An enormous pressure crashed down on the elves, as if the heavens themselves were falling upon them, at the sight of the book. All the elves, whose bloodline had been weakened exponentially by Lul's death, watched the scene in trepidation, some already fleeing. Everyone knew the book, it was the book where the stolen records were preserved. And if before they had been apprehensive about fighting the first abomination, the moment Aurelia's voice echoed across the gardens, that apprehension twisted into a fear that tightened their hearts like bloody fists. Forbidden record number 3, Aurelia's voice was like the cracking of the heavens. Lord of the 7 kingdoms, Aurelia began to transform. Treehouse ruptured into 7 parts. The elves squealed and cried in disbelief as they heard the will of the world wail in horrendous pain, and all the while, Eric, Malric, and Rouge, standing among the elves, watched the scene with cold, unblinking eyes. Chapter 460 Mournful cry. Treehouse moaned in pain as it observed its own body severed into 7 parts. The agony was nothing like it had ever felt. It was like watching your own soul forcibly cut into 7 pieces. The 7 parts began to float, then blue chains thick as the bark of a world tree, made of unknown metals, appeared out of existence with a clicking metallic sound, binding the 7 kingdoms to each other. All was in chaos. Many of the elves fell away from the cracks, disappearing into the abyss below, where they would either be killed by still-living void beasts or by the environment itself. Those who managed to find themselves in one of the 7 kingdoms were no better. Most were kneeling, unable not only to bear the weeping of the will of Treehouse, but also the pressure that was being exerted on their souls. The Worldborns, all of them standing at the myriad creator rank with at least 2 laws understood, watched with trepidation dripping from their eyes. The father of Orion Worldborn, also known as the Sword of Lul, took in the sight of his world with cold green eyes. The surrounding area was drowning in a chorus of voices, both the cowards crying to flee and the courageous wishing for nothing but to fight, their war cries rising with bloodied eyes. Aurelia was hovering in the middle of the 7 kingdoms, where the chains coalesced to form a throne. Her appearance had changed, she now wore blue battle armor that framed her body perfectly. 7 swords, each one different in shape and energy, hovered behind her like wings made of steel. Her head was crowned by a metallic halo, while her eyes were bleeding blue luminous light. The Sword of Lul looked at her, standing in the 3rd kingdom. You are making a mistake, first abomination, he said, his voice reverberating all over. Seeing their master calm and steady, some of them instinctively began to believe that not everything was lost. Beside the Sword of Lul, Eric, Malric, and Rouge stood, now having succeeded in climbing high enough in rank to stand beside the very Sword of Lul. We might have lost our progenitor, but so did you, he continued, his voice growing colder and colder, and don't think you are strong enough to go against an entire race by yourself. You would be a fool. Then a fool I will be. Aurelia's voice was flat, with no emotion behind it. There is nothing in this universe that will stop me from killing all of you today, she declared it. The Worldborn's eyebrows tightened furiously. And if you think I am alone, The first abomination continued, then for the first time let out a smile. Though it was so empty it sent a shiver down their spines. Then you are not very knowledgeable about what a lord is, instantly after her words. On each of the 7 kingdoms, at the top of mountain hills that emerged from the ground under Aurelia's power, roars erupted, ripping through the air mercilessly. The worldborns pivoted their bodies in sudden apprehension, watching as, on each hilltop, a being was floating. Some were male, others female, all wearing armor and weapons of different colors, and all of them were at the rank of myriad creators. Let's begin. Aurelia ordered, and the 7 lords obeyed their high lord. Their movements blurred, rotting away the air with such intensity that the space behind them became void itself. A resounding explosion cratered the surroundings. The elves shrieked, each one scrambling to take a battle stance, intending to fight back, yet most of them didn't even have the time to grip their weapons tightly before they found themselves as mangled flesh and bone, flattened against the ground. Some were severed into billions of pieces, their souls killed, others had their souls pierced by spear thrusts, others were burst into rain of blood and flesh by the war cry of a lord carrying a huge hammer on his shoulder. The sword of Lul watched with sudden dread. His power, and that of those around him, was already erupting as they witnessed the scene in front of them. There, the lord of the kingdom they were standing in, a female, with yellow skin holding 2 rapiers, was butchering their clansmen with such beautiful swordplay that it would have been a crime to interrupt it. Each of her strikes invoked the law of movement, making it seem as if she was always ahead of time itself. Added to that was the law of the unseen, which rendered her sword attacks invisible and undetectable by any means, and then, the law of 7, a law that made it so that after 7 well-landed strikes, the 8th would undoubtedly be a killing blow, no matter what. This dash. The sword of Lul opened his mouth to speak, only for a gurgling sound to escape it. He froze. Wide-eyed, he turned his head mechanically to see Eric, a blade already buried deep in his throat. How? The sword faintly inquired. Let's not make it long. Eric whispered mercilessly into his ear. He was not the only one. Malric and Rouge, with their true appearances now visible for all to see, marking them as Elisiari and human, killed the nearby myriad creator worldborns while all of them were focused on the yellow lord. Rouge was laughing maniacally, blood on her face. Malric was summoning the dead. Around them, the other elves were transfixed by such a scene. It was nice knowing everything about your race. Eric finished, before slicing the head of the patriarch of the worldborn from his body. Just at that moment, the yellow lord appeared and spoke. Easy. Easy, she said, then raised her 2 swords to kill the soul of the patriarch, only for everything to stop at the world-shaking roar of a dragon. Aurelia, standing still in the middle while watching the slaughter of elves, had her eyes widen, then snapped upward. A slow, ragged breath escaped her lips. There, a dragon as big as multiple prime worlds stacked together, appeared. So gigantic that there was nothing else one could see that bested it. On her back were etched 20 pairs of wings, wide and encompassing, each flap of them seeming to make the universe quiver. The dragon's scales were shades of intense crimson that glimmered like polished jewels. Atop her head was a multitude of crimson horns forming a stunning crown. There were 3 eyes, one on the forehead. 2 of them were slit black with runes swirling inside, while the one on the forehead was completely white, and all 3 were fixed on Aurelia. Esmeralda, the mother of dragons and progenitor, was here. I will not allow it. The mother of dragons roared, her very presence forcing the battle into a standstill. Eric, Malric, and Rouge were all forced to their knees, the pressure upon them feeling as if they would die, their souls on the verge of exploding simply by being near a pinnacle. Blood blossomed and began to pour down. We already have enough problems with intruders at our door. Esmeralda continued, her voice carrying a distinct note of anger. We will need every kind of strength for this endeavor. So, first, abomination, will you retreat? Aurelia's eyes were like death itself. Without uttering a single word, her aura began to spike, reaching a staggering level, and her golden book appeared behind her. Today, Aurelia growled, will be the end of the worldborn. I have given my word on this matter, and I shall keep it. Her voice was like a decree. And your word means nothing in the face of the fate of the universe, Esmeralda grated, understanding the reason behind your hatred for the elves, and some consideration for the madman killing many void beasts, are the only reasons I am allowing you to speak in my presence, little girl. The progenitor paused, and Aurelia could feel her golden book under ice pressure. A ripping sound echoed. Her book was being destroyed. She balled her fists until her knuckles turned white, blood seeping down. Now Aurelia understood why Noah sacrificed everything. Because at that moment, standing before a progenitor felt like standing against the entire universe itself, and the truth could not have been clearer, all progenitors were pinnacles. They were beings who held fundamental aspects of the universe and governed them. They stood at the very top of all things. That was why, you cannot fight me, little girl. And you would be arrogant to believe you can do the same as the madman. We have learned our lesson now, Esmeralda said, her slits narrowing further and further until they were almost impossible to see. And I am in no mood to bargain with you, so you will do yourself a favor and retreat, if not? Aurelia whispered, her voice strained with hidden fear. Her lords stood behind her, their weapons ready for a meaningless fight. I didn't come here to retreat. Aurelia added, I failed Noah once. I won't fail him twice. She added in her mind, steeling herself despite the urge to flee. If she ran now, she would die from guilt. She had already had enough of it. Esmeralda looked deeply at her, then slowly spoke with a voice that shattered all 7 kingdoms into a rain of stone, forcing Aurelia to cough blood. Then you leave me no choice. First abomination, the mother of dragons cracked her jaw wide open. In that instant, it felt as though the entire universe was being sucked inside. Eric, Malric, and Rouge exploded into rain of blood at the mere sight of it, their souls destroyed. Aurelia felt a lump of instinctive fear lodge in her throat as, within the boundless depths of Esmeralda's mouth, she witnessed the coalescence of a horrendous dragon breath. Your Elisiari faction is nothing but trouble. Esmeralda echoed. You will doom us with your folly before our enemies even reach us. So, the universe paused. You need to die. The breath of the mother of dragons was released. Aurelia didn't even have time to use her power before the red light of the breath reached her. Everything detonated. Becoming a world of red as the breath swallowed all, and at that exact moment, in the depths of hell, a seaman suddenly paused in his tracks, his eyes widening in absolute shock. No. No. No, he repeated, his heart slamming against his ribs like a mad beast seeking escape. And no, it cannot be. He fell to his knees, clutching his head so tightly his fingers dug into his scalp, tears of blood flowing in torrents. Around him, the demon lords watched in horror, unaware of what had happened, yet feeling a dreadful change in the air. Yet a seaman was not the only one. Because at a part of the universe devoid of mana, a certain world began to echo with a mournful cry. Chapter 461, Disaster rarely comes alone. The death of someone, especially one as important and high-ranking in the universe as Aurelia, could be sensed clearly enough. It was a strange feeling. Something that enveloped anyone who knew her, making them feel a terrible sense of ending deep inside themselves. The seaman felt it too, for Aurelia was his sister, and their bond was stronger than anything, and lay, hidden in the lowest part of the universe where no mana could reach, also felt the death of Aurelia's sightless Veilgrim, the first abomination, deep within the world. Lay herself was curled in on herself like a ball of flesh, her body trembling over and over again as she felt. Aurelia's death, Foxy, Fated, Chaos, and Destiny were all there, watching with pain and sadness painted across their faces. Yet the three origins' grief was not equal to Foxy's own. She stood there, tall and slender, her fox-like features rigid, her head ducked low, fists balled so tightly they were drained of blood. Her body was quivering. I am failing my father, Foxy whispered woefully inside her mind, ashamed to be here hiding while so many of her faction were being hunted outside. Even Aunt Aurelia is now dead. It was inconceivable, and Foxy couldn't help but think that if even Aurelia had died, then her brother could die as well. She didn't know why, but Foxy had felt it gnawing at her for some time now, a feeling that told her time was scarce. Premier would soon stop breathing, the past Elisiari of Dream, the silver of her hair completely ruined by the disappearance of her bloodline, snapped her head toward Lay. The Worldswell was still kneeling on the ground, clutching her head tightly as tears poured down relentlessly. She was mumbling something under her breath. I can't, Noah. I can't. I need you. I need you, Noah. The pain was horrendous. Lay had never felt such a loss since her birth, and Aurelia's death struck her like a merciless, temple-shattering blow. And Noah, father is not here, Foxy said, crouching in front of Lay and pulling her into an embrace, doing her best to restrain her own tears. Two people could not cry at the same time. One needed to control their emotions in order to help the other do the same. This was not the time for mourning. Not for her. She needed to find a way to protect her family and her father's legacy, so the first daughter of Noah swallowed her tears, killed her own heart, and began to comfort Lay, for Lay needed it more than she did. Father is not here, but we are still here, Foxy whispered gently. And we need to do our best to save our faction. My brother, your nephew, is still outside." Lei seemed to pause, slowly lifting her tear-soaked face to stare into Foxy's dilated eyes. "He cannot die, Aunt." She wheezed, her voice cracking. "He cannot die. He cannot die." The more she repeated it, the more tears bloomed, spilling down uncontrollably. She failed to restrain her emotions. "We need to go to him before he does something he shouldn't." Lei forced a weak smile. "You know how he is. Hungry for his own glory, and loving father too much to let his death go unavenged. So I know." Lei said, hugging her back. "I know. We will save him." At those words, Foxy finally cracked and began to weep. Behind them, Fated, Chaos, and Destiny exchanged grim looks. Just when they had finally found a family that loved and accepted them, everything was destroyed? Their family being killed one by one like flies? Their eyes hardened, their lips pressing into lines of determination. Determination to repay their father for the joy he had let them experience. They were not the only ones mourning. Deep inside Lei, within the territory of Esther, Elisiari of Shadow, a woman was crying, Erica. Eric's wife, if Foxy, Lei, and the others felt Eric's death alongside the others yet could not fully process it, their grief already spent on those they were closest to. Erica cared only for Eric, her husband. And he was dead, his soul, destroyed. She lay sprawled on the floor of her room, staring blankly at the soul crystal that recorded Eric's life, now completely shattered. No emotion remained in her eyes. Eric's death had taken everything from her. Her face was soaked with tears and snot, her mind replaying every moment she had lived with him, all the way to the day he departed on his mission to the Elven Kingdom. She remembered joking about killing any woman he brought back, never imagining that he would be the one who wouldn't return. The pain Erica felt was beyond comprehension, so absolute that life itself no longer held meaning. Eric had been her everything, her best friend, her lover, her husband, the one who cooked for her, because she was terrible at it. The one who was always there, comforting her with his lazy smile, telling her that everything would be fine, somehow. With him around, every worry had become inconsequential. Erica loved that about him. Eric was truly her anchor. And most importantly, the man who made her understand what love was, and as she thought about it again and again, the conclusion she always reached was the same: I cannot live without you, Eric. Erica breathed, her voice hollow. Eric's soul was completely destroyed, sent to oblivion. Then she would do the same. I told you, didn't I? She smiled brokenly. Even death would not part us. She gathered her power and began the process of exploding her own soul. There was no fear left inside her. No feeling remained. Eric was gone, and he had taken her heart and soul with him. And just the thought of being with Eric, no matter how, no matter where, was enough to make her smile as she ended a life that held no meaning without the one who had given it meaning. And so Erica Erica jolted in shock as she felt the world of Locke struck by something unfathomably heavy. Instinctively, she staggered upright, lifting her head with eyes that were still dead. What? She whispered. Not only her, everyone across the entire world was alarmed, and even more so Locke and Foxy, who could clearly see a portion of the universe being ripped away mercilessly. There, they saw beings entering their universe. Their skin was gray, featureless, no eyes, no noses, no ears, only a wide, jagged mouth that sent a chill down the spine. They were extremely tall and lanky, their bodies enveloped in strange, illusionary energy. The moment Leia's and Foxy's eyes fell upon them, they knew exactly what those beings were: intruders from another universe. And they had appeared right beside them. At that moment, as they stared into the widening mouths of those alien beings gazing upon their world, a single sentence surfaced in both Foxy's and Leia's minds: once one thing goes wrong, nothing ever goes right again. It could not be truer. Disaster rarely comes alone. Thus, the fallen faction of Noah came into contact with aliens from another universe. Simultaneously, the death of Aurelia, her soul obliterated by Esmere's breath, caused all the beings whose records she had stolen to receive them back. All of them cursed the dead Aurelia, wishing her eternal agony. At the same time, the golden tree of Aurelia's world withered and died, regressing to its infant stage before disappearing entirely with the detonation of the world itself. And all of this occurred while, within the spirit world, Noah unaware of everything, the records choosing to remain silent, was subjecting Lul to deep, unfathomable torture. Behind him, his wives had all completed their conversion into their new bloodline, now called Ataraxia. Their crimson gold hair and tall figures radiating cold majesty. Another round, Lul? Noah asked with a soft smile, crouching beside Lul as she lay on the ground, having soiled herself, her eyes, hollow and dead after countless tortures, yet not a single wound marred her body. Please. She whispered. No more, no more. Mercy. Anything you want. I will do anything you want, Lul, the progenitor of elves, begged Noah for mercy. Mercy? Noah echoed, staring directly into her eyes. Didn't I tell you, Lul? He placed his hand upon her head. She screamed like a madwoman, sobbing violently, her face drowned in tears as she begged Noah to forgive her over and over again. Like a broken record, I do not forgive, Noah said coldly. Especially not you, so let's do it again. With a single touch, Noah destroyed Lul's mind, then manipulated the neurons of her brain to create and stack thousands upon thousands of realities. Within them, Lul died again and again, each reality unique in the way she perished. In one, Orion killed her. In another, she killed Orion before taking her own life. In another, her fellow progenitors slaughtered her, and so on. Suddenly, a stench bloated the space, heavy, squalid, unbearable, but they were used to it by now. It was nothing more than Lul losing control of herself in pain and terror around Noah. All watched the emptiness in his eyes as he tortured a progenitor without a shred of hesitation. It was a scene none of them would ever forget. Chapter 462 Broken Lul. Again and again and again, Noah took special care of Lul with an eerie calm demeanor, his face bearing no indication of whether he was enjoying the process or not. His wives watched him from behind, their eyes calm and unbothered, subtle smiles gracing their lips. All of them had already known about this side of Noah for quite some time. They all knew that no matter how loving and caring Noah was toward them, he was pitiless when it came to those who had truly wronged his family. Justitia knew it, for she remembered when he killed Elijah in front of her and enslaved her. Crystal knew it, for she recalled the time she was used to break the mind of her own son. Weirdly, thinking about that event made her horny. Leah knew it, for Noah had broken her in the most atrocious way possible, making her kill her own husband in front of him. Now look at her, sacrificing herself for that same man. Her smile widened in eerie obsession. Not only them, many of the other wives were well aware of this aspect of their husband. Even Miriam felt nothing, for she had known and seen worse than this. Still, it was a strange feeling to see one's own son deliver such a public display of torture without so much as a twitch on his face, but all of that were the cute thoughts of the wives. For the origins and the legacy bearers watching, the prince was worse than the devils dwelling in the deepest pits of hell. All of them, even Tiamat, inwardly praised themselves for never going against him, while the ones who had already done so were now whimpering on the ground, lifeless, wishing for nothing but true death. Just like that, time passed, and soon Noah stopped. Thud, the body of Lul slapped against the ground with a loud bang. Her face was a mess of tears and snot. Her eyes rolled back, leaving only a white canvas of pure agony. Under her breath, she was mumbling constant pleas toward Noah, seeking forgiveness that would never grace her tortured soul. Are you done now? Celine asked. Striding toward Noah, her stunning crimson gold hair lashing behind her like a cape. How do you feel now? I feel like I can do more, Noah said with an empty tone, but I am not that cruel, right? I know when to stop, Celine giggled and hugged him from behind, not minding the ground drenched in the piss of a progenitor. I'm sure you stopped because you were getting bored. Noah's lips curled upward as he caressed the arms of his mother wrapped around his chest and shrugged. It's no fun to hear the same thing over and over. I expected better from a progenitor. In the face of suffering, Miriam added, sparing Celine a jealous glance before hugging Noah from the front. Even the greatest beings will weep like mortals. I can tell you that much. I've seen all kinds of immortal souls beg worse than any mortal ever could. Oh really? But I wonder, Noah tilted his head slightly, would I be the same, then? Have you never faced suffering? Miriam asked, not the kind we're talking about. I've gone through my fair share of trials and setbacks. But this, he pointed at the twitching body of Lul on the ground, never in my 3 lives. 3? Both Miriam and Celine snapped their heads toward him, brows furrowing in confusion. Noah parted his lips, then closed them again, feeling a weight settle atop his head. Leah, that was the beginning, because soon enough all his wives, tired of watching the two mothers monopolize their husband, joined them. Why don't you stay in your duty as a mother for once and make room for us? Dominique clicked her tongue, pushing Celine aside with a sway of her hips. Celine willingly let herself be pushed away, a giggle escaping her lips. I understand how much you miss him, Shadiva whispered gently beside Miriam, but can I have him now? I think you've hugged your son more than enough. Any more, and I'd start to believe something else. Ha ha, Red cackled, wrapping her right arm around Miriam's shoulders. But maybe that is exactly the case, right, mother-in-law? Do you wish to be more have some decency? Sophie snapped, shoving Red away and making her stumble into Apollonia. Who glared at her? Red smiled sheepishly. I am sorry, Mother Miriam, for such a display. Sophie said, taking her most innocent tone. I am Sophie Castria Vailgrim, the first wife, and I am his first lover. Emmy chirped, cutting Sophie mid-sentence, causing the woman to glare daggers at her. Emmy continued without care. Oh. Mother Miriam, I went to visit your grave back in Morocco many times. It's so nice to see you now. Like, really nice. How have you been? I wanted to meet you for so long. She laughed like the perfect wife, hugging Miriam as if they had known each other since they were toddlers. In one frightening instant, the space became a throng of talk and laughter. But also of curses, small playful punches to the gut, and slaps to the back of the head. All the wives gathered around Noah, talking among themselves, and, with him, Noah noticed their now freer selves after the transformation of their bloodline. They had died back then, their existence empty of anything, leaving them with a void so terrible they wondered how they would ever fill it. But with the surge of this new bloodline, ataraxia, it was as if they had been reborn. Reborn into a higher tier of existence. At that instant, something seemed to slap Noah's consciousness mercilessly, and a kind of understanding, one that came only after experiencing various things in life, flooded his entire existence like a deluge sweeping the world. All beings need to be born twice, he thought, eyes bright. They needed to experience the death of their previous selves so they could rise again from their remains, like a phoenix from ashes, reborn into something better. His wives had died. Now they were no longer the same beings, even though they were still the same beings. He smiled, watching them scabble like children. At least, this is something that will never change, he thought fondly. Looking at them, Noah could see on each of them a tattoo. All of them, like Noah, had their tattoos etched on their backs. Each one was unique in its own way, describing their awakened aspect as well as their gift. Yes, his wives had now awakened their powers. And all that remained was their own power progression and their distinction as paragons, and for that, Noah needed the dominion of his mother, Miriam. And he needed to make Providence the will of his domain. Yet before all of that, Noah turned his head and looked at the king, the queen of hearts, Tiamat, and all the others waiting for him. I guess we can start the process now, my friends, he said, making the girls halt their endless chatter. Miriam was laughing with tears in her eyes at Apollonia and Yuki, but also at the shameless Dominic trying to corrupt the shy Virgo. Oh, Tiamat said with mock surprise, I thought you forgot about us. I would never dare forget the one wishing to bear my children. For the sake of strong offspring, Tiamat clarified. Nothing else. Nothing more, Noah chuckled, shrugged, then walked toward them to begin the binding process. He lifted his leg to step over Lul's body on the ground, only to feel his leg grabbed. The prince craned his head, sparing Lul a glance. The progenitor immediately let go in fear, yet still forced the words out of her mouth. Kill me, Lul begged. Kill me. Just kill me. You have obtained your vengeance. Kill me now. Noah looked deeply at her, then shook his head with a smile. No, he answered and continued on his way, leaving behind a shattered Lul as he arrived before Tiamat and the others. Clapping his hands, he blessed them with a smile so pure, so gentle, it sent a shiver down their spines. Who wants to be first? Behind him, his wives stifled laughter, inwardly grateful that they were Noah's wives and not his opponents, because oh, woe to those who crossed his path as enemies, for they would endure such an ordeal that even stones would weep for them. Chapter 463, Dominion under Rule. The following events conducted themselves swiftly. The binding process with the origins and legacy bearers was far less flashy than the one with Miriam, and compared to the fact that he had obtained everything from his mother because of the love she held for him, Noah was granted only the right to obtain one thing from each of them. It was a difficult decision, Noah realized, for each one of them was unique in their own way, possessing multiple skills and aspects he wouldn't mind hoarding for himself, not for use, honestly. Just for vanity, yet he couldn't. And all because their devotion to him was nearly zero. And even that was Noah being generous. Still, without further dragging the process, Noah chose from the king in the north his talent, called singularity. From the queen of hearts, he took one of her innate skills, the progenitor's call. That was something he already had a nasty plan for. When it came to Tiamat, the prince hesitated far longer than usual. The mother of Ouroboros was truly one of a kind. She was a being with so much uniqueness that he wondered how he had dared to send Emmy and Aphasia to this monster. She was far stronger than all of his wives. Even combined, He gave an awkward smile, inwardly thinking he might need to apologize to the two of them. Coming out of his wandering thoughts, Noah snatched away from Tiamat a blessing. Now, that was something Noah had never seen before. The blessing was unique, for it was not given by the records, judging by the name it bore, Logo's blessing, touch of time. He briefly wondered what it could mean, but then wafted away those thoughts away. That was for later. For now, Noah simply noted it and decided to ask Gaia about it afterward. Continuing on, he repeated the same actions with all the others who agreed to bind themselves to him. The prince was not the only one gaining something in this process. If he had the right to obtain something from them, then those who bound themselves to him encroached upon his own existence. That was the greatest gain. The meaning was simple, yet harrowing. The binding process meant that a part of their existence was now in Noah's hands. In exchange for such a loss, they gained something called spark, which was the manifestation of their bond and their image of Noah. Spark materialized physically as a tattoo on the chest, where the heart lay, of the bound. The shape and color were unique to each of them, and it was the new sigil of the Ataraxia bloodline, shaped like hundreds of hands forming one gigantic hand that seemed to grasp nothing. It was colored in crimson gold. In terms of power, spark was an unlocker of potential. Binding themselves to Noah granted them a boost to their talents, and the degree of that boost depended on their devotion to Noah himself. The higher the devotion, the greater the enhancement. With that, they could reach beyond universe-level talent, making them capable of attaining a level of power they could barely begin to comprehend. But the price of such power was complete devotion, not something all of them were willing to pay, and that was not all. Beyond that, spark also contained within it the fundamental aspect of evolution. Meaning that, under the right conditions, spark could ignite the evolution of a skill, a talent, or even the person themselves into a superior state. Once all of them grasped the significance of what they had obtained from Noah, their eyes undeniably began to glow differently when they looked at him. It was a mixture of raw awe and unfiltered fear, because if a being could evolve their talent and everything that they were, then the station of such a being was far above them. Only then did they begin to glimpse the nature of Noah. Only a glimpse, yet even that was enough for some of them to struggle to come to terms with it, and one could only wonder what would happen if they knew he was the very Son of Will Eternal. The Son of Reality itself. Some knowledge was not meant for all to know, just as some truths were not meant for all to hear. And even more so, just as some roads were not meant to be walked by all, as spark was also something Miriam possessed. And something all of Noah's wives would have once he bonded with them. Finishing the binding, without sparing even a glance at those who refused his proposal, making them gnaw their fingers in pure dread, Noah now focused on his next task. He looked at his mother, his mouth already smiling before he was even aware of it. "I have a favor to ask you, Mother Miriam, which is..." She tilted her head. The others listened closely. Noah swept his right hand, encompassing the whole hall of fog they were in. "I would like to bind myself to all the beings in your dominion, and to the dominion itself. It's for my advancement. And also for yours to be born." His request was answered with a lazy wave of Miriam's hand. "You are my son, and thus the heir to whatever I have obtained," she said, her voice holding a distinct note of contentment. "So you can take it all." The wives smiled at this. Selene was smiling as well, but it quickly stiffened when Miriam glanced at her from the corner of her eyes. The soul ruler was smirking. Selene's right eyelid twitched. She smacked her lips together in slight irritation and snapped her head away, refusing to look at Miriam's gloating face any longer. Noah watched the interaction and said nothing, except to thank Miriam with a light kiss on her forehead, and so it began. The Hall of Fog was the central place of the Dominion, where Miriam, the soul ruler, resided. It was situated at the very end of a structure that resembled a gigantic tree. The Hall of Fog lay at the root. It was there that Noah bonded himself to the core of the Dominion, earning control over it, and moving upward through the tree-like Dominion, one would see multiple blobs of fog at the ends of condensed branches that formed the shape of a tree. Each of these held a specific number of souls and types. The souls inside those spheres imprisoned, and the higher one went, the greater the number of souls in each sphere, yet at the same time, their dangerousness lowered significantly. From what Miriam told him, at the very tip of this tree-like dominion lay a metropolis of cities linked together in a mesmerizing fashion, all under her rule. The souls roaming there were those allowed to remain free, granted the right to work. The people there could marry again. Clearly, it was an entire world unto itself, but that was not Noah's interest that day. The prince convinced each soul to accept his binding. The method of persuasion was a matter for another discussion, but any who refused after some gentle talk found themselves added to a growing group of the disobedient. a group that reeked of fear-born souls, unaware of what fate awaited them. Soon enough, they reached the very summit, where the least dangerous souls resided. There, Noah faced no opposition at all, obtaining the willing consent of every one of them. At that moment, the prince completed one of the requirements to step into the next rank with the far-reaching help of Mariam, the sole ruler of the Dominion, Duke of Cloud. Providence chimed. Yet her chime was accompanied by the sudden arrival of a new soul within one of the foggy spheres, a soul that screamed relentlessly the instant it arrived. Aiden! 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 Brother! At that name, Noah and his wives halted abruptly, their heads snapping toward the source of the cries. There, they saw a woman shedding searing tears, fear and pain soaking her face, a woman most of the Veilgrim knew all too well. This is... Noah began, suddenly feeling a rising sense of dread, threatening to choke him. Patricia Stoneheart, Chapter 464. Grieving Red. Patricia Stoneheart and Aiden Stoneheart, siblings of Elijah Stoneheart, never truly felt at ease with Noah hovering above their heads, no matter on which side of lay they stood, and that feeling only worsened when Sophie became the Crimson Empress of the Castria Empire, turning their family into nothing but a pitiful, wretched cluster of people trying to keep their heads low just to not wake up dead. It was immensely crushing to live with such a burden, especially when they were not used to such a lifestyle. So even if Elijah was dead, their selfish vengeance delivered by the hand of another person, life did not get any better, yet they endured it. They learned how to bend the knee when the matter involved the Veilgrim, and how to make themselves small when other newly rising powers wished to humiliate them for the sake of ego. Needless to say, it was agony, but in that process, they understood how to kill their ego, making the two siblings like two sides of the same coin. Oh, how great it was to realize that once the ego was out of the way, a relationship could flourish in a way never seen before. They learned to live in harmony with others, not to impose their own lifestyle. That was what happened to the Stoneheart siblings. Patricia and Aiden leaned on each other during that ordeal, in the process understanding one another better, becoming able to do everything and anything together. They no longer cared about their family, who had grown so fearful that life became nothing but survival. They woke up, went through the day, and when night came, they went back to sleep, a monotonous life with no meaning, and there was nothing more wretched than living a life with no meaning. But Patricia and Aiden had goals. Goals of going far away and beyond, of living their lives on their own terms, forgetting everything and starting anew. Yes, in a sense, they wished to die and be reborn again. Only for them, it was more psychological than anything else, considering that, it was no surprise that when information about a wider universe beyond reached them, they made no effort to take the opportunity to walk upon it, to step outside their sphere, and take one giant step into the unknown. Yet no matter how eager they were not foolish enough to believe they were strong or talented enough. With that understanding, they chose to become Elisiari, obtaining their unfair level of talent and breaking away. Aiden chose to be an Elisiari under Anya, of destruction. Patricia, a healer at heart and in talent, chose to become Elisiari under Shadiva, of motherhood, who held an aspect of life and thus of healing. After the battle in the Shadow Realm concluded, they brought their request to Noah, who accepted without a second thought. He had, after all, no reason to keep them, and if they wished to live their own lives, they were free to do so. That day marked the beginning of the siblings' adventure, but also their journey of discovery, understanding, and continuous transformation. It was euphoric for them to travel from world to world, dungeon to dungeon, facing danger, nearly dying hundreds of times, finding interesting and unique artifacts. All of that slowly, but surely, made the siblings improve in ways even Eric, Rouge, and Malric, who chose to remain under Noah's shadow, would never experience. But it all ended the day Noah's voice reached all corners of the universe, sacrificing everything of himself for victory. And even more so when he destroyed a part of the universe, alone with a progenitor and two powerful legacy bearers. They did not know what was happening. They had no understanding of the aspirations and plans of their faction, yet they were not spared when the hunt for the Elisiari began. They were found by vampires, and they were killed. The worst part was how their killers always made sure to destroy their souls in the process, as if they were afraid of something should they fail to do so. But Patricia succeeded in holding herself together with the help of Aiden, who took the strike in her stead, and her innate healing power, and now here she was, in the spirit world, inside the newly claimed territory of Noah, who stood in front of her, his eyes pensive after listening to her story. Around him, the wives' eyes were calm and steady, yet one would be a fool to believe what they displayed. Inside, all of them were tightly gripped by fear and apprehension, each one wondering how many of their people had already died. Red, who had left her daughter behind, could no longer suppress her boiling worry. What about my daughter, Red? She asked, her voice unknowingly trembling. Do you know what happened to her? And also Malric and Eric. Patricia's face was soaked with tears. And after shouting and crying so much about the true death of her brother, she no longer had a voice left to speak, yet she did not dare refuse to answer one of Noah's wives. So with a bleeding heart, she forced her sore throat open. Where was she? She asked. In the Elven Kingdom. Red answered immediately, in the domain of the Worldborn. Treehouse. At those words, Patricia's red, puffy eyes widened in obvious shock and disbelief. Apprehension flooded her expression entirely, her mouth opened and closed again and again, as if searching for the right words yet finding none. Patricia began to squirm under the burning gaze of the Veilgrim, and, seeing the slowly rising fury inside Red's eyes as her silence dragged on, she bit her lips and vomited out the words stuck in her throat. I don't know much, she cried, but before being killed by the vampire faction, I heard something. I fucking spit it out. Red growled, her crimson eyes churning violently. Sorry, standing beside her, placed a steady hand over Red's, trying to calm the distraught mother. Noah was like stone. He said nothing. He did nothing. He only listened, his expression unreadable. Yet why did everyone feel like the entire Dominion was standing on the verge of explosion? Behind them, Tiamat shifted restlessly, sensing the deep, seething anger coiled inside Noah, choking the space itself. But her restlessness turned into harrowing dread when Patricia's next words finally burst out. I heard that the progenitor of dragons came to aid the Worldborn. She sobbed. Instinctively, everyone straightened, as if unconsciously bracing themselves for disaster, and she killed all the Elisiari. None of them survived. And that includes, she swallowed hard, her gaze lifting to Noah's dead eyes, including the first abomination, dead silence. A silence so profound that one could hear the pounding of hearts and the shallow breaths being drawn. Everyone froze, but Red was shattered, her eyes bulged, her body trembling violently as she desperately tried to hope that perhaps her daughter had escaped before the progenitor's arrival. Yet the more she thought about it, the more she knew it was impossible. Red knew her daughter. And that knowledge carved a single, merciless certainty into her heart. My daughter. Her words broke as she felt the warmth of Noah's protective embrace, her face burying deep into his chest. For a brief moment, Red was lost. Then a rasping, broken sob tore through the space. All of the wives fell into eerie silence, their hearts grieving alongside Red. Behind them, Tiamat felt the approach of doom in a way she had never experienced since the beginning of her existence. Fearfully, she turned her head toward Noah, her heart nearly clawing its way out of her chest. The man was gently caressing his wife, hiding within himself the staggering grief of losing his sister. His face shedding not a single tear. Instead, it will be fine. Noah whispered to Red, who could not stop crying, as if a dam had burst open in his presence. Believe me. He kissed her hair softly, his voice trembling ever so slightly. We will find a way. Then the prince lifted his gaze forward, doing everything in his power to keep the volatile storm of his anger from erupting. He barely succeeded. The Dominion trembled. Chapter 465. Make peace. Noah was now alone. No, Miriam was still with him, for the prince had failed to make her leave with the rest of his wives. It was not because he was feeling sulky, nor because he needed time to grieve and mourn the death of his sister and his friends. He needed it. But he knew that luxury was now lost to him, but because he needed to think of his next action. Added to that, Red had wept until she fell asleep. It was a situation Noah had never thought possible. For at their level of power and the uniqueness of their new bloodline, such an event meant a wound deeper than anything. So he sent her away with his other wives, gently asking them to take care of her. The prince could understand her pain. He was a father himself. And that realization sent his thoughts mercilessly toward his children, all of them. But mainly, Premier and Foxy, are they okay? He thought to himself, leaning back on a reclining chair, his mismatched crimson and golden eyes staring at the swirling fog above him. He was back in the Hall of Fog. Premier. He mused, letting a misted sigh escape his mouth. I sent him to the Celestial faction. All I wished was for him to better know the universe and have the opportunity to build himself in his own way. But now, he wondered, did he make the right choice? Doubt began to flicker inside him, threatening to wash over him like fire through a forest. There was also Foxy, who was in lay, alongside Fated, Chaos, and Destiny. Noah had made sure Locke was positioned at the same place Earth once occupied. A zone where no mana circulated, making it a natural protector. At least, that was what he had believed before. But was there any safe place in the universe anymore? He had no idea. And that lack of knowledge, of understanding, irritated him beyond bounds. Everything shifted, he thought, eyes narrowing. Each of them had a destiny waiting for them. A destiny I chose myself, and yet now, everything seems lost in a river of entangled threads. That was what made him unable to predict the scale of the consequences of his actions, including the death of Aurelia. He instantly shook his head at the thought. Noah refused to think about it. Every time the information of her death tried to surface inside his mind, he pushed it back into oblivion. He simply couldn't think of it right now. It was time to act, not to mourn. He couldn't mourn while his family and faction were being hunted like goddamn rats. Noah's jaws clenched tighter, the sound of steel creaking and cracking the air around him. I have a question, he said, almost like a growl, still looking at the ceiling. Yet Miriam, standing before him, answered at once. Tell me, my baby. Her words were soft and gentle, as if she were speaking to a child, afraid he might break at the wrong tone. That was exactly how Miriam felt. She was dying to help her son, yet everything about Noah radiated a single message. Not now. She was frozen, unable to do anything but stare at him with pained eyes. I need to find something, he said, prompting a lift of his mother's eyebrows. A place called the Lake of Milk-White Soul. Do you know where it is? Of course I do, Miriam replied with a sigh. That lake is under the control of Solstice, situated not only within his domain, but at its very core. She paused, gesturing around the Hall of Fog. Just like this hall, every ruler possesses a place like this, a core of their dominion. It does not have to resemble mine, but the purpose is similar. And what is the use of that lake? He asked again, this time lowering his head to look at her. The first soul answered with silence. She pushed her feet from the ground and walked toward her seated son with slow, steady steps. The distance between them bothered her greatly. It is the lake that purifies the souls of the dead when they enter the spirit world, she finally said. It is primordial for mortal souls, for they arrive burdened with a cornucopia of impurities. And as the ruler of those souls, Solstice holds dominion over it. Noah tilted his head in intrigue, but that is not its only use. Miriam halted just an inch from him. Standing there, she was looming down on him with her white eyes fixed on his face. She stretched her right hand, grasped Noah's hand hanging limply at his side, then pulled. Noah groaned, wishing to just sit, yet still complied. He stood and found himself hugging his mother. At the same time, Miriam continued her words. Her tone was now lighter. My baby, she whispered, hugging Noah despite him being slightly taller. The lake is always a means to transform souls into soul liquid, and then create from it soul coins or even enhance other souls. How? Noah frowned lightly. Can you allow a ruler to hold such a treasure by himself? And how was he not able to overpower all of you? There is always a balance, Brandon. Miriam's voice was soft and instructive. Remember that the only thing he obtains is mortal souls. And for mortal souls to match the level of an immortal soul, one needs not only an obscene amount of mortal souls but also additional materials. She shook her head lightly. And there is scarcity in those materials. He can match us in power, with enough diligence, but he can hardly surpass us. Still, yes, the lake helps him hold a huge amount of wealth and advantage, and besides, don't forget the other soul rulers, she laughed lightly. No matter how much they hate me, though I can't say the same for the fourth ruler, she seems to quite like me, they will never allow one among them to overpower the rest. They would kill him, Noah deduced. Added to that, his control over the lake is like a ticking time bomb. Any of you could wake up, rally the others, and attack him to take it from him. The only thing one needs is a good enough lie, indeed. Miriam nodded with a smile, but is that all? Noah's voice was harrowingly disappointed. Is there no other function of the lake? Something like reviving dead souls? Miriam finished his sentence. She stifled a sigh, gently pushing herself away from Noah, facing him, directly. At that instant, Noah no longer needed an answer. It was obvious from how his mother's face twisted sorrowfully. Impossible. The first soul shook her head. Once a soul is destroyed, Brandon, my baby, she paused, her heart clenching fiercely as she saw the pain her son was trying to hide. Yet she opened her mouth again, for she needed to say it. There is no turning back. There is no second chance, Miriam said. The spirit world is the last wall before oblivion, and if you were not granted that mercy of living another life, Noah closed his eyes. You need to make peace with the dead, my son. Chapter 466. No time. Make peace with the dead, my baby. The words were bitter on Miriam's tongue. But that was always how things were when death was involved. Death was a bitter name, and if there had been any other choice, she would have chosen any other words to comfort her grieving son, but there was none. His friends, his sister, and his subordinates were dying all over the universe. If they were lucky enough to have their souls transported to the spirit world, then no matter what, they would spare no effort to retrieve them. However, how could one retrieve something that had been completely destroyed? With nothing left behind, no soul, no flesh and bones, nothing. It will be there must be a way. Noah interrupted his mother midway, his voice resolute. There is always a way. His eyes left no room for slithering doubt. Looking at him, Miriam could see that Noah was trying to cling to something, as if afraid of losing the little calmness left within him, so she fell silent. She knew that speaking more than she already had would be useless. Noah was not in the right state of mind. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, Miriam didn't expect him to be all right. No one could be, after losing someone important in a single life, especially if, in some part, their death was caused by one's own actions. The guilt gnawing at his heart must be unbearable. And she, as his mother, could only watch. She sighed faintly, then simply hugged him, letting silence settle between them. Noah could sense how his mother was feeling. He knew that, to her, this was nothing but nonsense. Then again, wouldn't she probably say the same if he told her he was the son of reality? His perspective was different, not because he was necessarily stronger, or smarter, or reborn in some strange way, but simply because he had glimpsed something none of them could begin to comprehend. Noah had seen the process of creation in its primal form. He had seen the one who created everything around them play a game with her and win before disappearing, taking with him the eternal origin bloodline. So at that instant, even as sadness and anger threatened to cloud his mind, the prince was calm enough to turn inward, toward his only ray of hope. Is there any way? Noah called out, trying to link himself to Gaia. He had expected a swift answer, but when it came, it was delayed, and the voice was strange, strained. Or rather, weakened. Wait for what, Raj? Noah detected a trace of impatience in her tone. Clearly, he had interrupted her at a time he shouldn't have. Feeling inwardly apologetic, Noah spoke quickly. To bring back those whose souls were destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Is there a way? There is, Gaia said, and Noah's eyes lit up. But it's outside of your reach. Her stern voice wiped the smile from his face. And no, I will not do it for you, Raj. Not this time. You have already created enough problems for me to deal with. Noah felt the link between them waver, as if it could snap at any moment. A flicker of panic surged through him, making his body tense sharply. Miriam stirred, then looked at him with a puzzled frown. Noah paid her no attention. Tell me the way then. He barely stopped himself from speaking aloud. You can't help me, fine. But tell me how. Stay away from anything big, Raj. This is not the time for your damn folly. Gaia's voice was laced with irritation, with a trace of anger. Do you hear me? You have lost them. Accept it and move on. That is how things are. No one lives without dying. Mortals die, immortals die. Damn Raj, even reality itself can die. It's part of the process, so just tell me. Noah growled. Only the way. I need to know. And maybe to you it's nothing important, for you are used to death, and they are not beings you care about. He paused, breathing deeply, trying to restrain the boiling frustration inside him. But to me they are friends, the daughter of my wife, and someone who saw me and made me her brother. They are people who believed in me. I need to try. Noah's voice lowered, like a faint breeze. I need to at least try. He had to. Otherwise, he would never be able to look red. Or even a seaman, in the eyes again. The guilt would be too heavy to bear. Even for him, Gaia fell silent, yet that silence did not mean her anger had faded. Noah could still feel her wrath and frustration spilling outward in cascading waves. The prince briefly wondered why her reaction was so intense. What had happened? And then she answered, existence. The will eternal scowled. Control the very meaning of existence in its primeval form, and you will succeed. And to make you understand the difficulty, Raj, you need to at least reach my level. She paused. You need power equivalent to an entire perfected reality. Then the link was cut. Noah sucked in a deep breath. Gaia's words reverberating inside his mind. He closed his eyes, feeling Miriam approach him. Are you okay? Her voice was thick with worry. With his eyes still closed, Noah managed a strained, weak smile. Yes, he said, opening them again. I am fine. Not waiting for her reply, he moved at once, heading toward Miriam's throne, where the core of the Dominion resided. No time to waste, Noah thought as he walked, his eyes hardening with each step. No time, Noah. No time. The universe will not stop slaughtering your people just to let you think and doubt. He climbed the stairs two at a time and soon reached the gray throne. Once there, the throne cracked open, revealing the core of the Dominion. It was shaped like a tree formed entirely of fog. He stared at it deeply. Are you ready? Noah asked, his voice rasping. Providence answered, her tone carrying a faint trace of forlornness. As she sensed Noah's state, catching it, Noah smiled faintly. Don't worry. I am fine. Then he moved without hesitation. Let's begin. Let's make you the will of my territory. Meanwhile, now free from the clutches of the sole ruler, shadow of one was lost, the four dragons stood outside the Dominion itself. All around them, nothing existed except hazy white clouds drifting peacefully. Water, wind, and earth all had their eyes on fire, the one holding an artifact shaped like a compass. The needle of the compass moved sporadically, as if searching desperately for the correct path before settling. When will this stop? Wind asked, frustration and anxiety seeping into her voice, her eyes constantly darting around as if expecting an ambush. Shut up and wait. Fire growled, the hand gripping the compass trembling subtly. Wind's face twisted into one of ugly distaste. Her lips curled, ready to spit every profanity she knew, but the sudden, sharp halt of the needle made her snap her mouth shut. All of them focused on the direction the wisp of Illyra's soul was guiding them. They followed where the needle pointed, recalling the rough map of the spirit world engraved in their minds. Their eyes brightened, they knew exactly where they were heading. The false ruler, Water said, a sly grin spreading across her face. Queen of fraud, we're lucky. Chapter 467 Progression. The goal was to make Providence the will of his territory. A sort of being, or even entity, that would subtly control the direction of anyone's evolution. Not only that. The plan was also to make her a kind of records. It was something that would have sounded difficult, but it was nothing of the sort with Noah's present level of control. He already had a territory under his rule, one where both the folks living inside and the territory itself were bound to him, so what he did was simply take the core of his limited ruling space, gather all the pieces of existence from his bound, then place Providence in the middle, linking everything together through her. The process to make all of this work took time. And in the meantime the wives were already back in the Hall of Fog. Red was with them, her eyes as red as her name. They had always been red. But this time, the red carried a touch of forlornness, of grief and loss. Nothing of her usual grinning, ecstatic face remained. Red looked subdued, something that made all of them uncomfortable. Noah was facing away from them, yet that didn't stop him from seeing their faces and expressions as clearly as the sun at midday. Already, he was wondering how he would explain to Red the matter of soul erasure. That conversation filled him with dread to the core. Later, he berated himself, shook his head, then focused back on finishing the process. It was harder to do than he had thought. In spite of that, he did it. As the ruler, Noah needed to willingly give away a certain level of authority and power to Providence for her to function as he intended. He didn't hesitate even once, giving everything necessary. As he reached the finishing touches, the prince felt a part of Providence's existence and self slowly seep into the core of his territory. Then she expanded, like fog filling a room, covering the entire Dominion from top to bottom, from left to right. An instant later, ding! A chime echoed inside Noah's head alone, yet the Dominion itself vibrated. Elisiari. Noah's answer was swift. The name would be in homage to their past selves, and to those still living in fear back in the universe. Chapter 468 Tree of Ashes. No mindless talk was needed. Noah acted immediately as if all of them were nothing but fertilizer to embellish his territory. He took hold of the souls he captured in the process of taking over the Dominion, then used them as nourishment for the very fog that made up the Dominion. The effect came out to be just as expected. His territory became somehow stronger and more resilient. Next, he grabbed the origins. There were life, death, samsara, transformation, and even frost. He shattered them into thousands of fragments, ignoring their squeals of pain and hatred, and gave all to Providence, that will absorb them into her ever-evolving records, then created artifacts with those origins. Keys of beginning, she called them that way. Afterwards, Providence explained to Noah that these keys would be used as a way for his wives and only his wives to grasp, in the future, an origin. Yes, all of them would need to create their own origin at a later stage of their power system. Noah, in contrast, did not need any of these. How could he? He was the origin itself of all inside his domain. and even origin was not worthy of him. Moving on, the prince went towards Lul. Simultaneously, the wives were done grasping their current power in the use of providence. They gathered together and strode towards Noah, who was crouching down, looking at Lul kneeling on the floor. "What else of me do you wish to destroy?" Lul said, her voice fragmented. "I have nothing left. You took everything of me." "Everything? Let's not play the victim here," Noah said lazily. "You are nothing like that. And it seems you are not the only one," he sighed, and behind his wives, read more specifically, waves of power began to spill out, wreaking too much of wrath. "I have thought," Noah picked it up again, "that me killing you would stop any of them from foolish actions regarding me. But it looks like not. I wonder," his tone became colder, "do I need to slaughter all of you for you to understand?" Lul, even in her broken state, began to understand the meaning behind his words. She let out a slow, rasping laugh. There was a hidden, vicious delight in the news she had just heard, and she felt happy, not because Noah was upset. No, she was past that state. But because she wouldn't be the only progenitor to go through such torture at the hands of this monster. There was also solace in knowing you were not the only one when something bad happened, yet when something good occurred, most would wish they held the monopoly over such things. "I will tell you all you need to know about each of them," Lul said, smiling with absolute lunacy. She was completely shattered. "But all I need is death." The progenitor of elves raised her hand, trying to touch Noah's face. Thud dash, her arm was severed, falling to the ground with green blood spluttering from the wound like gushing water. "Don't touch him," Yuki said coldly, her orange eyes glaring at Lul with killing intent. She didn't even use her gift, Sword of Severance, but only a flick of her finger. The paragon of severance needed no sword. Her body itself was enough. The pain jolting inside Lul's body was staggering, yet she only gave a light scowl, a smile with bloodied teeth towards Yuki, then focused back on Noah. She was used to pain now. So with blood pouring down from her, Lul continued her words as if nothing had happened. "Will you kill me?" she asked once more. The situation was eerie. However, what was more frightening was the fact none of them batted an eye at such an event. The sight of blood, of torture, of pain and madness, all of these had become something the Veilgrim were used to. Even Emmy acted as if nothing had happened, playing with a golden coin between her fingers. Now, all of these were things they basked in so deeply that none of them noticed the alien side of their own selves, and none ever would. "I thought you would know your place after what happened to you," Noah said softly. "I am not bargaining with you, Lul. And I have told you," he smiled coldly, "I won't kill you. I beg dash, I need a place to store the records of my territory." Noah cut her ever-begging words. "And I would also need a guardian," he paused, tilting his head. "Well, I do not need it. It's only for the aesthetic," he smiled, but Lul's eyes were still very much confused, yet also fearful, at what Noah was planning, and there was not much time to even guess, for the prince acted, immediately, with a simple order. The space to his left ripped apart like a curtain, showing a shifting void similar yet different from what all of them were used to. He raised his hand, plunged it inside. And with his atomic manipulation, Noah shaped and transmuted the void into matter, creating a small budding ball of a realm. Next, he focused on Lul, who was looking at him with widening eyes, understanding dawning upon her. Without giving her time to speak, Noah's hand was already upon her. He ripped away the very core of Lul, the thing that made her the being she was, earning a shrill cry from her. Something appeared inside his hand, shaped like a world tree with mesmerizing green beauty. The body of Lul in front of them crumbled like a castle of sand. Before disappearing into nothing, Noah took the very consciousness and true soul of the progenitor and placed it into the core. Next, he took Lul's core and fused it with the budding realm he had just created. A world tree began to grow. Noah gave it a name. Tree of Ashes, the House of Records. At the name, the tree began to change appearance. Stripping its greenish color, it took on an ashen look, splendid and unique to the eyes. Inside the tree, now the size of a high-ranked world, Lul watched her own body transform, the pain of the process enough to make her lose consciousness again and again. Soon, it stopped, the size and scale of the tree almost touching that of a prime world. Noah took the library of records inside his mind, made an exact copy of it, then placed it within the tree, and then, ding, once the realm was established, the avatar of the tree, Lul herself, appeared. Her skin was gray, with matching hair and eyes. Despite all of that, her impossible beauty still clung to her. She stared at Noah with pained, fearful eyes, pitiful to the bone. Noah simply waved his hand, the realm closing and hiding itself within the folds of his territory. He breathed, closing his eyes briefly. Then he stood up, turning toward his wives with a faint smile. "Sorry for taking so long," he said, already moving toward Red and, pulling her into a hug. Red nestled into his embrace, saying nothing, simply enjoying his presence. Noah continued to speak to the others, caressing the back of his war goddess lovingly. "Everything is ready," he said. "Now there is only one thing left to do." The wise eyes hardened. "And that is to simply take control of this world as fast as possible and go back to the waking universe." And so, Sophie cracked her neck left and right. "Let's begin," she finished, her voice as cold as death. Chapter 469. Been so long. The wives excused themselves, leaving behind Noah and Red to talk. The husband and wife were inside the infinite records realm, the tree of ashes itself, sitting atop a branch which was the true body of Lul. The atmosphere around them was peaceful. There was no wind, yet the ashen leaves of the realm rustled gently as if a breeze whispered to them. They had been there for. Red didn't know. The concept of time barely existed inside that realm, making it hard for her to guess anything, but she didn't even want to. She needed peace. She needed comfort. So, wordlessly, the paragon of war leaned her head on her husband's left shoulder, then closed her eyes. The wound in her heart was still fresh, bleeding furiously. Still, now there was a little solace wrapping her in a cocooning embrace. "Do you believe in me, Red?" Noah suddenly asked, his face fixed on the waves of ash drifting in front of him. "I believe in you more than I do in myself," Red answered, then frowned subtly. "It's quite a weird question. But I know you never ask something for no reason. So tell me, why such a question?" Noah didn't hesitate, confessing to Red everything Gaia had told him about how to retrieve a being whose soul had been erased. The only thing left to do was to manipulate the very existence of such a being and bring them back. That was easier said than done. Even now, Noah couldn't fathom what it meant to manipulate existence. The task to achieve such strength seemed so elusive and distant, gave him a headache. If it were just another strength he wished to obtain for himself, the prince would take it as just another quest he would eventually clear and gain rewards from. This was different. Here, the existence of his sister, friends, and the very happiness of his wife, brother, and even the whole faction was on the line. That was a burden. And that was the kind of burden Noah knew he carried, but only now truly understood the dreadfulness of it. Him not succeeding in such an ordeal was something he would rather not think about, and after the event of him sacrificing everything for a win, Noah learned one thing: he could very much bloody damn die. Nevertheless, he had to succeed. "We need to reach the level of a perfected reality," Red whispered, then turned to look at him. "I cannot honestly fathom such a level of strength." Noah smiled faintly. "Step by step," he said, speaking less to her and more to himself. "We will eventually reach it. And we will get Rouge, my sister, and everyone back." He stretched his hand and gently tucked a stray strand of hair veiling her face behind her right ear. "No matter the time it will take, we will reach it. But meanwhile, we can do something for them. Something to tell them when they come back to us." Knowing Rouge, Red let out a giggle. "She will probably prefer talk about bloodshed and death. She is just like you know, what?" "No." She laughed, and that was the first sincere laugh he had gotten from her since the dreadful news. "Rouge is another level, Noah. I just like to go to war. She likes to cause seas of blood, bathe in it, and drink it. I sometimes wonder if she wasn't born into the wrong race," she added with a louder laugh. "Believe me, you're not the only one to think that," Noah chuckled. "But in any case," he continued, "you have influenced her. Now, darling, we have no other choice but to create bloody stories for us to tell about, so we start with Solstice?" Red said, her voice more vigorous, more eager. "They said if you know where you are going, you won't have a bad trip." Red now knew where she needed to go. And no matter how far it looked, she at least had something to look forward to, something to walk toward, that made her both relaxed and ridiculously motivated to cause bloodshed. "Solstice?" Noah said. "Yes, indeed, we start with him. But I'm getting annoyed by knowing little to nothing about the events in the waking universe." He looked at her. "So we will need to do this fast and perfectly. You have your paragons," Red said, slowly getting up to stand on the frail-looking ashen branch. "You have your wives." She smiled shyly. "I know we failed you concerning the matter with the origins." Noah suppressed a laugh at Red's embarrassed tone. "But we can promise you it won't happen again." The paragon of war extended her hand toward her husband. "I'm not worried," Noah said, taking her hand, and felt Red pull him up. Soon, he was standing beside her, watching the realm of ashes around them. He turned, grasped Red's face between his palms, and kissed her lovingly on the mouth. The kiss went on longer than intended, but only because each of them was unaware of how much they had missed the other. How much they missed their time in bed, when moans filled the room, and the scent of arousal, sex, and cum soaked the surroundings. Red missed how she was left breathless every time, while Noah missed the wild and kinky Red in bed. With that in mind, their kiss went deeper and deeper, tongues intertwining in a feral expression of love, while their hands sensually explored each other's bodies. Noah touched her breasts and her ass, feeling how, with her new bloodline, everything was different. For the better, of course. Her breasts were perfectly cupped, soft to the touch. When he grabbed them, Red let out a soft moan muffled by Noah's mouth. Then the prince went lower, sinking his hands deep into her ass. They moved easily, and he felt like a pastry chef working dough. Her ass was sinfully soft, the kind that made your hands itch to never let go. Red was not to be left behind. Already, her hand was around Noah's cock. The way she touched it through his pants, even trying to free it, showed the hunger she felt. It had been so long, and at that instant, they wished for nothing more than to indulge themselves. They finally broke the kiss for a moment, both gasping for breath, lips smeared with saliva, their eyes locked, reflecting nothing but lust. I think, Red said, we can start by creating a sexual tale for my daughter. A tale of her mother being fucked by her husband. Red added, plastering her body against Noah's. I was thinking the same, Noah said. Just for a moment, I want to lose myself in you. They smiled widely, minds consumed by nothing but the urge to be driven to the brink of madness by pleasure. Their clothes disappeared, rouge almost coming when Noah's dick pressed against her toned abs. She reached out to grasp it, only for everything to crash down as Providence's loud voice boomed throughout the tree of ashes. The sexual tension dried like cotton, and Noah and Red found themselves craving nothing but murder. They better have a good reason, Noah growled, his eyes blazing with killing intent, so intense one would think his mother's had been murdered, or they will all fucking die. Red finished. Chapter 470. Intruders. Standing in the middle of the hall of fog, Red and Noah watched with irritation all over their faces at the big screen in front of them. On it, they saw 4 dragon-like souls, trying to barge into their territory without any ceremony. Covering their bodies was moving, living shadows that seemed to devour everything around them, giving them the strength to make Elisiari tremble as if it would crumble with their claws alone. Do you know them? Red asked her sister, Illyra, who was equally staring at this scene. But compared to the others, her eyes glowed with the light of recognition. I know them, Illyra said, eyebrows peaked. They are the leaders of the basic elemental dragons, fire, water, earth, and wind. What are they doing here? Solaris inquired. Did they die because of the events going on in the waking universe? It's possible, Apollonia interjected, but that is clearly not what's important here at the moment, Solaris. These 4 worms are trying to forcefully enter the territory of a soul ruler. She cocked her head. That, the paragon of light continued, that is important. There is also the power they are using, Esther whispered, standing to the right of Noah, watching intensely. It's a shadow-type power. But I, as a paragon of shadow, have never felt something so utterly different yet, so uniquely powerful about shadows. It's quite normal. It's the power of the first soul ruler, Miriam finally said. Shadow of One was lost. That's her name. And if these guys hold her power, then these souls are sent by her, Celine concluded. That would explain their reckless confidence in barging into our territory. After all, you did say you were an uncrowned ruler. Celine spared Miriam a sidelong glance. They don't respect you, it seems. Miriam said nothing, but her silence itself was an answer to Celine's guess. It was not the first time people came to her dominion for such a reason. All of them thought she was weak. And that was such a foolish way of thinking. After all, what kind of weak being could crown herself ruler when 4 rulers already existed? Because of that, Miriam had killed them all in the worst way possible. But this time it was different. The paragon of authority could see an incomprehensible amount of the first soul ruler's authority on these 4 dragons. All of these thoughts boiled down to one single question, or maybe 2. What are they doing here? Justicia asked, and why do they have her power? Well, Noah began, waving his hand. Thud. 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 Thud, for heavy bodies slammed into the ground before them. Immediately, fog stirred and trapped them. Noah added to it, chaining their very minds, flesh, and bones to the ground with his atomic manipulation. That is exactly what we are about to find out. Ah, fuck. The fire dragon hissed a curse as he felt his ass crashing into the hard ground. The other dragons acted the same, before snapping their heads upward, feeling numerous pairs of searing eyes staring daggers at them. 2 pairs of them were especially filled with worrying wrath. It took them a second or so to realize that they had stepped into the territory of the false ruler. However, who are all these people? Wind asked herself, confused, then her mind focused on the present when Red approached and squatted in front of them. What are you doing here? Red went straight to the point. One didn't need to be a genius to see that these guys wished no good. Still, they needed to know why. At her question, all the dragons remembered their task. And in eerie sync, they all snapped their heads toward the artifact. The needle was pointing with perfect accuracy toward a being among them. Lifting their heads slowly, with hearts beating in excitement, their eyes came to rest before a beautiful woman. Crimson gold hair, smooth and silky, framed her head down to just below her shoulders. She wore a white battle dress that clung to her body like glue, accentuating her curves, with white eyes that made them believe the very essence of soul was within them. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest, looking at them. Illyra Varnes had changed appearance, but the features of her visage were still the same, and with the added confirmation of the artifact, none of them doubted their discovery. We have found you. Wind bellowed, pointing at Illyra carelessly. Illyra dash, crack dash, arg. Wind's words were cut short by a wave of pain crashing down on her. When I ask a fucking question, Red growled like a mad-touched beast, shattering the finger of Wind that was rudely pointing at her. Sister, you answer. Okay? Now let's start again. The paragon of war's aura erupted out of her body, a crimson aura filled with the wails of wounded soldiers, the horns of war, the sound of blood scattering and flowing, all slammed down on the four dragons like a hammer striking an anvil. Red's face shifted, and became nothing but a red-shrouded visage, with jagged crimson teeth smiling wide until they reached her eyes, and two rotating circles, churning with blood and death, that acted like her eyes. What are you doing here? The shadows on the four dragons stirred, moving, and wrapping themselves around them protectively. They began to sigh in relief, but the aura of Red continued to rise higher and higher, while they felt heavier and heavier. Only then did they begin to recall that they were in enemy territory. Instinctively, Wind answered, "We are here to find Illyra, the lone soul dragon." She bellowed, her finger refusing to heal because of Red's power. "The first soul ruler sent us on this mission. Killing us means enraging her." At her words, Noah tilted his head. Why would she wish to have my wife? Illyra, meanwhile, was utterly confused. Why would a soul ruler want her? We don't know. Fire said. But if we do not bring her what she wants, she will come here herself. The underlying message in his words was clear. And looking at the way he was staring at them, it was obvious that Fire was threatening them. Miriam knew well how strong the first ruler was. She was the strongest, yet she never bothered herself much with politics. Still, it would not be a good idea to let her come inside their home. At least, that was what she would have said if Noah and her daughters-in-law were not with her. "I see," Noah finally answered simply. He looked over his left shoulder at Illyra. "Have any idea why, if it's a soul ruler who wants me?" "No, not at all," Illyra said. "But if it's these dragons," she smiled coldly, "what they wish from me is what almost everyone in the dragon faction wished. They want to breed me, darling, or to have my power in some way, and use me as a way to climb the ladder." She shrugged. "I have lived such situations so many times it's easy to guess them, and that was why I did all I could to be the one sent into a new world to seek a dragon champion. And I am happy for such a decision," she internally added with a smile. With that decision, her whole life shifted. The four dragons flinched at Illyra's words. Something that did not escape the eyes of the Veilgrim. "Oh," Noah whispered, smiling coldly. "The fate of your dragon faction was already hanging on a thread after what your progenitor had done, but hey," he began to walk toward them, "it could always be worse, it seems. Then again, I should not be surprised anymore. Anyway, time is scarce. So let's be productive." He raised his hand and touched the water dragon. She shivered, eyes widening in horror. Noah grinned devilishly. "You came at the perfect time." Chapter 471. It begins. Everything happened so quickly that the four dragons were left stunned, dazed. Before they even knew what and why they were doing something, they found themselves hovering above the dominion of the third soul ruler, Solstice of Twilight, their claws already sharpened for battle. Their faces were calm and cold on the outside. The power of the first soul ruler was still around them, flickering sporadically as if nothing had happened to them, as if nothing had changed, but everything had, until now. They couldn't comprehend how Noah managed such a feat, how he was controlling them without even their protection activating. But regardless of that, they no longer had any opportunity to think about it. A black-skinned woman wearing a nun-like dress, dressed in all black, veiled, and with her two palms pressed against each other as if in prayer, appeared in front of them. Her eyes were closed, and she slowly ducked her head when she parted her lips and said, "Visitors from the shadows, might I know the reason for your steps into the twilight?" With claws ready to draw sinful blood, her voice was peaceful, sounding like someone who had never once experienced anything but peace. All four dragons, at that moment, wished to have the opportunity to say what was in their minds, to say they didn't mean to come here, neither to attack them. However, the words that flowed out of their mouths were the opposite of all that. "The twilight has been monopolizing the lake for far too long," Fire said, his voice a roar of rage, as fire spilled out from him. "Our lord, Shadow of One was lost, wishes to reclaim it. Will you resist?" The nun's eyebrowless face frowned. "The dash, will you resist?" Fire cut her rudely. "Please, visitors, let's dash, will you damn resist or not?" Wind bellowed in anger, then recklessly snapped out her dragon claws, attacking the nun. Wind picked up speed, gathering the storm around her claws, simultaneously, for the shadows. Water cried, and above them, a sea of shadows appeared. Before plunging down on the Dominion mercilessly, the nun finally opened her eyes. They were all deep crimson, filled with wrath. Her face twisted, angry veins slithering all over her skin. A black, consuming aura crashed down. Bursting out from her, she stretched open her jaw, steam coming out of it as if her inside was a forge itself. "You dash, no need to shout." Esther whispered behind her. The nun froze in horror. Before she could even react, Esther put her palms on the cheeks of the nun and ripped away her head with bare strength. Bones, flesh, blood, all of them followed her movements and scattered around the space in a gory fashion. At the same time, her shadow moved and swallowed the rest of the body. The paragon of shadow disappeared as quickly as she had come. Right at that moment, a shriek of wrathful anger boomed through the space, causing the four dragons to bleed furiously, seeing a sight that sent a chill down their spines. The Soul Ruler was coming to them, and instead of fleeing away, they brandished their weapons even tighter. "For the shadows, we are dead. We are dead. We are dead." At the same time, Noah, Elira, and Yuki appeared in front of the dominion of the second Soul Ruler, the light of what was once. Contrary to the name, the place they appeared in was drenched in light. The dominion in front of them, compared to Miriam's tree-like shape, was shaped like a luminous spire whose tip disappeared into a sea of clouds. It was a stunning sight. But none of them was in any kind of mood to admire it. They could sense a heavy and piercing gaze directed at them. "He sensed us," Yuki said, standing at the right of Noah. "But he seems unwilling to come out for us. That's only logical." Elira nodded, her mind still wondering why a Soul Ruler wished for her. "He is probably waiting for us to come inside so that we could be within his own domain. We will be weakened. That would be the case if we wished to fight." Noah smiled. "But all I want is to talk." Yuki rolled her orange, sword-shaped eyes. "You do remember what Mother Miriam said, right?" she said. "The second Soul Ruler hates her more than even the others." Noah's smile seemed to widen. "That's exactly why I wish to talk," he added. "I need to know why he hates my mother." The prince then took a step forward, forcefully entering the domain of the Soul Ruler. "Excuse my intrusion." He chuckled leisurely. Behind him, Yuki and Elira followed with a shake and a smile on their faces. Noah, Yuki, and Elira were not the only ones. Miriam and Celine were together, this time standing before the fourth ruler's dominion, love that was unloved. The situation regarding them was one of strangeness. The moment Miriam and Celine appeared, the dominion, which was shaped like a huge beating heart, immediately opened itself to them, followed by the voice of the Soul Ruler. "Oh, Miriam, my beautiful Miriam," she cried. "Are you here to see me? Oh, come. Please come. But oh, did you change your hair? So beautiful," she squealed like a fangirl. "You came with a friend? Oh, isn't she a beauty?" "Yes. Yes. Let her enter." Celine's face twisted strangely at this, sparing Miriam a quizzical glance. The paragon of authority shrugged. "I told you she seems to love me." "Are we talking about the same love?" Celine asked. "I don't wish to know that answer." Miriam grumbled. "The point is, we can succeed in our quest without much effort if we play our cards, right?" "How so?" "Well, isn't it obvious, Celine, darling?" Miriam grinned, then took a step inside. "Beauty privileges." Celine rolled her eyes. "Yes, of course, in the waking universe, inside the depths of hell, a seaman was Standing in front of a small beast, the beast looked like a dog, its body made of molten crimson flame that burned hotter than the core of a star. It was lazily sitting on the ground, its crimson eyes fixed on a seaman's own, its tail flickering softly behind, patting the ground. Below, a seaman felt a heavy pressure on him from the eyes of the beast. Even so, he barely cared. In normal situations, he would have felt apprehensive about meeting with hell itself, but not anymore. He had lost his younger brother. Now he had lost his big sister. At that instant, the only thing that kept a seaman going was wrath, and the poison of vengeance tainting his soul. It no longer mattered what hell would say or even decide. His plan was already set in stone. And whether hell accepted or not, he would walk through it, even if he had to do it alone. So with cold eyes, he opened his mouth and said, I like your nature. Hell cut him mid-sentence. For a moment, a seaman was dazed, unable to understand its words. Hell didn't wait for him. Your soul, your mind, your whole body is consumed by so many sinful feelings that it's astonishing, a seaman. Now I understand why Asmodeus said you could be the best demon at the same level as him. You have been suppressing your nature for so long. But now, the seals are barely working with your siblings gone. Your true nature is bound to be exposed. A seaman's eyes were so hollow that hell itself felt a shiver down its spine. Yet, it grinned even wider. This proved exactly what they had known for so long. Why Asmodeus, a progenitor, allowed a seaman to do so much, to do anything he pleased in hell without repercussions. It stretched open its throat and barked a laugh. Demon, a seaman. You are meant to be a demon. But I know you won't accept. So here's the thing, a seaman. A seaman, here's the thing. Its voice was filled with excitement. I don't care about the whole gold eagle. That bastard will be mine to eat when the time comes. But not yet. And you would be delusional to believe you can beat him even with my aid in your current state. Oh, a seaman, have you lost your mind? Gold eagle is not for you. No. Not for you who refuse yourself, but it matters not. I will give you half control of hell, of me, for one single condition. You are wasting my time. A seaman said coldly. Say what you want. Hell laughed. Sign a hell contract with me. It laughed harder. Your soul, a seaman. Sacrifice your soul and I will give you everything I can, which is half the authority of hell. You will be at the same level as Asmodeus in terms of control and authority. Now, tell me, hell calmed down, then, with a low voice that made the whole of hell tremble in hidden wicked delight, are you ready to avenge your fake family, O a seaman, second, child of sin, chapter 472, hell contract? A seaman fell silent at the words of hell. He simply stared at the laughing molten dog-like creature, his eyes growing colder and colder as time passed. Many things and thoughts flashed through his mind, summoning memories he thought long forgotten. Memories of where he had grown up, amidst beasts, and how he had arrived there. His memories played in front of him like a movie shown by his brother, going deeper as he saw the first meeting between him and Asmodeus. One would believe that he was the one who went to seek Asmodeus, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. Not even minutes after being officially recognized as the second abomination, Asmodeus himself came to him. And there began the whole talk of child of sin and him being meant to be a demon. A seaman never knew the reasons why, but he despised the very idea of being a demon. Something within him always churned in searing distaste at the simple thought of it, but the one thing that made him even angrier, I told you, hell, a seaman growled, looking down at hell with frosted crimson eyes, to never call me that ever again. Oh, a seaman, of course you did. Hell cackled. However, that's so pitiful and pathetic of you, oh a seaman. A seaman's eyebrows knitted so tightly a chasm was slowly being formed between them. Hell barely cared. It flicked its burning tail behind leisurely and continued its words. Are you aware that you are pretending to be who you are not, a seaman? It said, mouth stretching lightly to expel molten steam. But do you know what is worse than pretending? It didn't wait for an answer. It's the fact that you are completely unaware that you are pretending, and all of this, the seaman said, is none of your concern. Hell. Again, I am not here to talk about my identity. I am old enough please, a seaman. Hell cut him briskly. Your age matters not in this matter. Your whole childhood has been spent among beasts who treated you like their own kin. Its eyes hardened, you learned their way of living, and with it their way of thinking, even their damned culture. You have been completely shaped by them. making you incapable of knowing who you truly are in the deepest of your core. Steam, as hot as the glare of the sun, escaped the mouth of hell. At that instant, its voice lost its barking tone, sounding more like a woman speaking to her child, admonishing him for having bad influences. Your entire being has been muddled by too much unnecessary noise, drowning your dash. Enough. A seaman cut Hell with a cold, descending voice. Hell halted, glaring at the hard face of the second abomination. You will not waste my time any longer, Hell, he said, jaw popping in anger. My time is scarce. So tell me, will you aid me or will you not? Hell answered with silence. It simply looked at him for a long while, its tail patting the ground below rhythmically, its mouth opening and closing, letting out soft, menacing, but annoyed growls. After what seemed like years, it finally answered, well, a seaman. Its voice regained its barking tone. I have told you what you need to do for that to happen. Give me your soul, and sign the pact. Anything but my soul, a seaman countered. My soul is not for you to take, because you believe you have any choice in this matter. Hell barked a loud laugh. A seaman, please, don't be blind. If you wish to go against Asmodeus, a progenitor, you need to at least be willing to sacrifice your soul. Or even everything. Just like, Hell didn't finish its words. A seaman was looking at it murderously, daring it to continue. It was tempted. But Hell, like Asmodeus, held a soft spot for a seaman. The man knew it, even though he didn't know why. Well, he did. But accepting that meant accepting something he had been taught to run from, and that, he couldn't. Tell me your decision, a seaman, Hell urged. Tell me and at least you will be able to prevent yourself from another unnecessary heartbreak. At its words, a seaman tilted his head. What do you mean, your answer? Hell simply said, smiling mysteriously. The second abomination frowned. A rising feeling of warning was creeping inside his soul. But he couldn't pinpoint if it was because of Hell or anything going on outside this room. My soul, huh? A seaman thought, closing his eyes briefly. Next, he pictured the beasts that raised him. He watched, and saw the first time he laid his eyes on them. He seemed to have just been born, yet his mind was clear. A seaman saw those beasts the first time as he came out from a crimson egg etched with black swirling tattoos, as big as Mount Everest. Then he witnessed how they took hold of him, about to kill him, only to be stopped by an old, wrinkled, shriveled, and trembling chimpanzee. After that, something was conducted inside his body, making him lose the innate power he had to see a large beast made of flame whimpering towards him somewhere, a beast who wished to be close to him, to see him and protect him. Then he was raised, taught by them all he knew. Until now, a seaman knew nothing about that flaming beast, even though an idea was already inside his mind. But all of that was a useless matter at that moment. So he exhaled and steeled himself for the inevitable outcome of this situation. Hell sensed it, and it began to grin widely even before the confirmation. Fine, a seaman whispered. Fine, Hell. He looked at the beast in front of him. Let's sign the Hell contract, he said. But first I need to know what is happening. Oh, that? Hell cackled. It's just that gluttony betrayed you. He managed to take out the sin core of envy and fatally wound lust. That poor whore is on her last leg. Pitiful, isn't it? Now gluttony has joined wrath and pride. Hell grinned wide. Envy is dying. Without her sin core, she will lose her power. And gluttony will have the power of sloth if he absorbs her core. Don't count on sloth. Wrath has taken her hidden child hostage. She will not fight for you anymore. Meaning, my dearest seaman, child of sin. A seaman's eyes dilated. Without me you will die just as your fake siblings have died, and your death will be nothing glorious like the madman, or even as courageous albeit foolish as the first abomination. Your death. A seaman, Hell passed its forked flaming tongue along the edge of its mouth, will be worthy of one who refused himself. A death with no meaning. Dead silence soaked the surroundings. A seaman eyed Hell quietly, then slowly, ever so slowly, a wide, hollowed smile crept onto his face. Shiver dash. Hell shivered so hard it almost jumped on its legs, its hair standing on edge. Oh! A seaman exclaimed. I see. I see. Let's continue, Hell. He stretched his hand. Let's start the Hell contract now. Chapter 473, Shifting Memories. Hell looked at a seaman, feeling something abnormal about this whole situation. It had expected any kind of response from a seaman. Something along the lines of fear, anger, or even sadness and pain after knowing that not only was he betrayed, but also that his allies were either killed or hurt. Instead, a seaman had smiled, looking as if, you expected it? Hell asked incredulously. You expected such an event? Seaman only looked at the beast, still outstretching his hand toward it, waiting for the hell contract to occur. Answer me. Hell demanded, eyes blazing. They are demons. Hell, Seaman spat. They are beings who betrayed their own race for their own gains. What told me they wouldn't do the same? He scoffed. I would be the dumbest person in this universe if I ever put my trust in any of them. So now let's end this. Hell, he continued. I have things to do. He pressed his lips into a thin line, hoping that whatever was keeping Asmodeus from coming back would continue in that way, otherwise, all his plans would turn to ashes. Hell, meanwhile, no longer cared. It had already begun the process by taking its own blood in Seaman's. The beast was thrilled to bind itself to a Seaman more than the man himself believed. He didn't know. Oh, he didn't know what he was about to give. Hell laughed inwardly, all while shoving away from its mind the whimpering cries of a strange flaming beast. Let's begin, it cried in delight. A circle, made from Hell and Seaman's blood, erupted on the ground, encircling the two inside. The atmosphere shifted, becoming heavy and solemn. Seaman shook his head and focused once more on the current situation. Now that the contract was actually going to happen, the man couldn't help but feel that he was being trapped, that he was losing the last bit of his past self that Noah and Aurelia knew. Did it matter? It did, to him at least. But not to the universe, and he was nothing but a bigger ant in the grand scheme of things. As a result, the Hell contract was being signed, and Seaman sold his soul to Lilith's firstborn, the Hollow of Eden. Simultaneously, a rather strange event was occurring inside the celestial domain, deep inside the sunny world, where Premier was being continuously tortured by Soleil, the bearer of sun. Rue Octave was inside a makeshift room. Soleil was not in Sunny, being called by the light-touched, for his uncle Apollo was released and orders were given. That news sent a bolt of shock like heaven's wrath through all the factions of the Celestial. All of them felt apprehension and panic and horror that they would now receive the wrath of Apollo after knowing what they had done to his faction, but most importantly to his daughter. The tension felt like someone was holding a choking grasp on their throats, making them barely able to breathe. In that instant, despite the numerous factions existing in the Celestial faction, all of them began to either flock under Idalia Marigold's protection or to the light-touched, the incarnation law of the Celestial. This caused many factions to disappear, swallowed by these two. Already, a prominent shift occurred with only Apollo's liberation. A shift none of them realized the fatality of. One could wonder what would happen next if Apollo began to act. It was an intriguing question, but Rue didn't care about such a thing. He was nothing but someone Soleil took under his wings in order to do the dirty jobs. He was nothing. But he wanted to be something. That was why he felt happy that he had gotten back one of his most powerful records stolen by Aurelia, the first abomination. He was thrilled, and he didn't miss the opportunity to flaunt this knowledge to Premier. That boy broke even further, yet he still didn't say anything except, I know nothing. At that point, Rue knew Premier's consciousness and mind were completely broken. And the only things he could say were those words that showed his defiance and his determination to die a death without betrayal. Rue, unknown to himself, began to feel a kind of admiration toward the firstborn of the madman. Not only that, he began to feel something akin to love for Premier. It was that event, that feeling, that made his mind's defensive barrier flare up. What is happening to me? Rue wondered, sitting at the edge of his bed, his head buried deeply in his hands. Why am I suddenly feeling bad for the child? Why am I feeling the urge to help him? It didn't make any sense. Rue had wished nothing but to see Premier suffer and pay for what Noah had done, and now everything changed. He was lost, his mind slow and heavy. His memories seemed to haze lately, feeling like illusions. This morning he had tried to recall an event that happened thousands of years ago. Strangely, he couldn't remember. Which was, already, supposed to be impossible. It was not all. Instead, another set of memories had appeared inside his mind. Memories akin to multiple beings talking with each other. He didn't learn anything from it and understood nothing about what they were saying. Still, there was one word, or maybe a name, he couldn't tell, that was always mentioned in the process. Harmony, Rue muttered unconsciously. His eyes immediately widened as he gasped loudly, throat sore and dry, feeling a horrific, piercing gaze settle on him. A gaze so deep it seemed his whole existence was laid bare in front of. He fell to the ground, kneeling, hands clenching his chest, his heart thrashing like a huffing, spitting mad horse. Beads of sweat swelled, trickling down his face non-stop like raindrops on leaves. For a brief instant, Rue thought that he was about to die. Yet not even a second after, everything disappeared as if it had been nothing but an illusion. Rue Octave fell face first on the floor, losing consciousness. Inside his mind, another shift occurred. Outside of the house, Premier was still being killed and revived, his words reverberating all around. Kano, Noth dash, he died, for the 57,984th time, at the same time, in the depths of the light-touched territory, where nothing existed except lights that came from nowhere. Where is your mother? The light-touched said, also known as Law, or even Siren Sora. She was sitting on her throne, her faceless golden visage looking down on Soleil octave of bright sky. Soleil tilted his head. Why would you ask me such a thing? He chuckled humorlessly. It's not like I know what my mother is doing. Oh? Is that so? Is that surprising? Soleil said. If even you don't know, no offense, Law, but how can I? Law fell silent, looking at Soleil with amused yet cold eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke once more, her voice still smooth. It matters not. You will let her know that her father and her dear brother are dying to see her. Especially her brother. She laughed cynically. Can you imagine being separated from your sister for so long? I am sorry, I cannot relate. You don't have to, Law laughed. Just know the feelings are heavy, enough to cause some damage. She paused. Very, very unfortunate damage. Soleil's eyes narrowed. Why did you call me here? Light touched. His voice was cold, edged with obvious impatience. So impatient, Law muttered, then giggled. Just like your mother. Soleil parted his lips to speak, only to fall silent as Law's next words boomed through his head. The Dreamspawn have breached the universe from the low east. You are tasked to go there and protect it. Bearer of Sunday, Chapter 474, Dreamspawn, the Dreamspawn? Soleil echoed, frowning so heavily his face twisted like a wrinkled brain. How did they enter the universe? They were the least likely ones to succeed, yet they did. Law said. Still, they did it in a way that felt too convenient for it to be by themselves alone. You mean, Soleil said, that there are traitors inside the universe? Does it surprise you? It shouldn't, Bearer of Sunday. If even your mother could betray her own brother for power, Law smiled with her only facial features, her eyes, what would stop the other beings of the universe from doing the same? Nothing, Bearer of Sunday. Nothing at all. Soleil's sun-like eyes were fixed on Law impassively. Since the beginning of this meeting, the light-touched had been furiously trying to get him out of his zone. To make him wrathful by constantly attacking his mother, it was strange. It was not the first time he was attacked by her, but it was certainly the first time she did it so openly. What had changed? Soleil mused internally, keeping his outward expression quiet and steady despite his internal turmoil. The answer to this question was easy and obvious. It was the liberation of Apollo, his Uncle Apollo and the light-touched. Could it be? He deduced, but his attention was brought back to the current situation by Law's voice. Focus here, Bearer of Sunday. She said. We have traitors within our home. Traitors who helped those Dreamspawn enter the universe more easily. Do you have any idea who? Soleil asked, deciding to think about his deduction later. It's not an easy matter. Law rhythmically tapped her finger on her light-made armchair. We cannot accuse anyone. If we do, we will only breed more annoying situations that could serve the traitors. We are already divided enough. We cannot worsen the wounds. That's not our goal, and that's also not quite your goal either, Bearer of Sunday. Law pointed her slender index finger at him. Your goal is to kill those Dreamspawn and protect the low east side of the universe. If you can gather information about traitors, do so. But only as a secondary task. She paused, eyes transfixed on Soleil. Are my words clear to you, Bearer of Sun? They are. He nodded simply. Good. Law said. And I must also add that you will go with Horus, the Falcon of the Falconer, from the Divine Beast faction. Soleil arched an eyebrow. Horus? Wasn't he? His words were swallowed inside his mouth as he remembered a recent event. Law confirmed his thoughts. His stolen records of sky, kingship, and vision have returned with the first abomination's death. He has regained his power and wishes nothing more than to reclaim his lost glory. Law smiled, paused once more, letting Soleil follow her fast speech. I believe he will be a good companion for this endeavor. And it's a good opportunity to smoothen our relationship. No matter how solitary we are, it's no time for things like this. When shall I depart? Soleil asked directly, unwilling to stay there any longer. As soon as possible. Law said. In fact, I dare say you must go immediately. We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate. Fine. Soleil whispered. I will depart after a stop in my world, he decided and completely disappeared without another word, leaving Law sitting there alone. The woman smiled, then a voice whispered through her ears, deep inside her mind, "Are you sure about this decision? Why were you so open this time?" The voice whispered. It sounded like a broken record. Law only grinned, closing her eyes. "What did I do? I just discussed with him like any other person." "You are getting too bold," the voice said. "Such a shift in comportment will be seen as suspicious, and so?" Law grinned. "Let them think that." The voice fell silent, then retreated back into her mind. Law laughed. Back in Sunny World, Rue began to slowly regain his consciousness. He woke up groggily, his body creaking and snapping loudly in the process. What happened?" he muttered painfully, voice raspy and dry, feeling a terrible headache slamming into his skull. He groaned painfully, looking around. Rue Octave saw the makeshift house he had created completely destroyed, increasing his puzzlement. He pivoted his body, his eyes settling on Premier, still in the process of dying. Rue's eyes lowered and saw a runic formation glowing with golden light underneath Premier. The runes were responsible for not only killing but also reviving the firstborn of Noah non-stop. He coughed, spilling out spit mixed with golden-tainted liquid. Rue was completely lost, his mind jumbling so much that the world seemed to tilt before his eyes. He slowly got up, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Gradually, his mind was coming back to normal, the headache melting away. Sighing, Rue looked back at the dying Premier. Seeing him more and more broken as time passed, he took a step toward him, feeling the urge to do something. Something like water? Rue mused internally. Yes, he can drink what? Rue jerked in absolute shock as, above, the sky of Sunny World ripped apart like a gory damn sheet of paper. The sound reverberated like a loudspeaker, making the very world tremble and quake like a mortal man trapped in the depths of Antarctica. Immediately, the will of the world began to bellow in both anger and pain. Who dares? Fire erupted. Molten earth shredded, then rose skyward. In one instant, the world seemed to end. That was when Rue's eyes noticed something. And what he saw made his mind feel as if it were about to crack and splinter like wood. There, at the edge of the shattered sky, beings began to pour down. Gray-skinned, with no other facial features except their wide, jagged mouths. Rue had never seen them with his own eyes, but he had heard enough to know that these beings were the Dreamspawn. Rue cried out erratically as he fell to the ground on his back, the earth beneath him twisting. In the process, his eyes met an odd sight within the rain of Dreamspawn falling upon this world. There, an ash-like silver-haired woman with foxy features was falling among the Dreamspawn, protected as if she were a worshipped queen. Strangely, seeing the woman invoked within him the same feeling he had when looking at Premier. One of love and a searing desire to protect. Everything that happened when those beings entered Sunny occurred so quickly that Rue barely perceived it. The woman's eyes immediately settled on Premier, and seeing how he was dying and reviving non-stop, her eyes widened so much one would believe they might burst from their sockets. Then her eyes shifted, becoming pure purple, dream and illusions of catastrophic events bleeding through reality. Rue shivered, her voice boomed out, "Brother." Premier's mind snapped into eerie clarity at the sound of her voice. He lifted his bleeding eyes and head upward just before his next death, managing a few broken words at the sight of his sister falling from the shattered heavens. Foxy, Chapter 475. We don't forget, blood and ashes fell from the sky like the weeping of the heavens. Sunny tore open, its cries of anger and outrage rumbling all around like thunderclaps, as the Dreamspawn with Foxy fell down like iron rain. The sight was both majestic and horrifying. Rue, at that moment, couldn't help but admire them, but also fear what they would do to him once they touched the squirming earth below. Back on the burning earth, he rested his trembling golden eyes on Foxy, noticing how dreams, that felt too real to be considered simple dreams, flooded furiously into the current reality at her anger. "Brother," her voice was so loud the air visibly parted away, rustling and churning restlessly. At that instant, nothing else was important to the eyes of Foxy except her brother. In one glance, she took in his current situation. She saw him saying her name, only to die and revive again. The process was so fast that an untrained eye would think he didn't even die. Hatred and anger so deep, so profound, that her purple glowing eyes were tainted with crimson, tightened viciously her heart like a clenched fist. Her heart hurt so much, the urge to kill and slaughter everything was so tempting that Foxy almost forgot that she was here to save her brother in the first place. Not to fight, no. Not today. Wordlessly, still falling but soon touching the ground, Foxy turned her head to the right, looking at the Dreamspawn beside her. This one was slightly different. It was a she, despite that fact not being so visible. Added to that, she had a mark on her tongue. A mark that was shaped like a brain. A very wrinkled, lifelike brain colored in blue, a rancor. She said she was Rancor Lista. Foxy called, her voice so cold the temperature around seemed to drop. Save my brother, she ordered. Lista stared at her, though there were no eyes for her to see. Then she smiled, sticking her tongue out, her voice transferring to Foxy through dreams. Your orders are my command, blessed. The instant Lista uttered those words, on the ground, the runes trapping Premier in an endless loop of death and rebirth were shrouded in blue illusionist light. The light flickered 1 time, 2 times, then 3, the runes of Soleil were transmuted into dream runes. Click dash, Lista clicked her long finger, destroying the runes into beads of molten light that disappeared like dispelled illusions. Just at that time, Foxy reached the ground with the other dream spawn. She stepped into the molten earth and dashed, immediately toward Premier. The will of Sunny immediately started to attack them, summoning rivers of fire and rain of molten rocks that sizzled the very air. The scent of burning immediately became unbearable. Foxy was untouched, protected by the dream spawn as she reached Premier, taking his broken body into her embrace. Premier, she cried, holding him tighter. Premier, are you okay? She asked, knowing full well that he wasn't okay. He couldn't be. But at that instant, no other words came out of her mouth except those. She bit her lower lip until blood swelled, straining her lips before trickling down her chin. One of the dream spawns saw her and immediately tried to heal her, but Lista stopped the soldier with a raised palm. She knew it was not the time to bother the blessed. Premier, meanwhile, was completely dazed. One instant he was being tortured, the next he was being hugged by his sister. Things happened so fast that his already shattered mind could not keep up. The only thing he could say was, I know nothing. Premier wheezed, Foxy's eyes shimmered with restrained tears. She looked deep into the crimson eyes of her brother, seeing the horrendous damage in his psyche. How many times did he die, she wondered, swallowing a tidal surge of hatred and focusing on the current situation. It's fine, Premier. Foxy whispered, wiping away the tears in Premier's eyes, letting her own fall. It's fine. I will help you. I will help you heal, brother. But, Foxy bit her lips harder, I cannot mend your mind without your consent. So please, regain yourself and don't forget who you are. She put her palms at each side of his head. They started to glow with a mesmerizing purple hue, veiling the whole head of Premier before seeping deep inside, touching his neurons. At that instant, Lista snapped her head skyward, feeling the approach of a phenomenal power. No, not approach. He wasn't coming. He was already there. The arrival of Soleil, bearer of sun, was like a falling meteor. Everything began to flatten under his boundless aura, his searing sun eyes looking coldly at the event happening below. Premier was already asleep, dreaming inside his mind. He needed to wake up by himself by conquering the very thing that broke his mind. Foxy was worried, but she knew her brother would not fail her. He never did. He would never. She raised her head and stared at Soleil's golden flaming eyes. Fearlessly, 3 golden suns immediately spawned behind Soleil, tendrils of smoke whirling out of them, as he looked at the intruders with scalding anger. Entering and destroying my world? He growled, veins of fire slithering through his forehead. And freeing my prisoner? Do you wish death that much? The sun's size increased exponentially, causing the world itself to burn, slowly turning into smoldering ashes. Sunny silently wept, now dash, I swear in my father's name. Foxy cut Soleil's words coldly, boring, deep into his eyes. No, my brother will kill you. You will beg for mercy, but by then you will understand, she smiled, hatred poisoning every inch of her stunning face. No mercy dash, axis of sun, first ladder, 3 sons of death. Soleil attacked without listening, disdaining the very act of hearing Foxy's voice. Lista immediately clapped her hands, causing Foxy and Premier's bodies to haze, then disappear completely. Before going, Foxy saw how the 3 sons of Soleil turned black and red, their aura so profane it sent a chill down her spine. Yet she smiled, and repeated the words her father once said. The Veilgrim never forget. The Veilgrim never forgive. The Veilgrim always strike back. And when we do, even if the whole universe stands behind you, it will not stop your death. Remember that, bearer of Sunday. She finally went away completely. Soleil's eyebrows were tightly knitted as he looked at Lista, who stood there smiling with all her teeth out. His attack was swallowed by her dreams. Soleil seemed indifferent to it. What are the Dreamspawn doing with a fallen faction of our universe? He asked coldly, fire shrouding his whole body. We do not care. Lista said, using the language of the universe, through her dream power. We came here to conquer, but instead we met the blessed. Oh ho ho! Dream was right, she laughed, her tongue out, showing her mark proudly. We have found our promised. And now, Lista's laughter disappeared as if it had never happened. Her face turned cold. You want to kill her? Soleil smiled cruelly. Now more than ever, I am motivated to slaughter that little bitch, Lista answered with silence, but it didn't last long. She looked around at her soldiers, then spared a glance at Rue. She felt the urge to kill him, but Soleil's attack made her completely forget Rue. Lista pushed herself upward, going straight into the sky, escaping a river of destroyed, liquefied stars that appeared underneath her. She shuddered, feeling a presence behind her. Soleil's hand, gloved by the heat of 3 suns combined and, melting like burned leather, hissed like a snake and grabbed Lista by the throat. Her throat exploded instantly. Yet she still had time to utter some words before it happened. Dream world of blood and fire, Sunny and everything within it disappeared, swallowed by Lista's unique dream. Meanwhile, far away from Sunny's world, Foxy, with Premier sleeping in her arms, appeared out of the void. She looked around, sighing, let's go home. For now, the void in front of her wobbled, then parted away, revealing Faded and Kaus together. Let's go, big sister. Faded said, holding Foxy's hand, then using a string of fate to guide them back toward Lay, Kaus's big brother. Kaus muttered to himself, looking at the sleeping Premier. Foxy nodded while entering the void. Yes, she smiled, Big Brother is back. Chapter 476. Me, myself and I, where am I? Premier dazedly wondered. Looking about the space he found himself in, instinctively, he knew he was inside his brain. In his own consciousness, still, there was nothing to look at. Everything was just a purple light that surrounded him from all sides, clinging to his body like sweat on skin. The purple light was especially dense. So dense that, in fact, it was liquefying, sipping down like water on walls, flooding beneath the feet of Premier. Premier's eyebrows softly knitted together, looking at the pool of purple essence slowly increasing, threatening to swallow him whole. He said nothing. Instead, he raised his hand and dipped his index finger into the essence, confirming his thoughts. Foxy. Premier muttered, closing his eyes. So it was not a dream. He didn't know if he should be happy or not. The fact that his memory of Foxy coming down like a falling meteor to save him was true meant that all the other things he went through, all those tortures, life and death at the hands of Soleil, were equally true. That realization sent a vicious blow to his psyche as the face of Soleil unceremoniously appeared in his mind, making him stagger, then fall into the pool of dream essence with a splashing sound. He yelped, his eyes widening in obvious fear and horror, thinking he was in the process of death once more. But, in a sense, it was far worse, the moment the dream essence of Foxy touched his head. Premier's eyes blanked out completely, his body went limp, floating above the essence of purple light like a jellyfish. His very consciousness went deeper. This time it was not in his consciousness realm, but deeper, deeper, and deeper. Premier was in a space no one ever delved into. He was in the realm of unconsciousness, the dark side of the brain that affects all of a being's decisions but remains completely inaccessible to most. Yet that day, Premier Veilgrim accessed it. And what he saw threatened to completely shatter his now weak mind. Simultaneously, in the world of Lay, Foxy was sitting on a chair beside Premier. They were in his room. His body was now completely cleaned, free from all the blood that had bathed his body. However, the scars were still very much visible. His left eye didn't regenerate, blocked by Soleil's power. Even his severed legs received the same fate. Premier looked like a half-being, and that made Foxy unable to even properly look at her brother. Yet she did. She stretched her hand, caressing his face softly, noticing the constant shaking of his closed eyelids. It has begun, she whispered, knowing what her brother was likely going through. You need to go through this, brother, Foxy said, lips trembling lightly. You need to remember who you are, that's the only way. Premier's psyche was so broken that it was horrendous to look at. Foxy knew, with certainty, that he would reach a point of no return even if he had been saved if he lost his own self. You think he will succeed? Faded suddenly appeared behind Foxy, looking at the sorry state of her big brother. She had never seen him, but Faded couldn't help feeling sad for him. He has to, Foxy said, eyes hardening. He has no choice but to succeed. And he is the one who wished to follow Father's footsteps. Then he needs to wake up. He needs to go beyond this hurdle to be able to follow Father. You well know, Faded said, that no one can follow the footsteps of Father. Isn't the best choice for him to create his own? There are multiple paths to the top. Not only Father's path, he is simply stubborn for no reason. Foxy caressed his face. And as the firstborn, he always wished to be an example, to be something I would look up to. Here, Foxy smiled forlornly. The burden, it is that burden that put him in this state. Fated fell silent. She understood the situation well. And with her long life, she was doubtlessly aware of how the greatness of a father could lead to the son destroying himself only to follow him. Sometimes they succeeded, but most of them never did. Will Big Brother succeed? Fated wondered, yet she already knew the answer. He would never, not because he would not try enough. Not because he was weak or untalented. But because another being's path was not his own. Yet more than that, it was because his father was Noah Weaverheart. Oh, a curse and a gift, Fated thought, looking at Foxy. Depending on one's mindset, being the children of father could be a curse or a gift. Foxy was gifted. Premier was cursed. How about her? That question didn't manage to breed a response as Premier's body began to violently shake, a surge of exponential power erupting. Outside of him, what is happening? Fated bellowed, while Foxy looked at Premier, with wide eyes, back deep into the unconscious part of Premier's brain. Hundreds of years had passed, as the man himself witnessed, or rather relived, everything he went through since he was born. From the day his father created him, to the time Foxy was born looking like a small cute golden fox, then to everything else until this point, but the memories were inaccurate. Instead of the exact memories, Premier went through altered ones, memories where he always doubted about his utility, wondering if he was worthy of being the first or even if his father would one day abandon him by creating a better beast. It was not a difficult task for him, after all, and with the recent events of him being tortured helplessly, unable to do anything, Premier couldn't help but believe that maybe, just maybe he was not worth dash. No, Premier halted his own restless thoughts, closing his eyes to calm his mind. The memories had been replaying in loop so many times it became sickening to see his own self. But with it, he managed to find the source of his constant insecurities. It was embarrassingly simple. Premier had never once looked for a clue to prove to himself that he was worthy and instead was adamant in finding the reasons why he was not, and those were what his neurons inside his brain would retain, making it poison his whole self. Why was I acting like this? Premier wondered, clenching his fists. Now that he was looking at this from an outside point of view, he noticed how pathetic and abnormal he was. Why was I so motivated to prove that I am not worthy instead of doing the opposite? It's obviously not by doing that I will improve and become a version which I would be proud of, which my father would be proud of. As that understanding dawned upon him, Premier was shocked to notice how obvious it was. His problem, since the beginning, was so simple it was laughable. You become what you think about the most, and if the only thing inside his mind was unworthiness, then no matter how good he would become, he would remain unworthy. Not because his father told him so. Not because the world or even the universe told him so, but because he told himself that. And his brain would always believe what he himself believes. A brilliant crimson light, coming from nowhere, began to shine about his consciousness. Premier knew immediately what this light was, the light of enlightenment. He closed his eyes, letting the light bathe his mind, as something clicked, like a box finally opened after years of effort. Mercy, Foxy was wrong. He didn't need to remember who he was. He needed to redefine who he was. He needed to be reborn. In the same way I am gentle to my family and people, I have the right to be gentle to my own self. In the same way I would listen to my siblings, making them believe they are worthy, I have the right to do that to my own self. The light intensified exponentially, and all of these would be impossible if I cannot do that to my own self. After all, you can hardly save someone if you yourself are about to die. So, to have mercy upon others. Premier's lips curled up, a peaceful and merciful smile painting his face. I need to first have mercy upon myself. Me, I, Premier Weaverheart, firstborn of Noah. Batum. And so, outside, Premier's body was like a beacon of light. And whoever felt this began to feel inside of them an eerie amount of mercy. His voice echoed outside, reaching Foxy and Fated in everything, between heavens and earth. This am I. Chapter 477, Light of Mercy. In dark time, the I begin to see those words, as if they came down from the light of the universe itself, ignited the very seed of mercy Noah had given to Premier. The effect, coupled with his own understanding of mercy, created something unprecedented in all the history of the universe. Premier's body was shining so brightly it hurt to look at him. And that even for Foxy and Fated, they gasped in surprise, hurriedly standing up then taking a couple of steps back, watching with nervous anticipation. Each one of them knew what was happening. He succeeded. Foxy cried, tears of joy trickling as she forced her eyes through the thick curtain of crimson light. Wishing to witness the rebirth of her brother, Fated was at her side, equally mesmerized by the ongoing event, but more than that, there was something inside her that was reacting with the light wrapping around Premiere. The power erupting from her big brother was eerily similar to the one's origins naturally obtained after their conscious birth. The attribute was different, but the scent and foundation were the same. But how was it even possible? Fated's muscles tightened, her throat dry. Not believing her own deduction. But as if sensing the same thing as her, Destiny and Kaus popped into the room, eyes transfixed on Premiere. Foxy noticed their strangely twisted faces, but at that moment her mind was too busy taking care of the wind of joy ruffling her whole existence. Finally, she almost shouted, hands balling into fists. Meanwhile, Premier Veilgrim was literally getting reborn. Not in the same way his father did, but in a very philosophical and conscious way. At that instant, as the light weaved around his body, cocooning his existence like a mother's tender hug, Premier felt like a serpent shedding its skin in order to become a true dragon. He felt everything of him change in a qualitative way, his power of mercy increasing steadily but surely. But mercy was not his only power, and, too, was his. And thanks to the advancement of mercy, his end enjoyed the ride. Transforming into a deeper and better version of itself, Premier didn't know how much time had passed since the beginning of the process. But he had felt his body decompose numerous times before rebuilding itself again. Soon enough, he felt the light of enlightenment receding inside of him, and with that the end of the transformation began to peek through the groggy awakening mind of Premier. Foxy, Fated, Destiny and Kaus approached their big brother as the intensity of the light diminished. Their steps were hesitant, especially for the Origin siblings, still unsure about how to act and what was going on. The firstborn of Noah flickered his eyes open, showing a pair of white irises with crimson pupils shaped like cupped hands in prayer. That simple act caused his siblings to recoil a step back, their hearts feeling like bowing in mercy towards Premier. They all restrained those feelings born from Premier's natural presence, but the man himself had no mind to spare for them, his eyes glued to the notifications of the records flashing with blazing crimson color. Premier Veilgrim, firstborn of Noah, you have achieved something never before seen under the heavens. Something even your father, the glorious prince, didn't achieve. Premier's heart skipped a beat at those words. Your mercy affinity has sublimated, reaching the level of a suborigin concept through a series of events. You have gained a new title. New title, Light of Mercy. You have gained a blessing, Logos Blessing, Cupped Hands of Mercy. Premier's pupils glowed, and for a moment, just a fleeting instant dash, all the mercy of the universe was inside his hand, at the tips of his fingers, for him to do as he pleased. Yet that feeling disappeared just as quickly as it appeared, and Premier lost consciousness, his existence adjusting to the overwhelming blessing and power he had just received, all of that while his siblings were beside him, watching in real time the birth of something abnormal, the birth of the light. And whenever there was light, there was mercy, and whenever there was mercy, Premier Veilgrim was there. Thus, he was born. Meanwhile, Soleil and Rue suddenly appeared in the spot where Sunny was situated, but Sunny was no more. The will of the world, having succumbed to the dream of Lista, now found itself integrated within the dream. Now Lista's power increased higher, her dream world taking one more step ahead, causing the current situation of both Soleil and Rue to worsen deeply. Soleil was bleeding from all sides, a deep ghastly gash running down his head, showing a glimpse of his alien brain made of suns. He stood there, weightless in the void, his body trembling in scorching anger. Rue Octave, beside him, decided to stay silent. The man himself was miraculously ignored during the battle, receiving nothing but some light wounds as collateral damage. He was looking at Soleil, but his eyes were strange. It was no longer the usual fear, awe, and respect. No, not at all. It was the eyes of hatred, scorn, and deeply rooted resentment. Something about them felt old and alien, and it was constantly switching as if the emotions were not his. Rue knew those feelings were not his. But did he? Because if that was the case, why did he have those blurry memories of him talking with other beings about how to kill Soleil and obtain his origin? Wasn't he the one who participated eagerly? Rue was puzzled, and his restless thoughts stopped abruptly at the cold voice of Soleil. Axis of Sun, third ladder, Son of Renaissance. A bright gold-white sun spawned behind him, then entered inside Soleil's body, fusing with him and healing his wounds in one scoop. Steam of white light erupted from him, hissing and spitting. During the process, Soleil's mind ran in dizzying circles, wondering what he should do. He was tasked by law to go to the low east of the universe in urgency, but with what had happened just now, Soleil needed to deliver the warning. But knowing now the danger of the dream spawn with their annoying power, he was reluctant to let the situation of the low east worsen, especially now that his uncle Apollo was free, with him and the light touched surely having some sort of agreement. It was dangerous. And his mother was nowhere to be seen, Soleil cursed, his sun-like eyes rotating furiously and continuously. That was then that Rue's body twitched, making Soleil finally notice the man. His eyes brightened slightly with an idea. He immediately grabbed the shoulders of Rue Octave tightly, his grip worse than a hawk's. Listen to me, useless piece of shit. Soleil growled, his mouth spitting scalding air. You will immediately go to the main world of the celestial luminary and deliver all you have seen to the light touched. Do you hear me? Rue nodded gingerly. Why yes, I swear, Rue Octave, Soleil continued, the shoulders of Rue melting into molten flesh within his hands. If you disappoint me again, I will kill you. I will kill everything and everyone you love, dear. I swear it on my name. Soleil finally released him, then kicked him with a flaming leg in the gut. It creaked, cracked, melted before sending Rue Octave flying like a meteor toward Luminary. His distant howl of pain ruptured the solemn silence of the void. Next, Soleil popped his neck, his mind still thinking of the last words that the Dreamspawn had said before disappearing. Touching the blessed means touching the one who dreams, means touching the truth. You don't want to do this, boy. And if you do dare, the whole Dreamspawn's universe will be on you. Now I shall go. For your death is not my task, but the task of mercy. Oh, I hope you saw that light. But you cannot, for you have eyes yet you do not see. Then she disappeared as if she was nothing but a dream that Soleil had woken up from. Recalling the words, the bearer of sun felt an unhealthy amount of indignation and anger flooding his very existence. I will kill them, he growled. I will kill these goddamned Veilgrim. Their souls nothing but ashes. He disappeared in a wind of ashes, going straight to his task, his words still echoing behind. May the records be my witness. Chapter 478 Kermit, in another corner of the universe, inside the domain of Celestial, or more accurately, the domain of Adalia Marigold, something monumental was happening without anyone knowing. Elijah Lightbringer was still exactly where Adalia had left him, chained on his chair, completely naked. His face muscles were twitching, jaw clenching, eyes dilating and narrowing continuously. Despite being in a searing hot space, Elijah's face was dripping cold sweat. His mind had been calling out to Icarus since the day Adalia went away, but to no avail. Elijah was not surprised. He knew Icarus was scarcely in the celestial domain, wishing more to tempt his wings, trying to see if he could reach the summit of the universe. That bastard always failed. And he always tried again. Damn it, Icarus. Answer me. Elijah shouted inwardly for the nth time, his eyes losing hope of escaping this hell in heaven. However, every time the urge to give up and just let fate take its course overwhelmed his mind and soul, Elijah would always summon back the memories of his time with Justicia, how they had been happy together, living their life in their own sphere, not even having the time to bother anyone else. The two lovebirds had been too busy experiencing the meaning of being alive, the meaning of being loved and to love. It was a wondrous experience. Yet everything crashed down as fragile as a mirror shattering the day Apollo was imprisoned. After all, it was the same day Adalia Marigold had barged forcefully into his house. She had snatched him away from Justicia, her strength beyond what was known of her. Elijah and Justicia had been powerless, looking like lambs in front of devouring wolves, but Adalia was cruel beyond understanding. Her mind had been completely broken, ghastly with trauma deeper and older than most civilizations. In front of Justicia chained on the wall, Adalia had used him like a toy, satisfying her profane desire, quenching the drought of love she was born with. Justicia had been watching, unable to close her eyes, for fear of having her eyes burned away. That day ushered the end of the beginning of his tranquil life with Justicia and the beginning of his end. Now millions of years have passed, and the feelings of anger, hatred and resentment didn't fade away. Nothing could make Elijah love Adalia. Nothing could make him understand her. Nothing could make him wish anything but slaughter her, rip away her brain and heart like a goddamn unraveling ribbon. The only thing he lacked was motivation, unsure of Justicia's state of life, but now he knew. And he would act. As for the words of Adalia about Justicia being the wife of another man, Elijah knew it was only because she had forgotten about him. She only needed to remember, and we will live our lives. Elijah whispered, jaw and hands clenching, and this time with the power to protect it. Elijah sighed next. He didn't wish to use it, for doing it would make the gold eagle aware of it and irreversibly wound his soul. There was now no other option. At that decision, his jugular vein, one closely related to his very act of living and dying, began to glow prosperously, looking like a rod made of condensed gold. The light concept began to move around him, summoned by his power. Elijah stretched open his mouth. He spoke, using for an instant all the light around the universe. 2. Send his message, Icarus, I need your help, and it was over. Everything returned to normal, with no one aware of his action, except a few, including Gold Eagle and Progenitor, and that. Beside the man meant to receive those very words, Elijah's eyes, nose and ears began to bleed, his soul losing almost half of its strength, with a third of it being completely gone. He went limp into his chair, eyes deeper with exhaustion, already beginning to regret his decision. In another corner of the universe, a golden-skinned man with feathered wings for arms tilted his head the moment Elijah spoke. He turned his head, showing a delicate face that looked too much like Elijah. One would think they were twins, and they wouldn't be that much far from the truth. Icarus was the unique aspect Elijah was born with. He was, in other words, his alter ego, Elijah, that lovesick bastard. Is in trouble. Icarus whispered, arching an eyebrow. Next he exhaled, thinking about Elijah. Icarus was the one seeking higher realms to step on, wishing to achieve a higher level of existence. While Elijah was more quiet, not greedy for power or renown, but instead seeking tranquil life through love and affection. Icarus hated that about him. In the same Elijah was dissatisfied with his tendencies of tempting the heavens. Elijah always told him one day he might burn because of being too close to something he shouldn't. Icarus would always answer that Elijah would seek his own downfall by seeking love in a place not meant for love. They were like ice and fire, but no matter how different their views on life were. Lovesick bastard, you better not die on me. Icarus screeched like a bird, then flapped his wings, the void cracking. Next he shot forward like a trail of golden light, his speed faster than light, going straight to the direction he was called. At the same time, underneath a gargantuan golden door wrapped with chains bigger than dozens of prime worlds stacked together, an old man was there. He sat cross-legged, back hunched as his golden eyes focused on the deck of cards spread in front of him. He was playing. But he was playing alone. Standing on his left shoulder was a gold eagle. Phoenix used his second birthright aspect. The eagle spoke, voice, male and like the ruffling of a gentle breeze, gentle and comforting. I know. The old man whispered, stretched his withered and wrinkled hand to flip a card. He called Icarus for aid, it seems. Eagle continued, looks like he is finally ready to escape Marigold. The old man answered with silence. His sunken, almost closed, eyes rested on the card he flipped. It showed the picture of 13 beings, women to be more precise, with blurry faces. He noticed that the 9th woman and the 7th were shining a subtle glow, their light close to each other. The 11th and 6th were also stirring as if affected by the closeness between the 9th and 7th. The old man watched it carefully, eyes narrowing in contemplation. Eagle was still talking, not minding the lack of answer. He knew his master and companion more than anything and anyone. He didn't need a word for him to understand what his master wished to convey. You still didn't tell me why you let Marigold take Phoenix? I admit I hate that bird ho, but he is still one of us. I have been given a task. The old man said, that's all I care about, and mind your tongue. What if Phoenix dies? Eagle insisted, he just received a soul wound. If Marigold comes back, it's over for that ho dash. I mean, that little pixie. It was hard to tell if Eagle was worried or happy about Elijah's situation. Icarus will help him. The old man said, taking another card, flipping it, we have our own duty. And that's all I care about. And that's all you should care about. Eagle clicked audibly his tongue. There was one thing he hated the most about his master, and it was his inflexible loyalty. It was the type to walk on one path if he was given the order to do so, and that, even if he knew he would die on that path, there was rarely anything more wretched than being loyal to a being who was ignorant of the very definition of the word. Eagle cocked his head behind, watching the chain door. He made an ugly, disgusted face. I hate this family, hermit. Always trouble. Always corruption. Always trauma and unneeded bloody pain. You know it, my friend, you know their nature. Yet you are still here, guarding for him his most heinous act. That's where we will never agree upon, Eagle. The old man answered, while looking at the card. It was the card of the prince. But this one, strangely, the prince held in his hand a scimitar with golden blood dripping from it. The old man's eyes twitched. He continued, your loyalty has conditions, Eagle. Mine has none of that. He answered, taking another card, I swore loyalty to him. And I shall bear the consequences of my oath until the day I am no more. Until then, I will do my duty. And not even you will convince me otherwise. Then be ready to die a death unworthy of your birthright. Eagle spat. Death is death. The old man chuckled humorlessly, there is no worthy death nor unworthy death. You die, you stop breathing, your brain shuts down. If you are unlucky, you go to the spirit world. If you are lucky, you rest in peace, leaving behind everything of this worldly life. There is nothing grand about it. In fact, true death is the only troubleless thing in a life of troubles. Why would I care how I die as long as I die? The old man, more known as Hermit by the Celestials, answered as he looked at the last card he flipped. It showed a picture that startled him, then made him sincerely smile, for the first time in thousands of years. Eagle leaned in to see, answering at the same time, "You are a bloody fucking pixie, Hermit." And his words were stuck in his throat at the sight of the card. It showed the simple picture of an eagle in the sky fighting against the earth itself. The time is near. Chapter 479. Blanche, White Phoenix. Marigold sat comfortably on a white flaming chair, her golden eyes resting on the stunning woman sitting across the table. The realm she found herself in was nothing but a hissing, puffing, and crackling immaculate white fire from all sides. The table and the chairs ringed around it were put on the back of a sculpture shaped like a screeching phoenix, its eyes holding too much intelligence to just be nothing but an inanimate object. Marigold of light torture. The woman sitting across from Marigold scowled, eyes dripping like a pool of pale water. Your visit was not, let's say, truly expected. Idalia Marigold's lips curled upward, a smile creeping along the edge of her lips. She watched the woman, named Blanche, the white phoenix of the phoenix's family. Everything of her was white, going from her skin, hair, eyebrows, and even her tongue. It was eerie, yet strangely beautiful. She looked like a doll made to be pampered. I came today only to ask you for something, Blanche. Idalia answered, crossing her legs leisurely. I assume that knowing our history together, you will not refuse me. For a brief instant, Blanche's white eyebrow furrowed, her face frowned in one of distaste before she regained her neutral expression. It was so fast that no one could have noticed. Marigold did. And she said nothing except smiling even deeper. What do you want? Blanche asked, her long white nails tapping impatiently at the table. I feel like visiting the spirit world lately, Marigold began, and I would need an anchor to the waking universe in order to go and come back whenever I get bored. And you think I will help you? Blanche smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. They were as cold as death, despite the rising temperatures around. Why wouldn't you? Marigold asked, I have come especially to ask your help. Do you think I needed to do that? I could have simply ripped away dozens of your family's hearts and it would be over. She tilted her head, her own golden eyes beginning to flicker like smoldering ashes. Blanche's lips were pressed into a thin line, her muscles tense despite her cold, neutral face. You wouldn't dare to do such a thing. The white phoenix hissed. You really think so? Not only my family, all the phoenix's family will hunt you if you ever dare. You know it, Marigold. That's why you are here, trying to bargain with me for help. Blanche snickered. Who are you trying to fool? I am a celestial, Blanche. Marigold grated. I am a true child. Do you, how is your brother? Dead silence. Marigold's body unconsciously shuddered, her stomach knotted into a ball, her pulse increasing. She glared at Blanche, face flushed red, slithering angry veins twisting her vitiligo skin. How do you know? She growled, everybody knows. Blanche said, and me, Marigold, knowing you, I can say that you are here because of him. Then if you know me, Blanche, as you claim. Idalia retorted, then you should know that I will do anything to go to the spirit world. And that even if your whole fucking family will be on my back. She paused, looking at her deeper. Do you believe I am telling falsehoods? Blanche answered with silence. She didn't want to admit it, but the state at which Idalia stood was too unstable. Blanche scarcely remembered in the past when Idalia Marigold was exactly like this. And it was either because she had dreamed of her brother claiming her again, or because the man she loved loathed her. And Blanche was there, helping her go through the process of trauma and depression. She was the only one willing to listen to Marigold, she was the only one to have loved her sincerely. But not anymore, for Blanche now knew that you cannot love a broken being like Idalia. One would end up being as broken as she was. Blanche knew. Oh, she knew it damn well. Due to that, she had no intention to mingle herself with Marigold, more than necessary. Added to that, Marigold was like a spoiled child. If one didn't give her what she wanted, she would throw a bloody tantrum. And none would wish to see how destructive a being at the top of the universe could be in that volatile state. So with a resigned sigh, Blanche looked at Marigold, pity flashing through her eyes seeing the celestial state. As you will. Blanche finally said, I will give you what you want, and you get out of my world. Do me a damn favor for once, stay there and don't come back, after everything we lived together. Marigold said, especially because of that. After all, you didn't mind throwing all of those moments away when you felt the need, did you? Now, Marigold, do me proud and tell me when do you want to go, right now, what? Blanche asked incredulously. Marigold stood up. Her body licked by fire. I want to go to the spirit world right now, Blanche. I have a bitch to get back after all, you are the bitch. Marigold paused, sparing Blanche a dark glance, internally pondering whether to kill or not kill. Finally, just do your fucking job, Tisk. Meanwhile, in the spirit world, inside the domain of the ruler, the light that was once, Noah was sitting, his legs on a well-ornate table, his hand playing with something between his fingers. It was a red tower, but the tower was not whole, missing some parts. Illyra and Yuki were laying down beside him, discussing with each other whatever crossed their bored minds. Mainly, they were talking about their gifts. Illyra had asked to see, sort of severance of Yuki, in return she would show her own, soul, modeling. Noah didn't pay attention to their discussion, his mind more focused on the tower and the creature floating across the table. It was a small fluffy round creature, golden in color, with a wide, blinking eye in the middle. Wings, like those of fairies, erupted behind it. The creature was cute in all aspects. That is, if one didn't know that it was the ruler himself. That's curious. Noah whispered, talking to the ruler without looking at him. Who would have thought this? Is this why you are not acknowledging my mother? He asked. Yes, my friend Noah. The ruler answered gently. There had been no battle needed against the ruler. Noah had simply activated the logo's blessing of Tiamat, making the whole dominion halt for 1 second. It was all he could manage against a ruler, for now. 1 second. But it was more than enough. Yuki and Illyra had killed the most dangerous souls inside the Dominion while Noah himself took care of the ruler. He had used singularity from the king in the north, causing an impossible event to occur. Noah had compressed the encompassing mind of the ruler into a single thread of consciousness. Next he had used his atom manipulation, changing one internal pathway of the ruler's mind like thread. There, Noah added a new synapse-like connection that went directly to the ruler's consciousness. That connection had only one role. And it was to increase exponentially the favorability of the ruler towards Noah. Only that, and light that was once treated Noah like his greatest friend ever, none being the wiser. Especially after Noah reversed time to make sure the Dominion was intact, the logo's blessing was too abnormal. But now, just like how Noah had said, they were only talking, so there is no principality governing the spirit world of our universe? Noah said, playing with the broken tower, which makes you for the true rulers by sharing the source of the principality's authority between you, and my mother wishing to be a ruler meant you will need to part away some of your authority. And none wants such a thing, my good friend Noah. The ruler said. He seemed to shrug. It was hard to tell. And besides, I will tell you this, and be honest because we are friends. But I hate your mother, my good friend. Noah's lips twitched. Beside him, Yuki and Illyra were now focused on the talk, suppressing laughter at the cute yet serious voice of Light that was once. And why is that, Light? Noah asked. Light seemed to have made a disgusted and angry face, because love loves her. And I love love. Noah's face froze. Yuki and Illyra cackled. I beg your pardon, chapter 480. Bland as your wives. I beg your pardon, Noah asked incredulously, instantly sitting straight at the outrageous words of Light. Please, my friend. The soul ruler sighed, looking at Noah with his one eye as if he was being unjustly bullied. It was embarrassing enough to say it one time. Now you want me to do it twice? Just ask for my death by embarrassment. Wait, are you serious? Noah tilted his head. Love loves my mother? Damn, it feels weird to say this. He added inwardly, yes. Light nodded curtly, shooting a scornful glare at the laughing Yuki and Illyra. And can you, good friend, tell your two wives to stop laughing? If they continue, I will send them outside my dominion. That's harsh. Yuki said between laughs, I thought we were friends too. Right, Illyra, yes. Her sister supported. Light spared them a dark glance, then completely ignored them, as if not worthy of his time. Love, isn't she the fourth soul ruler? Noah questioned, still surprised by the unexpected revelation. The one and only. Okay, now let's get this straight. Love isn't she a she? She is, and she loves my mother, my friend Noah. You are being surprised by the wrong thing. A she, loving a she is as common as weeds nowadays. What you should worry about is how I am going to get my love back. Noah was not, in fact, surprised by that. It wasn't the first time he met people of the same gender loving each other. The thing that surprised him was the fact the subject this time was his mother. Then again, why was he surprised? Mariam was at a level of beauty even higher than any immortal being he had ever met until now. My friend, Light's voice interrupted Noah's spiraling thoughts. He raised his head and saw him floating an inch away from his face. It was hard to guess the facial expression of Light, but Noah could strangely tell that Light was serious at that instant. It wasn't anything new. Since the first moment they had met, Light neither laughed nor joked. Even when he said something funny, he said it with a neutral voice and face that actually showed he was not joking. Noah always found it even more funny. Are you listening to me? The soul ruler asked. I am, good. I thought I lost you for a moment, my friend. Now, tell me, how can I get back my love? He asked once more. We were living happily until your mother came. She is a home wrecker, my friend. She should thank you, or otherwise I would have done anything to take her down. Noah smiled. Well, I understand your frustration. But don't worry. Love will soon come back to you. How, if mother rejected her, wouldn't she come to you to seek refuge and comfort? It will be your time to shine and take back what you have lost. Light paused, tilted his head cutely. His face remained neutral, but Noah, Yuki, and Illyra noticed his wings flapping more erratically and excitedly. You are very insightful, my friend. Light said, nodding pleasingly, then gave a sidelong glance at Yuki and Illyra. Not every time I can see. But no one is perfect. I will allow you some mistakes in judgment, my friend. Yuki and Illyra immediately flared red, voices raising. What are you implying? Illyra said, eyes glowing, Yuki, how about, we test our gift and aspect on a ruler? You stole the words from my mouth. Yuki grated, taking out her, sort of severance. Light that was once didn't even look at them. Instead, his eye was fixed on Noah in a way that said, I told you, didn't I? It angered the women even more. Noah suppressed a laugh. It was rare to see Illyra out of her pocket. Still, you said I am not perfect, Noah said, instantly gathering the attention of others. True, but I believe I am not that far away from it, don't I? Yuki and Illyra immediately fell silent. This topic was sensitive for Noah. For a man who practically obtained anything he wanted with moderate struggle since he was reborn the first time, Noah only viewed perfection as the only goal that would make him evolve and reach a higher state. That goal had given him a path to walk and something to look forward to. Still, like any man, Noah sometimes wished to know how close he was to reaching his goal, so he asked Light, expecting an honest answer. For no matter how his wives could be honest, their opinion of him would always be biased, because of their love, perfection? Light finally answered, looking at Noah as if he was a fool. Why do you wish for perfection, my friend? Why wouldn't I? Noah was confused by the weird question. Perfection is uninteresting. Light shook his head in disappointment. Being perfect means to stop. Noah parted his lips to speak, but Light didn't let him. He continued, sharply, it means to stop walking forward, to stop loving, to stop finding things beautiful because they are imperfect, to stop getting angry at stupid things and laughing for no reason, to stop enjoying the simple sight of a mortal struggling to work hard for his family. He paused, glaring deep into Noah's mismatched eyes. Perfection means losing me as a friend, Noah. For I don't know about your two annoying wives. Yuki and Illyra's eyes twitched, but I know for a fact that I cannot connect with perfection. So you will lose me. Noah listened intensely to the soul ruler's words, trying to absorb them. He might have the advantage and even manage to bring him to his side, but Light that was once had lived far more than him and had a unique view of existence. His background was even more special, making him someone even Noah was interested in. That was the reason he came to him. And the reason he made him a friend. Noah had scarcely any friends. And those he had been so far away in terms of power and path from him that Noah barely experienced the beauty of friendship. Now he began to understand. One day or another, Noah finally replied, we are all going to stop. Life is made of endings. And one day, everything of us, he said by waving his right hand, encompassing them, will be nothing but a finished story people from later generations might or might not learn. So if that's the case, what is the problem of finishing something with perfection? Noah continued, voice strong, we cannot escape the end of things. After all, something that doesn't end loses its meaning. But we can make it a perfect ending. Yuki and Illyra stared at Noah with emotions. They could feel deep within them that he meant his words. This is mainly why I search perfection. Noah concluded. Light nodded, true. However, my friend, here is the thing. Light approached even further Noah, putting his own fluffy forehead on Noah's own. boring his one eye deep into him. A perfect ending is as bland as your two wives here, fuck. I am going to kill this goddamn dash. Illyra plastered her hand over Yuki's mouth, stopping her from saying more profanity. With how long she had been with Apollonia, Illyra knew Yuki had been corrupted by that wannabe celestial. Those two mouths could kill someone by either anger or embarrassment. Still, Illyra's face was filled with angry veins, glaring at the Soul Ruler. Again, Light continued smoothly, not caring about them. Imperfections make things lovable and interesting. He said, tell me, will you enjoy more watching the universe killing each other with politics and trauma and lust and hatred all mixed together than a universe where everyone acts perfectly? Strangely, the very thought of such a universe made Noah shiver in horror. What a boring thing, then. He doubted anyone would seek higher realms in that case. Still, then what? Noah asked, frowning slowly. If not perfection, then what? He was confused. Perfection had been his goal for a while now. And now inside a place and in front of a person he never imagined, his whole view about perfection seemed to take a wild turn. You are looking too far. Light shrugged. Just experience all these lives as they come to you. Enjoy, be sad, cry, laugh, hate and even kill anyone and anything. Just live your story. What about the ending? Will you spoil yourself your own ending? It doesn't sound fun, my friend, because you think I write my own ending. If not you, then who? Noah fell silent for a moment, then sighed, rolling his eyes at Light. You just confused me only to say some damn bullshit. Hey, it's not my fault if you can't understand my words, my friend. Light retorted. Defending himself, try to think at least. I am giving you life advice, just shut up and tell me about the principality. Noah's face became serious. What do you want to know about him? How did he die? Of course, he was killed. That idiot was the biggest idiot I knew. Noah cocked his head. Who? Light smiled strangely. He paused, looking around at the women staring at him with both curiosity and anger. You don't know him. Light said, but he is very well known around. Here, say the name. The Merchant, Chapter 481. The Merchant's Prowess. The Merchant. The name was like an uppercut on Noah's skull, making his eyes instinctively squint in seriousness. His relaxed position shifted into a more solemn one, leaning his face slightly as if not hearing clearly enough. The Merchant? Noah echoed, tilting his head slightly to the right, hand resting on his chin in a pensive gesture. The ring on his finger glowed. The name, for some reason, flooded his senses with a strange feeling. It was like he knew the name, yet at the same time he didn't. However, something about it threatened to stir awake some memories, but to no avail. Noah felt like he was standing on an edge, stretching his hand with all his might to grasp something, only to barely brush his finger against. The frustration was boiling. But what kind of memories? Noah muttered inwardly. His thoughts churning restlessly to find some logical explanation to his current emotions. There were no memories inside his mind that he wasn't, at 100%, sure that they were his and his alone. And the prince honestly doubted that anyone was able to seal or even inject memories inside his mind without him being aware of it. But if all of this was true, then either what he was feeling was not memories but something else. Then again, what could it possibly be? You seem to be awfully thoughtful, my friend. Light cut through the restless thoughts of Noah like a blade. Don't tell me you know the Merchant? The Soul Ruler shook his head immediately after. No. It's impossible. Noah spared him a glance. Why is that? You live in the universe of Primus, my friend Noah. The Merchant is from the universe of Ascendancy. Light said, blinking his one eye, like a shrug. The only way for you to know him is either one of you two go towards the other universe. But that too, it's very unlikely, because if that was the case, the Primus universe will be no more with him coming there. Light added, shrugging, how come? Illyra asked, frowning like Noah and Yuki, is he that strong? Strong? The ruler almost laughed. The Merchant is strangely weak for a man of his renown. Light burn me, even you two weaklings could kill him if you try enough. Yuki and Illyra's lips twitched. They restrained themselves, knowing it was not the time to let themselves be provoked. Then what made him dangerous enough to kill a principality? Noah asked, more and more confused about all of this. A principality was not a simple man. The spirit world, Noah discovered lately, was composed of hundreds or even thousands of principalities. Each universe in the waking reality was equal to a principality in the spirit world. And within each principality existed soul rulers who were above all except the principality itself. One could only imagine how much power such a figure could possess. And yet he was killed by someone that could be slaughtered by Yuki and Illyra. Not that Noah looked down on his wives, he would never dare, but the fact remained that they could not achieve such a feat. Remember his name. Light said, he is called the merchant. Fighting is not his main thing, my friend, you see? In fact, he is very well known for hating it, but there is one thing the merchant has in abundance. Can you guess what, treasure? Noah guessed, yes, my friend, Light nodded, abnormal treasures that could collapse a whole universe if needed. But not only, my friend. The merchant has the most subordinates and believers ever recorded, his voice lowered, taking a solemn tone, and he has the most allies. Allies that involve other principalities. So when I said the merchant killed him, my friend, it didn't mean that he did it by his own hand, it means, Noah managed to connect the dots. That either his subordinates or allies did it for him, or both of them. Light added. Noah fell silent, thinking furiously about these new information. There was nothing more annoying than going against someone who has many friends, especially if those friends involved a whole bloody group of principalities. It could very much be troublesome, for it would feel unending. Suddenly, Noah felt like he was not doing enough. He doubted anyone had this much advantage as him. Nevertheless, here was a person who could kill a damn principality without lifting a finger, all while he was here, trying to return badly to the waking world, where his people were being slaughtered like chickens for Thanksgiving. Suddenly, a surge of illogical anger and indignation flooded Noah's existence. He hardened his eyes, jaw clenching tight, asking another question: what did our principality do to make him kill it? Noah's voice was quiet and steady, but there was an undertone of choking tension underneath it. His wives felt it instantly, snapping their heads in unison towards him, wondering what made their husband suddenly angry. Light felt it too, but said nothing and answered, "No one knows." The ruler said, "There are many speculations about the reasons, but none certain. Anything I will say about it might mislead you. Nothing is worse than false information on a potentially opponent." Noah nodded, agreeing with him. Still, Light continued, "There is one thing I can tell you, friend. It's my opinion, so take it however you want. I am listening." Noah said, "You must know that only a principality can go to another principality of another universe. Us, soul rulers, cannot." Noah, Yuki and Illyra nodded, prompting Light to continue his speech. "And from what I have heard, our principality has taken something from the Ascendancy universe." "What dash? Don't ask me what that thing is, my friend." Light shook his head. "I have sincerely no idea about it. But no doubt, it must have been something important to the merchant for his allies to act. Are you sure about this information?" "As sure as my love will come back to me." "That doesn't sound so convincing. You know, that was the point, my friend." Noah sighed, passing a hand over his face, thinking about what he just learned. The merchant made him feel strange. And added to his power and connections, it became worse. Noah was not one to compare himself to others, but now he felt like he was lagging behind another being. Now he wondered why he felt some kind of competition against the merchant. "I am the son of reality. And here I am lagging behind some merchant." That thought itself sounded blasphemous. And that thought made him feel a weird kind of feeling, something he didn't feel since a long time. Something since Elijah died. Noah opened his eyes slowly, then looked at Light in front of him. "Light." Noah whispered, "I want to be the principality of the Primus universe. Will you go against me?" Yuki and Illyra's bodies tensed, watching Light. The soul ruler did not say anything for a couple of seconds, seeming like he was pondering sincerely about the matter. The tension was thick, swelling like a balloon. "I will not," Light answered, and the tension drifted away instantly. Yuki and Illyra both relaxed. "Will you bind yourself to me?" Noah asked once more. "You are my friend, aren't we already bound to make it official? And besides, can you tell me something?" "What is it?" Noah paused, exhaling through his nose and mouth, and then, "What do I need to do to become a principality as fast as possible?" Light's answer came as swift as a lightning bolt. "The fastest way is to simply obtain the authority from the origin will of the spirit world, the master of all principalities." Chapter 482 New Quest. The fastest way is to simply obtain the authority from the origin will of the spirit world, the master of all principalities. Noah and his wives narrowed their eyes, imagining a power above principality. The wives couldn't. Noah could somehow guess, but that was when a thought flashed through his mind. People said that the spirit world was at the rank of divine realm. But no matter how much Noah thought about this, it could not be possible. The spirit world housed not one universe, but multiple others. All of them linked towards each other through their principalities. How could such a thing be only a divine realm? There must be a realm above divine. The question was what? Noah shook his head, dispelling these thoughts, focusing on Light, who was still not done yet. "That is the fastest way," Light said. but the most difficult one. After all, first, my friend, I do not know how you will make the will meet you. I am not saying it's impossible, but I have never witnessed it. And I tend to not believe what my eyes didn't witness. That's a shallow way of thinking. Yuki chirped, did anyone talk? Light asked, looking around, No? No one? Must be the wind, Yuki's veins bulged. Illyra suppressed a smile, while Noah acted like he didn't hear anything. Light continued calmly, let's continue, my friend. I said the first obstacle. For the second, let's say, by miracle, the will accepted to meet you. The Soul Ruler's voice lowered, his eye contracting. What tells you IT will accept to make you a principality? IT might just kill you. That's the most likely outcome to happen. Honestly, all of these make your so-called fastest way potentially the slowest one and equally the most dangerous, Noah said. Indeed, my friend. Light shrugged. It's fast only if the will is cooperative. Maybe you are not unaware, but will doesn't have the habit to be cooperative, my friend. All of these are useless worries. Yuki suddenly interjected again, causing everyone to stare at her. Unbothered, she lifted her right hand. Pointing her index finger at Noah, her action felt like reality was being severed. Noah has this bad but fun habit of always attracting powerful entities' attention. She continued, making Noah's lips twitch and Illyra giggle. He is like a magnet, is that true? Light tilted his head, looking at Noah. All of a sudden, he nodded to himself, as if only realizing something. You do look like someone like that. He admitted, but this is a different case here. Oh, it's fine. Noah said, finally getting up. He stood upright, stretching his body so hard that crackling sounds, like bark of a tree snapping, boomed through the room. He let out a moan of relief, before focusing again. His hands resting on each of his sides. He raised his head, his mind going into different directions. I have one last question. Noah said after seconds of silence, what do you know about the first Soul Ruler? Light hummed, shadow, you mean? His wings fluttered even more rapidly, yes. Noah said, still looking upward, shadow is shadow. Light shrugged, I doubt anyone knows anything about her besides her gender. And even that, my friend, it's something quite debatable. We have never seen her, after all. However, Light suddenly turned his attention towards Illyra, making the paragon of soul frown instantly, her eyes narrowing. Don't ask me why, good friend. But this one feels like shadow. Again, I don't know why. But I can feel similarities. Similarities in what? Illyra asked, her voice edged by a tense tone. I don't know. Light shrugged, voice flat. I just know you two feel similar. His neutral voice coupled with his bored attitude made Illyra wish nothing but to rip him apart. Light knew. And he scoffed at her openly. Is she dangerous? Noah said, secretly enjoying Light's interaction with his wives. More than you, hard to tell. I never saw her fight. However, my instinct tells me she is indeed more than me. My instincts tell me the same too. Noah added, then smiled, interesting. It seems, Illyra, you will surprise us soon enough. I don't think there is anything funny in the current situation, husband. Illyra sighed, this is creepy. I know nothing yet everyone seems to know something. Relax, Noah whispered. I believe we will have the answer to our questions in no time. How? Yuki asked, you see, dear friend and wives, the matter of the merchant has woken up something in me, making me wish to do things I would normally hesitate about, he said, smile deepening. The others listened, feeling a rising bad feeling. I was going too gingerly this whole time. Due to that, I wasted some precious time I unfortunately do not have an abundance of in my current situation, but let's change that. He lowered back his head. Staring at Light, tell me, Noah said, would making this whole principality nothing but ashes be enough to gather the will's attention on me? Dead fucking silence. Light, Yuki and Illyra were in a frozen state, staring at Noah as if he had grown a second head. Before they even managed to get out of their dazed state, something else flashed in front of Noah. His intention had been heard, ding, by the time the others regained their minds, managing to absorb the blasphemous words of Noah. The man himself was grinning wide, a surge of excitement flooding inside his veins like molten lava. His bloodline let out a sharp cry, sounding more excited than its own. Master, hey. My friend Noah. Tell me it's a joke? Light hurriedly said. His tone and face remained neutral despite the obvious worry in his demeanor. Joke? Noah laughed. This is no time for jokes, Light. You see, Yuki was right. I have this uncanny ability to attract attention from the powerful, but it's nothing like an innate aspect of mine. He continued, slowly levitating toward the ceiling of the room. I am just a dedicated troublemaker, Noah added, before snapping his head towards Yuki and Alira. Call the others. He told them, before continuing upward until he touched the very ceiling, his voice still echoing. Tell them it's going to get messy. And the only safe place would be beside me. The ceiling parted away, as if pulled at each side, making a way for him. Noah continued, ascending like a god returning to his dwelling, until he was high above the cloud-filled space of the principality. He stood there, closing his eyes, his face smeared by sharp focus, mind searching for an efficient way to achieve his goal. Noah knew well that doing what he intended would not only attract the attention of the will, but also its anger. The quest was clear: he needed to snatch away the authority of the principality. But for that, Noah already had an idea. There was one other thing to ponder about. And it was how to take care of the other soul rulers while doing his quest. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Noah felt something buzz into his thought cage. He immediately knew what it was. It was something he had forgotten a while ago, thinking it had disappeared when he died last time. It was something he had taken from the very depth of Elizabeth Apollonia, and hidden into multiple folds of reality. It was the golden nail of Adalia Marigold of Light Torture. That nail was shaking. And that shaking was accompanied by the widening smile of Noah. They said fate favors the bold. Noah barked a laugh. Is this their way of proving me that? My daughter is so hardworking, now I miss them. He took out the nail, wrapping his power around it just before it flew away. Going straight towards a certain direction, the direction of the shadow of what was Lost's dominion. One down, or at least busy enough. Light is with me. Love will be with me with the help of Mother Miriam and Selene. Now, who is left? Solstice, huh? His eyes curved. Fine, let's clear this quest in that little guy's territory. Chapter 483 Marigold in Spirit World. The arrival of Adalia Marigold in the spirit world was like a comet crashing on Earth. It detonated, sending a pulse of searing, scalding waves of golden white fire that flooded the entire dominion of shadow like a tide of an unending storm. The souls inside the domain squealed, whimpered, then ultimately burned into smoldering ashes, before being whisked away by the simple aura of Marigold. Bloating a part of the dominion like a blanket of death, the woman stood there, in the middle of a spluttering ground of molten lava, her vitiligo body naked except her private parts. Her hair was set aflame, moving behind her like the crawling of a hunting flaming beast. Her eyes bore 7 distinct pupils, each with different colors and shapes, transfixed on the massive moving, twisting, crawling shadows in front of her. Adalia's face split into a cold, wolfish grin, her teeth needle-like, filling her mouth completely like a monster in human flesh. She parted her lips to speak, but halted, frowning before opening her eyes wide as a golden nail ripped through the air like a hot knife on flesh. Halting an inch from her, the nail was covered by a regal aura of crimson gold. It pulsed like a living, breathing thing, then something erupted from it. Adalia Marigold watched the scene as if it was occurring in slow motion. She could have stopped whatever was about to happen a dozen times. However, curiosity and arrogance got the better of her. Just like that, a voice boomed through the dominion of shadow, quiet, steady, and filled with unending mischievousness. I knew you would never abandon me, mother-in-law. And you came at the perfect time. You see that shadow in front of you? She wants to hurt your daughter, Apollonia. Well, you know what to do? Just teach her a lesson for daring such an outrageous thing. And goddamn for the landing, mother-in-law. You have a flair for the camera. You and I will be best buddies, I can see it already. The voice barked a laugh. Then, this message is written personally by Noah, the best son-in-law in the whole existence. Dare I say the best husband too. By the way, hello Shadow. The voice disappeared next, drowning the space around in a suffocating silence. It was immediately broken by the loud, nuke-like laughter of Adalia Marigold. It was so loud that the air itself shook like a man hammered on an anvil. She stopped only after some good minutes, her eyes tearing up in the deep, rare emotion of amusement. Are you done laughing, daughter of Prime? Shadow's voice boomed, sounding calm and still like a hidden shadow waiting to strike. Oh, Adalia Marigold exclaimed, genuinely surprised. I truly forgot about you, Shadow. Ah, understand me, I have never witnessed someone as shameless as this Noah. Her laughter died down, her face still holding a grin. But hey, Shadow, oh Shadow, don't tell me you believe him, do you? That would be too gullible of you. Does it matter? Shadow said, the mass of writhing, hissing shadows swirling upon themselves, condensing into the shape of a woman. You attacked my dominion and killed most of my souls. Tell me, daughter of Prime, how do you want to die? Will you give me the death I seek? Marigold retorted. Smiling, fire licking her body like a light torture, Shadow's body condensation was finally completed. She stood there, a giant of a woman, skin immaculate black, glistening like the purest thing to ever grace reality. Her hair was long, levitating behind her as if disdaining to touch the very ground, black just like her skin. Her eyes, in contrast, were adorned with white-purple irises and pupils slitted like those of a dragon, black in color. The pupils were constantly pulsing, and one with good perception would sense how each pulse rhythmed with the very breath of the Dominion. A horrendous power spilled out of her continuously, each second making the surroundings darker and darker. The shadows were stirring up, and their hostile gazes were all fixed on Adalia. In one frightening instant, the Dominion of Shadow was split into two halves. A part where 7 suns rose to the sky with searing arrogance, glaring the earth beneath furiously. Another part where nothing except shadows, so old, so abnormal, and so uniquely twisted Marigold's grin was flattered, dwelled, and wrapped by those shadows like an armor was a woman, and her eyes were ready to bury into oblivion the daughter of a prime. You came inside my home uninvited. Shadow grated, her robes made of shadows fluttering as she walked. I can at least allow you to die in the way you wish, unfortunately. Idalia interjected, taking her stance, hands fisting. The way I wish to die cannot be delivered by you. She winked at Shadow. I wish to die by being choked by the dick of my husband, after all. Do you have a dick, Shadow? Shadow paused, then cocked her head, smiling mysteriously for the first time. Not your brother. Idalia needed a latency time for the words to register inside her mind. But once they did, her whole countenance shifted as fast as the loyalty of an opportunist. No words were spoken. Just a raw growl that seemed to shake asunder the air itself, as Adalia sliced open space, leaving behind a trail of scorched reality, arriving in front of Shadow, the time needed for Adalia to pull back her right hand. Balling her fist, her immaculate muscles bulging, contracting, steaming like a burning furnace, and strike the temple of Shadow seemed to happen in one frightening instant with no delay. The delayed sound that occurred at the impact alone reached all the dominions of the principality of the Primus universe. Then came the true consequences of the punch of the daughter of the primordial of light. That made half of the shadow part burn in wailing cries. And that was enough to rattle the inside of both Justitia and Apollonia, memories of a past long forgotten resurfacing. Shadow burst into a rain of shadows. However, Idalia's stance didn't falter. Her eyes were like those of a beast. She took another stance, her words echoing as the shadows attacked her from all sides, a chorus of voices rising, their speeches tightening Idalia's heart like a bloody fist. Axis of the 7 origins light, 16 ladder, the broad dash, shadows of eternity. Idalia's voice was drowned by shadows, and the celestial found herself in a completely different realm. Unperturbed, she flickered her finger. 7 suns rose, the battle continued, simultaneously, in the dominion of love that was unloved. Mariam and Celine had just received the words of Yuki, that, coupled with the shockwave of power that slammed into them, not long ago, made the two mothers know better than to take Yuki's words lightly. However, my Mariam, oh my beautiful Mariam, don't go. Love cried, then, snapped her head at Celine, you too, lovely, sweet Celine. My heart is big, my love even bigger. I can hold both of you inside my heart sick with desire. Celine's lips twitched, looking at the pink pig, with a pink princess-like dress, staring at them with an eerie, genuine love inside her eyes. Celine didn't want to be rude. But with how love was being persistent, she was about to say words she knew she shouldn't. Fortunately, Mariam was here. And contrary to her, she was used to such open displays of affection from love, so Mariam smiled at her, causing love to squeal like a pig, which she was, honestly, and blush like a shy maiden, which she was not, honestly. Celine has a lover. And I too, maybe, yes maybe. She paused, smiling faintly. Anyway, I am digressing. The thing is, love, me and Celine are already taken. But we can give you a chance, tell me. Love yelled, I's serious, I will never give up on you too. Mariam grinned, and Celine sighed tiredly, knowing the intention of her what. Celine decided not to think of it. Then you have only one thing to do. And it's to come with us to meet our husband. It's your son. Celine chirped, anyway, as I said, our husband and son, and you can go discuss it with him. Maybe you can make him give up on us? Love stared at them for a good moment, then yelled, what are you waiting for? Guide the way. Guide me toward my rival. Another shockwave slammed onto them. Love yelled louder, damn it. Let's kill the culprit for these annoying interruptions first. Nope. Miriam held Love by her collar, lifting her up, causing the pig's pink skirt to flutter. Grinning at her, we go now. Celine's ring glowed, and they disappeared from the dominion of Love, her voice echoing behind. Wait. Eat. I need to eat first. Chapter 484 via Solstice 1. In an instant, Miriam, Celine, and Love appeared inside the domain of light, the transition fast and swift thanks to their linked rings. The first thing that welcomed them into the domain was the face of Light appearing just an inch from Miriam's own face, his soul eye unblinking. The tension immediately swelled between them, with Miriam smiling tauntingly, while Light wore, like a mask, his ever-serious face. Celine, at the side, watched this scene, puzzled by the strange situation. However, before anything came out of her mouth, she was dragged away by Elira and Yuki, each one taking an arm. Don't say anything, Elira said in a hushed tone, watching the scene like an unfolding drama. The records knew how much she wished Virgo was there. At least, she never lacked a supply of sweets and soda. Why? Celine asked, tilting her head. What are you plotting once again? And where even is Noah? What does he plan to do this time? Trouble, just like always, Yuki said lazily. You know him, don't you? By now we are used to it. However, this time I must admit it will be very much different. As for what is happening with these two, Elira added, giggling, it's just that, dear Celine, Light loves Love. But Love loves Miriam. Love loves me too, it seems, Celine added, not thinking much about these questionable words. Elira and Yuki snapped their heads toward her, staring at her with their jaws on the floor. Celine's lips twitched, then she hurriedly continued her words, believe me, sisters. This pink pig would love you too if she put her eyes on you. Yeah, no thank you, yes, same. I don't fancy pigs, you know. That's racist, Elira, Celine sighed, changing the course of the discussion toward what her son was actually doing, and so, while her eyes widened with the knowledge of Noah wishing to summon upon himself the very wrath of the origin will of the spirit world, Miriam watched Light intensely, whose eye was fixed on Love, held by Miriam like an object, her legs paddling the air restlessly as if trying to find solid ground. My love Miriam, I enjoy this rough treatment on my body, I truly do, but could you please reserve this for the night? Love said, her face blushing as if she were exposing herself. For now, I need to eat. Miriam's lips twitched heavily at her words. She barely stopped herself from smacking the neck of this lecherous pig. It was true she had grown used to Love's reign of affection, but anything had a limit, and now that she had her son back within her arms, that limit was even more shortened. However, before she spoke, Light did it first. Love, Light said, prompting the attention of the pink pig ruler, I've given you enough time to realize that this home wrecker doesn't love you. She doesn't, and she won't. Can't you see? Light pointed at Miriam with one of his wings. Love followed his instructions instinctively. Watching Miriam's face, it was neutral, if not a little bit amused by what was happening. Look at her and look at my face. Look at the difference in how each one of us looks at you. Only then will your eyes open, letting you see the bare truth. His voice was quiet and steady. Still, anyone could sense the undercurrent of tremor beneath it. Doubtlessly, Light's love for Love was genuine, it was something all new. Even Love herself. But here lay the cruel thing about Love. Light, sweet Light, I know you love me. And I do, I promise I do. But not as lover but as someone who treated me well when I needed it, Love said in her calmest voice. However, my heart belongs to Miriam. Don't ask me why, I know not. And the fact that she doesn't love me yet is only because of. Love paused, then turned her head toward Miriam. What's the name of my rival again? Noah, Miriam said with amusement. Love turned back to Light. Yes. It's all because of Noah. I know my love Miriam will love me. And damn it, where the fuck is that homewrecker? You see, Light, Miriam is not the homewrecker. It's Noah himself. She paused, then yelled once more. Whereas Noah, Love was determined to obtain Miriam's love while discarding the love of someone ready to do anything for her. Light looked at her listlessly, watching how she acted all lovely toward Miriam, who only gave her a smile or two to make her shut up. You love someone who will never love you, leaving behind someone who will never stop loving you, Light thought, his eye meeting Miriam's eyes for a second. She smiled at him with her eyes, they curved devilishly like a venomous snake. Her voice boomed inside his mind. This is for all those attacks you did on me when I was a new ruler. Did I not say I wouldn't forget? I never forget, Light. And I always strike back. Light fell silent for a while, then answered in his usual calm and monotonous voice, I guess I went too easy on you. Miriam shrugged. But I won't. Next, she turned her head toward Love, smiling at her beautifully and innocently. Love almost passed out from her beauty. I need something from you, sweet Love, anything. Love squealed. Anything for you, I swear. Tell me. Just at that moment, the principality shook once more. Taking it as a sign, Miriam finished her words rapidly. I want you to give me the broken tower. Love paused, registering the request, then cocked her head to the left. Why? To show me how much you love me. At the same time, Noah arrived high above the dominion of Solstice, watching as parts of it were completely shattered. Steam blowing up like a chimney, fire, water, air, and earth were slashing the air viciously, forming a phenomenon of elements enough to shred away most beings with exceeding ease. This was, after all, the last attempt of the 4 leaders of the basic elemental dragons of the dragon faction. Their power was immense, but now all that was left was this storm. It was almost pathetic, however, that was not Noah's current concern. His attention was mainly focused on the man standing unbothered inside the storm of elements. He was quite tall, around 6 feet, skin white like a sheet of ice, filled with swirling tribal tattoos all over. He was bare-chested, his lower body covered by a simple red teleba that fluttered erratically because of the storm. The man's face was composed of nothing but eyes, unblinking and vicious-looking, that sometimes acted like a mouth. Noah watched Solstice with his arms resting on his chest. All of a sudden, shadows began to pour beneath him. However, no. Noah lightly shook his head. I will take care of him alone. You have done your job, Esther. Go rest. There was a sudden pause from the shadows before they slowly began to disappear, like spilled ink being cleaned away. Good luck then, husband, Noah grunted in answer, his focus only on the soul ruler in front of him. Once Esther was completely gone, Noah popped his neck left, then, right, well, he said, smiling faintly, shall we begin, Solstice? The soul ruler's answer was deep, still silence. But no, that was not how Solstice worked. The battle has already begun. Solstice growled, his voice like thousands of people speaking at the same time. At his words, Noah's smile only widened. Oh, but of course I know. Only then did the silent words of Solstice, hidden under layers of reality, boom all around at the curt snapping finger of Noah. The prince raised his head and saw a sight that put a grin on his beautiful face. 5th Zodiac, the Lion, Sin of Pride, Chapter 485 vs Solstice 2. Noah watched the attack raining down on him, showing the illustration of a gargantuan golden lion, a power of pride oozing out of it like water from a hold bucket. The lion stretched its mouth wide open, showing sharp golden canines that sank deep into reality. It moaned in pain, then shattered and roared with all its throat. A wave of godly power erupted and slammed onto Noah almost instantly, burning everything to a crisp in its path. At the same time, Solstice appeared behind Noah, his body untouched by his own power, holding inside his hand a giant golden bow. When he pulled the translucent string, the illusion of a centaur appeared behind him, mirroring perfectly his action. Next, an arrow appeared on its own from the bow, made of condensed soul energy of a crimson-black color. Space melted, and a putrid stench soaked the battlefield. At that time, the cloud of power veiling Noah was wafted away, showing the prince in all his glory with no wounds staining his body. He snapped his head to the side, watching the jaw of the lion, Sin of Pride, an inch from gnawing at his jugular. Noah ducked down, the jaw of the lion snapping on air with a loud crack, then shifted sideways, balling his fist and punching the lion directly into its gut. Before the impact, he used his atom manipulation, changing the components of his bones, muscles, and skin to those of equal to thousands of cluster of exploding stars. When the strike landed, half of the lion was obliterated into nothingness, the rest spraying the air in cascades of splintered flesh. Its core became broken. The lion wailed, but Noah didn't have time to enjoy the sound of it. The back of his neck was tingling, his hair standing on edge like the spines of a porcupine. He turned his head behind just to see Solstice unleashing the arrow, letting out a loud scream as space was torn apart by the power of the arrow. Freeze! Noah ordered calmly, and time halted just when the tip of the arrow touched his forehead. His blood trickled down, the poison seeping inside his body, and Noah laughed. The time freeze would only be on for no more than 1 second, but it was more than enough for him. With the feeling of being wounded by the power just now, Noah transmuted his right hand to match the power of the arrow. His body neutralized the poison in the process. Then he grasped the arrow, spinning upon himself again and again until time resumed its natural course. He threw it back at Solstice, enhancing the power of the arrow multiple folds. Meanwhile, Solstice's eyes were filled with dread, realizing he had been frozen for one whole second. Before his mind regained its senses, the arrow went past his head. It exploded instantly, causing shrieks of pain and anger to erupt from the throat of the lion still alive and from Solstice himself. The impact caused a shockwave of power to slam onto Noah, and he used it as a way to propel himself backward. Taking his distance, he cracked his neck, his forehead already healed, watching the cloud of white and purple that rose skyward. Noah murmured. Still standing? He tilted his head. The power he had used should have been enough to at least cripple Solstice for a long while. However, as the dust of withered soul cleared, Solstice stood there, his head already healed while a giant-like crimson fish with eyes all over its body swirled around him. Reversal, the soul ruler said, and the dying power of the lion caused by Noah destroying half of its core became immediately more powerful. Due to that, the lion healed rapidly, snarling and growling at Noah with spite and hatred. Seeing that, Noah grasped why the soul ruler was still not dead. Reversal, ha! Noah mused, smiling. That's an interesting power. He took his stance, this time summoning the power of singularity while wrapping time compression around himself. It was not the end. He added inside it the innate ability of Laka. The bloodline sage. The divine beast had the skill of bloodline fog, a fog used to suppress the very bloodline of whoever was inside. But Noah didn't need to suppress the bloodline of Solstice. Clearly, whatever power the soul ruler was using was not related to bloodline. Instead, he located deep inside his soul the sigil corresponding to the Yi skill, fog. Then, with tremendous ease in the midst of the battle, while Solstice was bolting toward him, a black-white scale above him with the face of a veiled woman, his mouth open in an attempt to use a skill, Noah transmuted the very nature of the skill. With his atom manipulation that went beyond understanding, and the use of probability and singularity to force fate into giving birth to an abomination of a skill, Noah managed to obtain something just as Solstice's voice rang out. Reversal. Instantly, all the powers wrapping around Noah went from more to less, from powerful to weak, but it was too late. Noah had already finished what he wished to create, and soon enough, Solstice realized it, as crimson gold fog erupted from the mouth and eyes of Noah, enveloping him in a thick embrace. He bellowed, thrashing inside the fog. It was all useless. If bloodline held no sway over anyone inside the spirit world, it was not the case for the soul. One might forget about such a little detail about the spirit world, but everything from people, to constructs, to time and space was made of soul essence. The shadows of shadow, the 12 zodiac signs of Solstice and his reversal power, even the love and the light of light were under the same rule. So what would happen when someone got the power to weaken suppress the very concept of soul essence inside one being? The answer to that question was unfolding in real time in front of Noah. He watched with quiet eyes Solstice kneeling on one knee in front of him. He was sweating buckets, his power was broken, making the lion and Libra disappear into molten light, leaving behind a screech of worry for their master. They seemed to hold their own feelings, Noah noticed, finding it even more interesting, but then he shook his head. Dispersing those distractions, focusing once more on the soul ruler, his state was almost pitiful to see. His numerous eyes were wide, open, rotten with confusion and fear. Clearly, the soul ruler had never suffered something like this, especially with the fact that Noah's suppression was absolute if his soul was stronger than his opponent. And there was hardly anything stronger than the soul of the Son of Reality. Well, Noah breathed, smiling faintly, you lasted, honestly, longer than I thought. How do you have this power? Solstice asked, his voice raspy and strained. Principality and Origin are the only ones supposed to have this power. His eyes glared at Noah. How? Oh! Noah exclaimed, cocking his head. Is that why you cannot go against a principality, and yet, the merchant or even his allies managed to kill one such being? Noah shook his head once more, ducked his head down, watching a pool of shadows filling beneath his feet. Esther's voice echoed soon after. I found the lake and the broken half-tower, she said. Are they what you needed, husband? Noah smiled, looking at the drain-colored face of Solstice. Darling. As always, good job, he said, but I saw something else, husband, Esther continued. In the depth of the lake, beside the flowers, I saw a hidden door. A realm, most probably. How? Solstice's cracked voice slithered out. How did you dash? Silence. Noah ordered, increasing his soul suppression on the soul ruler, causing his face to crash down onto the ground. However, even then, Solstice didn't stop squirming, wishing to speak, and probably curse. Esther didn't bother with him, finishing her report. behind the realm, husband, there is a lotus and a young girl, no older than 6 growing out of the lotus. She paused. Solstice bellowed in anger and dread, and the girl is feeding from the lotus, while the lotus feeds itself from the lake and the billions of souls trapped inside that realm. Chapter 486. Answers are no benedictions, a lotus and a child? Noah tilted his head, his eyes inspecting Solstice writhing beneath him like a worm trying to slither in mud. And they are feeding off the lake and billions of souls, the prince continued, finding the situation more and more strange. Yes, husband. Esther said, her body erupting from the pool of shadows like ink being grasped and then pulled skyward. Standing behind Noah, I didn't manage to see much, for the realm closed itself instantly. But the power I managed to glimpse from the young girl. She paused, and Solstice managed a rasping, angry cry at Esther, glaring at her with vicious intent to kill. Noah lifted his left foot and crashed it down on the soul ruler's head, causing a muffled sound followed by a cry of agony. You are being noisy, Solstice. Noah hissed, before turning toward Esther. You were saying? About the power of the young girl, way stronger, Esther said. And I believe even stronger than Solstice. Moreover, it was something different. I don't know how to explain it, husband, but I feel a sense of uniqueness inside her. The more Noah heard, the more his face became creased with puzzlement. He crouched down, grabbed the head of Solstice, and yanked it up. The soul ruler grunted at the snapping strength, his neck cracking. The numerous eyes of the soul ruler rested upon Noah's mismatched ones, burning with spite. Will you tell me? Or will you stay silent? Noah asked, before adding, immediately, and I must specify, I hate walking into something I have no idea about. So usually, I tend to, he smiled coldly, simply destroy everything. I guess you would fancy to see that. Solstice's face lost all color. He shook his head vehemently, realizing that Noah was not joking. He was truly going to destroy everything and be done with it. Don't. Solstice said, almost begging. You are unaware of the importance of her, that's why I am asking. But now it seems like you are purposely wasting time. Noah's eyes narrowed. Meaningless. I can stop time inside this whole dominion for as long as I like, believe me. Solstice whispered, you don't wish to know. I myself would have wished to not be part of this. Answers are no benedictions, it's the last time I am asking. What is she? Solstice fell silent, staring at Noah with his numerous eyes, all trembling in fear. Not fear of Noah, Noah himself realized, but of someone else. Or something else. Just don't touch her. She can't be touched. She is her vessel of who? Solstice gulped, of one of them. Noah instinctively felt a deep sense of foreboding roll over him, glaring at him like an angry cloud. At that instant, the prince knew that seeking more answers would doom him. However, another part of Noah couldn't help but be curious and wish to know more. Even with the scent of death as clear as daylight thickening around his nose, Esther, he whispered, his voice strangely strained. I take back what I said. You will feel safer away from me. Tell that to your sisters. Be far away. At the edge of this principality, Esther's heart throbbed, feeling a rising dread creep up her throat. Just do it. Noah interrupted her, feeling he had already gathered the attention of whoever was responsible for this situation. Solstice beneath him was shaking. I told you, he bellowed, his voice rotten with fear. Answers are no benedictions. Arrogant. Now see. See what you summoned. Esther's worry skyrocketed at those words and the feeling slowly creeping above her. It was like something was slithering above the heavens, trying slowly to come toward them. She wished to say more, but the look in Noah's eyes at that instant made her close her mouth. She ducked her head, then began to disappear within the shadows. I shall deliver your orders, she said, trying to stop her dissatisfaction and fear from poisoning her words. Noah smiled wryly. Esther, he called out to her when only her head remained. She paused and looked at him. You know nothing. Noah used his gift, ignoramus, on his wife, denying the very knowledge Esther had of the current matter, from the lotus, to the young girl, to their words. By denying it, she forgot everything. Solstice was right on this one. Noah knew, answers were not benedictions, especially for Esther or his other wives. Whatever was coming was above their pay grade. Even above Noah, the paragon of shadows' eyes glazed at her husband's words before returning to normal. Then she slowly disappeared. Noah could have done the same for himself. But maybe Solstice was, once again, right. he lifted his head to the sky, asking the one last question that would turn this situation into a point of no return. Last question, Noah said. Eyes still on the sky. Solstice shook his head. No more questions. Any more, and we are dead. Dead, I say, then dead we will be, Solstice, for I wish to know. He paused, making the soul ruler sprawl on the ground listlessly, seemingly accepting his fate. Who are them? And who is the owner of the vessel? That's 2 questions. Don't test my patience, Solstice scowled, then sighed. I don't know them. But I know, she allowed me to know her. Or rather, her title. Solstice paused, gulping an audible mouthful of saliva before continuing. His voice clipped. The Pale Lady, she is called. The name felt like a sword thrust into Noah's mind. He immediately gasped, feeling the edge of his consciousness about to be completely corrupted. Above, angry clouds swirled, twisted, and churned on themselves like a wheel turning inward. Solstice was already on the ground, his eyes lifeless, his identity completely collapsed, with the edge of his consciousness barely holding Noah's body, blurred into motion, appearing deep within Solstice's territory. Above, the lake. With no time to admire the beauty and strange radiance of the lake, he dove deep inside, passing the stunning pale flower and reaching the door of the realm Esther had spoken about. At that point, Noah felt his identity cracking, and he laughed out loud. And he did. Only hearing the name of that being was making him feel like he was about to lose himself. But Noah was no pushover. He was the son of reality. The many blessings given to him at birth acted. Protecting his mind and self, he destroyed the door of the realm with a flick of his finger and entered. His eyes instantly settled on the young girl about to open her eyes, her pale eyelids flickering constantly. Above the dominion, the face of a woman appeared. Yet no one could see her face, despite it being so obviously visible to all. The paradox made Noah's wives, watching from afar, groaned their selves protected only because they were witnessing something they did not know. The lack of knowledge shielded them. That was not the case for Noah. The man himself was running toward the young girl, knowing that the moment her eyes opened, he was fucked in the purest sense of the term. He tried to use time to accelerate himself, but even the blessing lagged. He cursed, then laughed like a lunatic. He finally arrived in front of the girl sitting on the lotus. He stretched his hand and grasped her just as her eyes snapped wide open. Noah's mind cracked, and he laughed even harder, blood flowing from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His body slowly began to still like a goddamn statue. Soon enough, he would no longer move. Meanwhile, the moment the young girl opened her eyes, her body matured instantly, becoming that of a woman at least 30 years old. Her paleness was striking. She opened her mouth, about to speak, and Noah used the only part of his body that was still working at that moment. His head. He crashed his lips onto the pale woman's open mouth. Her eyes jerked wide and activated the last blessing of his birthright. Right of Creation, Raja's Primeval Consciousness, Chapter 487. That's the price. In her realm, Gaia immediately paused what she was doing, snapping her head toward one direction. Nothing could be seen from where she sat except the people of her realm going on with their lives, but the Will Eternal was seeing so much more, and what she saw sent a strange jolt of feeling through her. Already, she whispered, watching how a part of the spirit world was completely curtained by the power of one of them, of the Pale Lady. Her brows furrowed, her face frowning in a worried manner as she witnessed Noah bringing the vessel of her into his consciousness. Gaia, even knowing she should not, instinctively tried to stop the event. However, it was far too late, and she could not access the consciousness of Noah, not if she didn't want to hurt him. I truly wished I was wrong about you, Raj. Why are you so troublesome? Gaia exhaled, closing her eyes in a failed attempt to calm her stomping heart. She was not surprised by the fact that the Pale Lady had a vessel birthing inside the spirit world. How could she be? She was the one who made her have easier access to the perfected reality, and even began the process of her descent to the spirit world. Anyone knowing such a ridiculously dubious affair would think Gaia a foolish woman, bringing the weapon of doom into herself. It was indeed the truth. The Pale Lady was one of them. And their desire was nothing but to devour her and obtain the seed she was created from, the seed of one of the olds. The one they called the interpreters. Gaia did not know who those olds were. The son of emptiness refused to let a single word out of his mouth, and she had only managed to learn all this lately, all thanks to the Pale Lady. It had been dangerous to expose herself in that way in front of them, but by now she had learned that she needed to accept that wind of danger if she wanted to know the truth behind the actions of the son of emptiness. Even now, there were still missing pieces. Gaia still didn't know why Noah, the merchant, and the one of fire were needed in this protection task, but that was something she planned to ponder upon later. For now, Gaia looked back at the spirit world, and finally let out a small smile, though it was slightly strained. Did it go as you planned? A voice echoed around her, old, genderless, and flat, seeming to come from all sides. I have learned something about my son, Haboric. Now you acknowledge he is your son? I have known you to be more stubborn than this, Gaia. Stay silent when I speak. She snarled, then continued. As I said, I know my son. I have watched him grow for thousands of years without my eyes leaving him for a single second. He is a troublemaker, he is arrogant, and he is curious and daring, the qualities needed to be the prince. Haboric paused. Maybe the king, if he is worthy. True. Gaia nodded. That's why I personally allowed the Pale Lady to create a vessel only in the principality of the Primus universe. She smiled, looking at the strangely colored patch of earth beneath her, recalling how many times she altered the time of the spirit world to make it possible, all of that with none being the wiser. The Pale Lady was different from the others, Gaia followed up. She didn't want to eat me like all of them. Instead, she wanted to corrupt my very seeds so that I could become an extension of her. For what? I know not. But that made her wish to have an anchor inside me, and now, are you not afraid? Haboric inquired. She now has an anchor. Even if it seems you do have a plan, she is one of them. You would be a fool and more to believe they can be kept at bay. They are created from dash, I know, Haboric. Gaia interrupted harshly. And here is another thing I learned about my son, he always finds a way to turn a disadvantageous situation into a good one. You use your son to solve your own problem. I am giving him the ability to shield himself from the son of emptiness. The only ones who could hide him are them, in the event he does succeed in obtaining her agreement. Do you understand what you are implying? One of them accepting to humor a wretched reality dweller, it's only a vessel from the main self. It's more doable than you think, the main self will know, and you won't be left unharmed, Gaia scoffed. You don't know the situation between them. What do you think will happen if the others know that the Pale Lady already has access to reality? Haboric's answer didn't come immediately, reflecting as he understood Gaia's point. His reflection was cut short by Gaia's voice, which continued calmly, let me tell you, Haboric, what they will do. They will do anything to cripple her and take the link for themselves. So believe me, she will not dare come to me, at least not immediately, for she will fear what I might say to her lovely friends when I have no other escape. Be wary of the cornered rat, Haboric chuckled coldly. You are putting your life on the line, Gaia, that's the price, all to help your son? He is only one being, yet you doomed the life of a whole reality because of him. That one being is my son, Haboric, he is worth more than all of them. Do I need to spell it out for you? He is worth, in my eyes, more than even you. Haboric visibly paused, then grunted irritably. That hurts, as Gaia shrugged, answering with silence, turning her attention back to the event unfolding in the spirit world. Noah needed to be fast, for the son of emptiness would soon have the luxury to peek and feel that something was wrong within her. And before that happened, Noah needed to gain control of the vessel of the Pale Lady, granting him protection and power. Even while thinking that, Gaia couldn't stop her stomach from knotting into a ball. She was achingly worried. It was dangerous, extremely so, to allow one of them this close to her and her son. The Pale Lady might act in a way she didn't expect, dooming them completely. However, there was no other viable choice at present. Now she knew she must protect herself, and protect the one she cared for the son of emptiness's protection might not last forever. Sighing, Gaia closed her eyes. You are the self-born, the son of will eternal, the one who stole my power and made me go through childbirth. She let out a faint smile, remembering that day. Strangely, those memories were now fond to her. You can do this again, can't you? Gaia believed in her son. Then again, she had no choice but to do so. There was no other option. Meanwhile, in the primeval consciousness of Raj, Noah stood face to face with the vessel of the Pale Lady. Having regained his mobility, he smiled sheepishly. I am sorry. The Pale Lady's eyes turned deathly. I didn't mean to kiss you. Chapter 488, Deck of Providence. 1. I didn't mean to kiss you. The Pale Lady's eyes remained like those of death. She said nothing, only fixed her pale, cracking, veiny eyes on the smiling Noah. Smiling, but only Noah knew the tremor rattling through his bones like a blade. It was becoming exceedingly difficult to keep his relaxed face in front of the Pale Lady, and that difficulty increased the longer he looked at her, trying to examine the strange being in front of him. The Pale Lady was tall and lithe, with no body fat on her, making a show of slithering veins marking her whole body. Just as her name suggested, everything about her was immaculately white, from her eyes, eyebrows, mouth, and hair. She wore a long, white-flowered regal robe that framed her body. It was annoyingly long, carpeting the ground beneath her into piled folds of silk like canvas. Her eyes slowly peeled away from Noah. Looking at the space she found herself trapped in, it was all crimson gold, with nothing else except moving energy that held the very origin of a reality. She recognized the energy and its scent, making her connect the link between Noah and Gaia easily. Her brow furrowed, a trace of wrath and annoyance painting her face for a brief instant. Calming herself, she turned her attention back to Noah. He smiled, albeit in a strained manner. "Are you ready to talk now?" he asked. "Who are you?" She spoke, her voice deceptively sweet. She sounded like the girl next door you always wished to talk to. However, the very sound of it made Noah almost forget the voices of any other beings or non-beings he might have heard since he was born. Only his strong will helped him block the power of the Pale Lady. He unconsciously staggered one step backward, looking at her with slightly widened eyes. Noah saw nothing on her face, and chillingly realized that she didn't even mean it as an attack. It was simply the effect of her talking, and him not being able to withstand the natural power hidden inside it. He cursed internally, gathering himself back together. This is going to be bothersome. He whispered inwardly, "Who am I?" He finally answered, not willing to let his smile wear off. "It's a difficult question, and you might not want to hear me do my own biography. I can be very self-absorbed, an offspring of Gaia," the Pale Lady said matter-of-factly, causing Noah to stare at her in surprise. "How do you know? This question of yours not only confirms my thoughts but also indicates your ridiculous ignorance about her recent actions," she said, seeming to grin coldly. "So you have been used." For what? She looked around her, sensing a kind of absolute power pressing on her from all sides like clothes. A power that she could not shrug off because of how premature the vessel of her main self was. She had no choice but to accept it. The more she thought about it, the more the Pale Lady imagined all kinds of atrocities she would deliver upon Gaia. The Will Eternal thought herself safe. Oh, foolish thing, too young to peer into me. I was there, conscious, when the interpreters began to interpret. I was there, watching, when their comprehension condensed into seed. I was there, lurking, when you came to be. I was there, laughing, when the tree of knowledge sprouted from his navel. Too young, Will Eternal. Too young. It was one thing to fool her because of impatience and greed, and another to believe that Gaia could predict her actions in anger. She would learn the price of going against her. A price steeper than she could afford. And the Pale Lady would begin with her son, and oh, a son? Oh, how fabulously heretical. She focused back on Noah, then for the first time smiled. It was a cold, humorless smile. "What are the conditions of this place, son of heretic?" Noah cocked his head to the side, frowning not only at the way that the Pale Lady called him, but also at the fact that she knew it was true. His last blessing was a troublesome thing. He was able to bring anyone inside his consciousness, and the only way for either one to exit this place was through a condition that existed for both of them. The blessing came with its own set of rules, and Noah used to direct the direction the condition would take. He decided it would be a simple game. Just like how his mother Gaia loved it, so he raised his right hand, palm facing upward. Willing it, a black box appeared and fell onto his palm with a loud tack. The surrounding primeval energy churned and formed a small table between them, and two zabuton, pale for the Pale Lady and crimson gold for Noah, appeared at each side. The box left Noah's grasp and placed itself in the middle of the table. Wordlessly, Noah hunched himself over and sat on his zabuton. The Pale Lady did the same, her eyes never leaving the box in the process. Once the two of them were settled, a small jar and two teacups appeared on the table. To the right side, the jar opened, letting out a rich, sweet smell that made the Pale Lady tear her eyes off the box and stare at it. Noah seemed to see curiosity flash inside the Pale Lady's eyes. She regained herself and now looked at Noah. "Will you explain? Or will you just stare, son of heretic?" "Why son of heretic? You were son of heretic. Will you not explain? Will you explain or not?" Noah shut his mouth, looking at the Pale Lady for a moment before taking the box. "I don't know who you are or where you came from, my lady," Noah said, his smile returning to his lips, "but I do hope you know how to play a game." The box opened, spilling out brilliant light. "I present to you the deck of Providence," Noah whispered. Noah rolled his eyes, annoyed at Providence interrupting his speech. The voice of Providence was accompanied by the appearance of a golden coin in the middle of the two players. Each face of the coin bore the image of Pale and Noah. Without any warning, The coin flipped into the air, rolled again and again into itself until it reached its highest point, before falling down. Embarrassingly, Noah was anxious enough, wishing to be the one to start. He would certainly have a good advantage in that case. However, it seemed his own game didn't favor him, for the coin fell in favor of Pale. Noah's right eye twitched at the deep, mocking face of Pale. For a moment, he wished for nothing more than to lean over and slap the shit out of her. Surely, with her body looking like a goddamn stick, he could break her, like a twig from a branch easily, but Noah did nothing of the sort. And watched with a suddenly dry throat as slowly, Pale laughed like a child playing for the first time and made her first move, and unfortunately for Noah, she did not play like one. Chapter 490 Deck of Providence 3. The moment Pale started, the game seemed to transform into something greater. It no longer looked like a chess game with pawns, but instead like real living people fighting and parrying the attacks of others in a beautiful, lethal dance. They looked like they had real feelings, and that was when Noah knew it was bad when Pale immediately tried to take down his queen. The queen's face shifted into a frightened look. Having already acted, Noah could now play. And he did by making his knight move, blocking the strike of Pale's herald. She smiled sinisterly, using the herald's bloodlust nature to create true chaos, making Noah's knight struggle under the continuous pressure. Realizing that at this rhythm he would soon lose his knight and eventually his queen, Noah used his priest. Instantly, a sound seemed to ripple through the chessboard, causing the knight to be enhanced with sudden vigor. He managed to fend off the herald, permitting the queen to run toward the priest. Pale did the same with her priest to counteract, but Noah had already acted again, using his own herald to strike a decisive blow at Pale's herald. The man visibly shrieked. And Noah smiled. "Why are you smiling?" Pale's voice echoed coldly inside Noah's head, and his eyes widened as he saw Pale's herald explode himself, bringing Noah's herald with him. Both of them felt an immediate weakness, yet it was not over. Wait dash, Noah didn't even have time to gather himself as Pale's knight ripped through the chessboard like a straight line, soared high in the sky before chopping down on his king, faster than he believed possible. Noah's knight left the side of the queen and managed to deflect the attack just enough to save the king, but in the process, the knight was fatally wounded, causing him to fall to his knees, bleeding furiously. Noah's heart skipped a beat. And Pale's grin widened as she used her knight to behead the king. The effect was like a hammer blow in Noah's mind. His king died as easily as breathing, his knight slowly dying too. Pale was already smiling, her eyes shining with confidence as her knight turned to finish Noah's knight. At that instant, Noah's eyes snapped toward the rest of his pawns. All of them seemed on the verge of giving up, having lost their king, and he knew that if even the knight died, then he was doomed. Fucking hell. Noah cursed, seeing the queen about to fall beside the trembling priest and the soldier dash. Noah's thoughts halted immediately as he finally noticed the soldier. His face twisted as a ridiculous thought blossomed inside his mind. He acted immediately on it. "Priest, the king is dead. A ruler is needed. Marry the queen and the soldier together," he ordered. Pale cocked her head in confusion. Noah's priest acted immediately while the two knights were battling each other, his own knight about to die. All of a sudden, a brilliant crimson gold light bloomed on Noah's side, followed by Providence's voice. Pale's eyes widened, and Noah would have been a goddamn fool not to use the momentum he had just gained. "My warmonger, fucking go." The light disappeared, and in place of the soldier stood a man in armor that shone like that of bloodthirsty warriors, with a scimitar worthy of a king. The queen stood beside him, renewed with energy, and the priest was singing in joy, boosting the warmonger's power even further. He acted immediately, faster than anything, and killed Pale's knight. At the same time, he took Noah's knight and threw him toward the priest to be healed. Pale panicked instantly, seeing the warmonger moving straight toward her king. Knowing the uselessness of protecting her king, she abandoned him shamelessly and moved the queen toward the priest, wishing to do the same as me. Noah snickered. Instead of killing the king, his warmonger instantly pivoted and ran toward the historian. At the same time, marry the soldier and the queen. Pale bellowed at her priest in haste. But nothing happened. The queen refused to marry while the king was still alive, and the priest and soldier were too loyal. By the time she realized her mistake, Noah's warmonger king was already upon the historian. "He is an historian," Noah said, his mind spinning fast. "Don't kill him, capture him." The warmonger obeyed, capturing the scribbling historian in haste. Before returning to his territory, Providence's voice echoed once more. Pale's face lost all color. She slowly lifted her head from the chessboard, watching Noah's grin with irritation. The game paused, waiting for Noah to ask what kind of information he wished to have, but Pale knew that with the current situation, Noah was not foolish enough not to ask the one question that would help him win easily. The thought should have been depressing and stressful, and it was, but Pale refused to abandon hope. Don't waste time, son of heretic, she said, trying to keep her voice calm and steady. Ask the question and let the game follow its course, then you will lose. The game is not over yet, she said, looking at him with her pale eyes. I can still win. Noah fell silent, returning the stare unflinchingly. He knew it was still possible, and that having information didn't necessarily mean being able to act on it. Still, Noah would not show his uncertainty openly. He smiled, confidently. You better think of what you will do when I win, he said. In contrast to you, I will give you the right to choose your fate between 3 choices, one more choice than me, Pale sneered. How generous of you, son of heretic, I know. I'm called that a lot, you're getting rather talkative. Are you worried, perhaps? Pale said, with a low, cold grin. Noah shrugged, then immediately used his right to ask a critical piece of information about the game. The exchange was secret, making Pale shift on her feet, dying to know what Noah had asked. But it was impossible, and her heart sank at the sight of Noah's grin. How sweet, he whispered as the paused game resumed. Let's continue. Pale didn't answer, nor did she act, still staring at him. Then mechanically she lowered her head toward her remaining pawns. She clicked her tongue, seeing the tense atmosphere in her territory. After her failed attempt to marry the soldier and the queen while the king was still alive, I need to make the situation better, she thought. Then slowly, I use my soldier to promote into a knight, she said, realizing it was what she should have done instead of making him king. At her words, the soldier's appearance changed to that of a knight, the protector of the queen. Noah acted next, shouting with dramatic intensity, priest, my knight acted faithfully and protected the queen and the fallen king. He is worthy. Let the light shine down and bless him. What dash? Light shone once more, and when it faded, Pale watched with dread, as the warmonger king and the divine knight stood side by side. Noah grinned. I am not done yet. The priest has done worthy deeds by saving the knight and marrying the sad queen. Let the light shine and evolve him. Pale's heart dropped, watching Noah's lineup ripple with power. However, tut. I am not done yet, my lady. Pale's eyes widened, and she shouted at Providence, no. This is getting dash. I have 2 historians. Noah laughed. Make my historian learn everything from the other and evolve him. Pale fell backward. Staring listlessly at the sky, Noah grinned. Ah, now this is better than your confident face. Let's end this game, darling, shall we? Chapter 491. 3 Proposals. Noah stared playfully at Pale, who sat there looking listlessly at the chessboard. Now, even if she refused to abandon, the outcome of this game was as clear as daylight. That realization sent a flash of indignation and anger inside Pale's non-existent heart, making her snap her head toward Noah. She almost decided to sacrifice her current vessel to wipe the smile off Noah's face. She knew she could, but Pale was reluctant to do such a thing. First, it was not easy for her to finally bypass the sun of emptiness and enter a perfected reality. It had been untold numbers of epochs since she had been trying to achieve this feat, so to give it up just because of a being who would die the instant she showed even a wisp of her true self was not worth it. Second, Pale didn't want to act like a sore loser. It would be unbefitting of her great image. You cheated, Pale said, acting exactly like a sore loser. I know not how, but you did. Don't be a sore loser. Noah chuckled. I was as clueless as you about the hidden rules of the game. I just learned faster. Are you implying you are smarter than me, son of heretic? I wouldn't dare, darling. He smiled. You are definitely smarter than me. Happy now? I am not. Providence rolled her eyes. Pale didn't answer Noah. She only sighed, cocked her head upward, and looked at the space around her in solemn silence. Are you ready to listen to my 3 proposals, then? Noah broke the silence. Taking a teacup, raising it to lip level, then sipping gently, let's hear them, Pale said, lowering her head back down and looking at him coldly. But you better know your limits. I can very well destroy everything of you if it comes down to it. Noah's smile didn't waver. I don't doubt it. But you won't, will you? I know you already love me too much to just kill me. My distaste for you grows every time you open your foul lips. Harsh. Noah made a mock-hurt face. But you said distaste and not hate. That's something already. A win is a win, hate. Pale scoffed outrageously. Hate is a strong feeling, and you are not worthy of receiving that from me. Not even your mother is. Noah's smile stiffened slightly. Please, he almost whispered, don't tempt me. I can be insufferable. Way more than right now, you are rambling, son of heretic, Pale said in an exasperated manner. Tell me your 3 choices and let's get this over with. Noah decided to stop playing. He took one last sip of his tea, put it down with a soft tick sound, then focused all his attention on Pale. The atmosphere around them seemed to shift, now holding a very distinct weight of solemn and tense silence. Here is my proposal, darling. Call me that again, son of heretic, and you shall regret it. Noah ignored her threat and raised one finger upward, the first one, just like you. I give you the option to be my slave. Pale's face grew darker, as if it were about to crack like glass. Noah continued, unbothered. He raised his second finger. The second option is for you to become something akin to a guardian. The protector of my family. The pale lady now showed an expression of pure disbelief, listening to Noah telling her to become a guardian. Her? A being able to kill this perfected reality if it were not for that damn son of emptiness and his one power. If Noah noticed her expression, he gave no indication as he continued his words, raising a third finger. This time, he stopped briefly, amused, knowing he was playing with fire that could burn him to ashes. But who was Noah without a bit of insanity and audacity? So he steeled himself and parted his lips as Providence shook her head tiredly at her husband. The third option is my favorite, personally. So hear me well, speak already, she snarled. I want you to marry me. Noah proposed immediately, wearing a charming smile that brought Pale within an inch of beheading him. I want you to bind yourself completely to me. And as a dowry, darling, I will give you a gift. One you will certainly like. You better speak fast before I lose my patience, Noah. Her voice was shaking, torn between destroying everything and curiosity. Noah snapped his fingers, and a rock slithering with strange swallowing power appeared, the same rock that had officially started his story, and the power emitting from it made Pale immediately fall silent, staring at it with wide eyes, her jaw slack. This son of emptiness, Noah smiled, looking at his past system, destroyed and transformed into a small rock of power. This rock represented the power used for his system to come to be, the power of the son of emptiness. Noah wanted nothing of it anymore. Still, marry me, and I will give you this thing. He nodded to himself. I told you I am generous. Pale looked at him with dazed eyes, seeing the incredible opportunity that would open once the power of the son of emptiness was in her hands. She didn't even consider taking it by force and leaving. She couldn't. There was absolute authority inside this place, and the only way out was to destroy her vessel. Impossible now that she had seen the rock. However, marry him? Pale frowned slightly at the thought. Marriage was something only beings like Noah would bother with. Even love was foreign to them. She didn't know how to love, for she had never loved. And she didn't think she ever could. Her only goal, her only drive, was to become strong enough to stand before an interpreter and ask a single question. Yet that was the twisted part. To become strong, she needed to destroy what the interpreters themselves had created. Would she get her answer then? Or would she still be denied? Pale didn't know. But she would walk this path without wavering, no matter how long it took, no matter the sacrifice required. And if one of those sacrifices was letting a simple vessel marry a wretched reality dweller, then it is a fair price to pay to glimpse the power of the son of emptiness. With that thought, the pale lady finally calmed herself, now looking at Noah with a serene gaze. She was ready. However, whatever she was about to say stuck in her throat as Noah's voice echoed first. Oh. And yes, it should be obvious, but I just want to make something clear. He grinned sweetly. I want to marry the real you. Not your vessel. Pale's mind halted only for a heartbeat before her face twisted as she cried out in rage, I will kill you. She jolted from her seat and leapt at Noah like an angry cat, clawing at his face with pure fury, yet unable to do more than that. Noah let her, laughing without restraint. If you are done venting your anger, let's marry, darling. I wonder what your true appearance looks like. Shut up, haha. Chapter 492. New wife, are you calm now? Noah said, his face riddled with scratches, looking at Pale sitting on top of him. Do I look calm? She growled, raising her arms in threatening attempts to continue her scratching session. I think you just like being on top of me. Noah grinned, unbothered. I don't mind, you know. You can just ask N-. His words didn't finish as Pale slashed his lips with her sharp nails. His lips were sliced into splintered pieces, blood spraying, but they healed back in a heartbeat. I am not your equal. Pale said, her tone like daggers, then slowly got up from Noah, standing beside him and looking down on him with icy eyes. And you will never be my equal, reality dweller, Noah simply shrugged. That's a talk for another time. So, with his elbows pressing against the flat, energy-made surface, Noah pushed himself up, sitting back with his face spotless of any wounds. Your decision. Pale stared at him for a long while, her eyes visibly hesitating over this decision. If before, with her vessel, it was not a serious problem, choosing to marry herself her true body with Noah was something out of her wildest imagination. She had never heard of something like this among her kind. Am I really going to do this? She thought, her feet moving restlessly. Pale cursed the fact that her current body was only a vessel, and an incomplete one at that. If it were her true body, her full consciousness, then she would have succeeded in finding an answer, a way out of this perilous situation. But that was not the case, and the more she thought about it, the more her anger toward Gaia peaked to a dangerous level. I underestimated her because she is nothing but a young seedling. Now here I am, she sighed inwardly, knowing there was no need to make this process more complicated. There was nothing more to think about. She needed the power of the Son of Emptiness. Now she could have it, and coupled with that, her vessel would be left unharmed. In all accounts, this situation was rather profitable to her. The only issue was the annoying, smiling, mocking face of Noah. But she could deal with that. She just needed to teach him his place. I accept. Pale said, looking straight at him. Let's start the process, if there is any. Noah's face split into a wide grin. Perfect. He clapped his hands. Springing up to his feet, standing an inch from Pale, unexpectedly, they were standing at the same height. And Noah knew she would be much taller if her vessel were complete. Tall girl, huh? He liked it even more. Before we begin, Noah said, stretching out his hand in a handshake, I would like to start again with introductions. This time, seriously, he paused for a heartbeat, his smile now more serene and less mocking. I am Noah Weaverheart. I am Brandon Emain. I am Raj Gaia. He began, Pale's eyebrows creasing in confusion. I am fatherless, don't pity me, I like it this way, and the son of 3 mothers. To add, I am the prince of this reality. How do you have 3 mothers? Pale asked incredulously. With no father? Since when are reality dwellers like this? My biography will be for another time. Noah said, waving his hand lazily. It's your turn. Pale regained her focus. She didn't answer for a while before sighing in reluctant frustration. You can't bear the weight of my name, oh? Will I die? From what I have seen of you, no. But you will come close to death. And I don't want to lose the power of the Son of Emptiness by risking it, just say it. Noah said. I have died twice. I can bear standing at its edge. Pale looked at him for a moment, and knowing by now how stubborn Noah could be, she relented. She mirrored Noah, raising her hand in a handshake and clasping her cold, soft hand around his own. He immediately felt something slither inside his body, a kind of nerve-wracking sensation that screamed he was touching something beyond his imagination, that made Noah feel a dangerous eagerness. I am known as the Pale Lady by most seeds in my kind, Pale said, but my true name. At that moment, her appearance began to change, transmuting into something outside of reality itself. Noah's heart stomped against his chest like a mad, spitting, neighing horse. His eyes widened as the face of Pale peeled away, surrendering in its wake another face so stunning his legs nearly gave out. Fucking hell. Chapter 496. Throne, dust and ashes and smoke bloated the whole surrounding, the principality becoming nothing but a fleeting memory. At that instant, a gaze overwhelming, haunting, and achingly piercing snapped its attention towards the Primus Principality, and it hit Noah like a speeding truck. He almost staggered down, however, despite the unmistakable threat of death his very existence was feeling. Noah's face was smeared by a deep smile as he observed the red tower now whole. Diada was at his side, her face unbothered, even bored to not say condescending, looking at one single spot of the blanket of pale ashes cloaking them, her lips pulled into a snarky smile, the look of condescension having a permanence on her stunning face. Whatever her mesmerizing eyes were seeing, she wasn't in the bit impressed. Noah, however, couldn't say the same as his wife. Then again, his mind was entirely focused on his current task, going overdrive, calculating every possible case and scenario to this event. His 2 hands bolted towards the red tower, grasping tightly before plastering it on his chest. He closed his eyes, and time seemed to pause, feeling the power of the authority emanating from it. Noah couldn't help but smile. The authority was now without a ruler. Because of the sudden destruction of the principality, however, Noah knew it would not last long. The original would soon reclaim the authority for itself. So using that window of time too fleeting to even be considered, Noah used his first authority, bind. He had already bound a whole dominion to himself, giving him the courage and faith of success of this endeavor, and so, without hesitation, he not only bound the authority to him, Noah also transmuted his body composition. He made it match the tower's own, and absorbed it within himself. A brilliant, sinuous, almost damned and wretched crimson light burst forth with staggering intensity, shrouding the whole body of Noah. All of this happened in not even a second. And the whole past zone of the Primus Principality trembled uncontrollably. Taraji smiled at the sight, before feeling at last a tidal wave of outrage exploding in front of her, followed by the coalition of the scattered dust around to form the shape of a being, a woman. Tall, with robes made of ashes framing her rounded body. Her eyes were like smoke, hissing, coiling like slithering snakes, focusing on Dayata, and then Noah with shock and anger and wariness nodded all together. "What are you?" The voice was like that of a concept, not a being, addressing Dayata standing in front of her. The origin will of the spirit world had never seen someone like Dayata. The feeling, the deep arrogance rolling out of her was so sickening it was almost beautiful. Her arrogance was too pure, and she looked at her as if she was something she had vomited herself. It was unbearable for the origin will. But the very presence of Dayata was too alien for her to attempt anything. Cautiousness, she repeated to herself, was her greatest strength, and one that made her who she was. At her question, Dayata didn't deign to answer. She didn't even look at her for more than a second, turning her gaze instead to Noah. The origin will's body trembled in whispering anger, now looking at Noah. Dayata made her feel wary, but Noah made her feel shock and anger. The fact someone dared to steal her authority of a whole principality from her was a thing she never considered even possible, but one did it. And that without her being able to do anything about it. The origin will's eyes narrowed, her muscles contracting. The crimson light soon enough scattered into red butterflies, flying away, showing the body of Noah. Nothing had changed physically, but to those who knew, everything had changed about him. Noah no longer felt like a being, in the purest sense of the term. No, he looked like he was authority itself, made of flesh and bones and muscles and blood. He was outrageous, and the origin will was awed for a moment by the purity of his being, and the prince was smiling, looking at the notifications panel in front of him. Providence paused briefly, only to continue again, voice proud, and so, with excitement through his veins, "How sweet, you are different," Dayata said, prompting his attention to her, sparing him a glance. "At least, you are not so helpless, I notice. You still can be redeemed to be a worthy man." Noah laughed. "I see you have made peace with your current situation, sweetheart. I am old enough to know when to move on." "How old exactly? Maybe you wish death?" "No, thank you." Noah chuckled, before finally turning his attention to the manifestation of the origin while standing in front of them. She looked aghast, trying her best to not look any less remarkable than already. She was embarrassingly failing. At that instant, the origin will wished for nothing but to turn away and bolt away, acting like nothing had happened. She hated problems and anything that could cause her problems. She loved her cool, unremarkable life, watching people kill themselves while she was safe at the top. Now a problem came knocking at her door, and she made the mistake of answering it. "Mother's mercy, what have I done?" She was panicking internally, but she tried to look steady. Noah tilted his head lightly to the side, looking deeply at her. He didn't need to be told to notice how the apprehension was oozing out of the origin will's body like water from a hold bucket. She looked as if ready to run away at any time. He suppressed a laugh at the surprising sight. How curious, he thought. Now he could step into the Duke of Cloud rank, making him stand at the same level as a progenitor. But with all his power and abilities, a progenitor would certainly regret facing him now. For a moment, a cold smile crept through his face, his mind thinking of Esmeralda, the mother of dragons. "It's time to go back," he decided, before taking a step and appearing in front of the frightened origin will. She unconsciously yelped, trying to stagger back, but Noah grabbed her hand, halting her. Instantly, he could feel that the origin will was way stronger than him. Impossibly, even, the prince was not surprised, knowing she ruled over all the perfected reality's spirit world, but with her cautious and meek and frightened nature. The origin will did nothing but look at Noah with unneeded wariness. He opened his lips, but are you going to flirt with her?" Dayata said behind with disdain, crossing her arms on her chest. "Why, pray tell, am I not surprised?" Noah's lips twitched. "Jealous now, aren't we?" "You are falling too fast, sweetheart." Taraji's answer was deep, scornful silence. Even without seeing her face, Noah could feel it. He shook his head, focusing back on the origin will. "Before going back, I just need one thing." he said, smiling sweetly. Can you bind yourself to me, lovely girl? A sharp, but sudden silence followed his words, only to be broken by a loud, surprised voice. "W.O. The Origin will exclaimed. Her face gathering too much blood, a lovely girl? Me, she seemed to tremble in happiness. Me, Noah's face became instantly blank, stuttering at the sudden weird situation. Well, yes, the Origin will screamed. Me? Lovely. Chapter 497. Harusu. The Origin will watched with surprise at Noah, her face red with sudden embarrassment at his words, but then, looking behind him, her eyes rested on the scornful, disdainful face of Dayata sneering at her. Instantly, her demeanor shifted 180 degrees. Stupid Harusu. She berated herself, biting her lower lip. This man is playing with you. Can't you see? His face is untrustworthy. At that realization, she slapped the hand of Noah, causing him to stagger a couple of steps back from the suddenness of the action. The Origin will. Harusu purposely took 2 steps back, looking at Noah with defiance in her eyes made of smoke and ashes. What was that for? Noah asked, more curious than irritated by the slap. However, Harusu didn't deign to answer. She had been too fast to fall into Noah's sweet words just now, caused by so many years alone in her realm. She personally didn't even remember the last time she appeared in front of another being, let alone spoke to them. She was the type to prefer always staying at home, but that caused her social skills and anxiety to reach a level no immortal being should ever reach. She knew, and she was deeply embarrassed by it. Yet nothing could be done. That was why the Origin will learn to be cautious of anything and everything, yet she almost fell into such an obvious trap. Cautiousness, Harusu. Don't forget your promise. Nothing is worth getting you in danger if it could be avoided, and right now, Noah was danger. And Harusu would do everything to put the man away from her. Finally managing to calm herself, the Origin will looked more steadily at both Noah and Dayata. What do you want from me? She grated, voice naked of any excitement she just showed. I will give it to you, so that you can go away, as long as it's not life-threatening to me. Her eyes focused more on Noah now. You have already gotten the full authority of the Primus universe. Her face creased with spiteful anger. What else do you want? Clearly, the Origin was calling Noah greedy. And the man himself knew. Yet he didn't answer, still surprised by how fast the Origin switched attitude. Why are you surprised? Dayata sneered behind him. Do you think anyone should fall for you? Actually, Noah squinted out a smile, giving her a sidelong glance. That's exactly what I think. That makes me wonder if you are a fool or arrogant or a self-centered being. Taraji paused, then continued, you are all of them, in fact, yet you love me. I barely bear your presence. That's love. Don't worry, you will get to accept it. Noah gave her a wink. Dayata ignored it and looked back at the Origin will. She was learning to realize it by now. It was better to ignore Noah sometimes, no, most of the time, even. She added, suppressing a click of her tongue. Noah whirled toward the Origin will now. You seem to not fancy problems. He said, and problems you will not have if you decide to bind yourself to me. What would that entail? I will not hurt you, you will not hurt me. Noah said, a sort of alliance between us. I don't want to be allied with you. Harusu shook her head. You smell like trouble. My problems will be mine to solve. They will have nothing to do with you. The prince said, this time with a serious face. This, I can promise you. His eyes glowed coldly. I like to pay my debt with my own hands. Harusu and Dayata didn't know what happened, but the two women could feel that these words of Noah were targeted towards someone or something. At that, the two couldn't help but be slightly curious. Noah was easygoing, smiling and seldom serious. But Dayata knew the absurdity of this man who made a member of the 4 original races marry him. And Harusu knew the dreadfulness of someone who stole her own authority in her own domain. None of them liked Noah for their own reasons, but they had to admit. They would think twice, or maybe even thrice, before choosing to be the enemy of such a man, too troublesome and stubborn. I will lose my peace, and I will be in danger if I continue to refuse. Clearly, he won't give up. Harusu thought, before finally, reluctantly even, so be it, she accepted, staring deep into Noah, but only if you swear to never bother me. Do not even come to see me, that's harsh. Noah tilted his head. What if I come to miss you? Harusu's immortal heart skipped a beat, but she reminded herself immediately that Noah was just playing with her, the type of being who liked to utter falsehoods more than anything, so gathering herself swiftly. Don't miss me. She grated, looking at him threateningly. I will promise to never bother you. Noah said, raising a finger upward, but not to come to see you. That's my one and only offer. Take it, it's better than nothing, one time every 1,000 years. Harusu added, that's my proposal, I won't go neither lower nor higher. Noah smiled, then nodded, what is time for us? I accept it once more, just like Dayata. Noah stretched his hand in a handshake. I am many things, but for now, just know that I am Noah Weaverheart. Just recently, I became the throne of the Primus Universe Spirit world. Harusu hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was some kind of tactic to do something to her. Deciding to be cautious, she created a hand made of smoke and ashes around her to grasp Noah's hand. The prince only smiled, saying nothing of the rude action. I am Harusu Nefisitafal, she said, the origin will of the perfected reality of Gaia. I am her first ever created being. In a sense, her first child. She said the last words with pride. Behind Noah, Dayata watched Harusu with pity, while Noah himself said nothing about it. Must be quite a thing, he praised with a smile, of course. She nodded proudly to herself. Now let's finish this. I have things to do. You mean hiding? Yes. How do you kn dash? Harusu immediately halted her words, then scowled at the mocking face of Noah. No, not hiding. Training, yes, of course. Harusu clicked her tongue, and Noah began the binding process. Ding. Thus, the origin will of the spirit world of the whole reality became one of Noah's bounded beings, and so Noah smiled. He raised his hand, closing it tightly into a fist. Slowly, mechanically, he opened back the fist, showing a small amount of white dust glittering on his palm. He blew the white dust off with a soft exhale, and it scattered across the whole expanse, and with that, let the souls return to their rightful home. The whole principality of Primus Universe was reborn. Chapter 498, always. The whole Primus principality was now revived by a simple blowing of dust from Noah. It sounded abnormal, but one needed to remember the new status of Noah himself. If he wished, there would no longer be a spirit world for the Primus Universe itself. But he was no fool to cripple himself in such a manner. His new position gave him a kind of power none in the waking universe would ever dare to comprehend. He was the first to obtain the absolute rule of a principality without having the origin will breathing down his neck. If the records were still able to record his path, the whole reality would have shaken for that impossible achievement. Fortunately, or maybe not, it was no longer the case. After the rebirth of the Primus Universe, Harusu didn't even want to stay one more second. She wished to immediately disappear, wanting to have nothing to do with Noah ever again, not only because he was bothersome, but also because the man had this uncanny ability to touch the very spots she longed to feel, the wish to be pampered, to be seen, to be whispered gentle and romantic words to, being alone for so long, with no one daring to bother her. Harusu had eons upon eons of time to dream about such a loving thing. And wasn't it what they said, love, affection and the urge to be seen and appreciated were the most primal desires a being could ever have. Everyone needed to tell and understand their own stories by living them fully. And stories without these aspects would be tasteless and bland. But no matter how much she wanted all of those, Noah was untrustworthy in her eyes. And Harusu decided to be alone rather than choose a man who already had more than 20 wives. I knew it. A liar. A manipulator. A lustful man. Harusu thought at last before disappearing completely, throwing one last hard glare at Noah. Noah couldn't read her thoughts, but her face was enough to guess what she felt. He turned to look at Dayata beside him, the two of them standing high in the sky of the principality, looking at the souls going on with their lives as if nothing happened. Ignorance, truly, was a bliss for most. I am truly not untrustworthy. He defended himself, tilting his head. Why would she think that? You like to flirt with everyone like a man-whore. Taraji shrugged. Of course, she would think that. I am starting to believe you are just jealous. And that's my own character. You see? I am not constantly telling that you are a rude, arrogant woman who should know her place, right? He bared his teeth into a grin. But that's your character. So I accept it. You should learn to do the same, sweetheart. Why would I bother? Because it's a relationship. I am accepting who you are, and trying to love you the way you want, not the way I feel like doing it. Then you have already fallen for me? She sneered. Aren't you too easy? Well, sweetheart. Not exactly. I do not fall in love. Taraji arched an eyebrow. Noah followed gently. Falling in love means it's something accidental, something that happens unconsciously without my own consent. He shook his head. And that's not how I function, darling. I choose, always, to love someone. Consciously, purposefully, by my own will. And right now, I am choosing the same path. Just It's not possible without your cooperation, he shrugged. Next, you should try it. Taraji tilted her head, staring at him deeply, then turned her head away wordlessly. She decided to remain silent, for it was better for her than to admit that she didn't even know what love truly meant. In her family, they don't marry for love. They marry to preserve the bloodline, their standing in the expanse, and increase power. Love, for them, was as foreign and incomprehensible as purity and shyness were to the succubus of lust, so she didn't know how she wanted to be loved, neither how she could act loving, and she didn't wish to bother herself with those feelings either. I have a goal to achieve. I need not love. The Desdemona need only power and standing. To add, love was a sickness of the heart. A sickness that could cause her downfall. Thus, Dayata Taraji Desdemona rejected love. Just like how her family had always done, Noah knew not the full picture, but his eyes and his new subclass primordial husband helped him greatly in guessing the feelings of his wife. He sighed faintly, deciding to be patient. Next he cracked his neck, exhaling through his nose. Let's do it, Providence, he smiled. Let's step into the Duke of Cloud rank. A crimson gold light erupted from Noah's body, the transformation beginning. Now beside the ring obtained during the Lord of Harmony stage, Noah obtained a crimson gold earring on his left ear. Another state appeared, being the state of Cloud, which gave him the ability to spread his own existence like drifting clouds through his subordinates. Another authority was thus born, the second authority, bestow. Soon enough, the transformation ended, and Noah was finally at primordial level. With that newfound power, he finally entered the Tree of Ashes hidden realm, high above the realm of ashes, or according to Providence, the library of records. The sky parted away like unveiled veils, showing Noah and Dayata descending down. Immediately, the women, sitting on the Tree of Ashes with faces edged by a tinge of worry, snapped their heads upward. Alice was the first to shout and the first to slam her body into Noah. Noah, she bellowed, her head meeting his chest. Noah smiled fondly, caressing the head of Alice lovingly. His power had tremendously increased, but nothing of it could be clearly seen. It could only be faintly perceived. Miriam, Light, Love and Shadow and Adalia, the last two chained completely, were the only ones feeling the full burn of his power thanks to their habit of being close to primordial level. And their eyes went wide. However, that shock turned into dread when their eyes settled on Dayata looking down on all of them with frowned eyes. Clearly, the Desdemona's offspring disliked what she was seeing. However, all of that didn't register inside Noah's mind. Seeing all his wives surrounding him with such love and affection and support, he could no longer control himself. From their death in the waking universe until now, so many things happened, especially for him. He didn't have time to truly take care of his wives and show them the love and affection they deserved. But not anymore. He finally achieved primordial level and obtained the full authority of the spirit world of their universe. With his blessing, time was meaningless. He could stop it inside his own realm with no problem. So with all of that in mind, he gently grabbed the hand of Emmy and plastered her body into his eyes and voice hungry. I am sorry for neglecting all of you, he said, looking at all of them, then smiled. How about I redeem myself, my dear ladies? The invitation in his voice was glaring. And without even being ordered to, Providence separated the realm of ashes into two, one for Noah and his wives, the other for the prisoners and those who had no business witnessing the nakedness of his wives. Next, Providence herself appeared in her physical form, smiling sheepishly. I will not accept to be excluded from what's about to come. They giggled, and Dominique slammed her lips into Noah's before Emmy even got the time. Justicia acted next, kissing and hugging Noah with a hunger that was not hers. She looked restless, afraid even, as if seeking his warmth and sent to forget some hurried trauma. Noah gave her plenty and more. Come, my darling, he whispered to her. Am I yours, Noah? She asked suddenly, voice husky with both lust and hidden fear. Noah caressed her cheeks gently. Always, he kissed her. And Justicia willingly lost herself inside his warmth, and so, it finally began, all while Miriam and Dayata watched from the side. Why am I here? Dayata asked with hidden dismay. Is it an invitation? Miriam asked with hidden happiness. Chapter 499, So long, R18, it had been so long. That was what both Noah and the women felt as they drowned themselves in the lustful atmosphere enveloping the entire Tree of Ashes. They didn't know exactly when it happened, but soon all of them were naked, their pussies glistening wet at the sight of Noah, his cock standing perfectly straight, thickly veined, throbbing, and already slick. At the sight, each one of them swallowed hard, their pussies clenching instinctively. There might have been talk, some kind of slow foreplay, but that day was not that kind of day, so they dove in without hesitation. On the ground of golden ashes, Noah lay on his back while Emmy straddled his face. The woman's head was thrown back, her eyes half hidden behind lust-glazed strands of hair. She ground her dripping pussy across his entire face, especially his tongue, smearing herself shamelessly, his tongue plunged deep inside her, curling around her clit, reaching places fingers could never touch, drawing constant moans from her as she gripped his head and rode his mouth harder and faster. More, she gasped, hips bucking wildly. Sorry, worshipped Noah's, the same time, Sophie, Emily, Esther, cock as though it were the sweetest nectar reality could offer, the two mother-daughter pairs showed no shame. Wet popping sounds filled the air as they took turns sucking him, saliva mixing and coating every inch of his shaft. At one point Sari took him fully into her throat, the thick outline of his cock clearly visible against her neck. Tears streamed from her eyes, yet she pushed deeper, gagging herself willingly and that until her body convulsed and she came hard, juices leaking down her thighs. Noah shuddered beneath Emmy's pussy, the vibration sending the paragon of gold over the edge as well. She drenched his face in a gushing orgasm, crying out in pure joy. Emily shoved Sari aside just as Noah neared his peak, pressing her heavy breasts around his slick shaft for a frantic tit-fuck. Her skin was already smeared with her sister's and daughter's saliva plus his leaking pre-cum. Her own arousal spiked higher. They weren't the only ones lost in pleasure. Celine and Justicia kissed and suckled Noah's nipples gently from either side, their eyes locked in a twisted, forbidden sisterhood as they worshipped their man. Mesmerized by the swirling tattoo across his chest, Dominique and Lilith sat side by side, legs spread wide, their pink pussies glistening as they openly masturbated while watching the depraved scene unfold. Alice, Aphasia, and Anya were no less shameless. Then everything shifted. Red could wait no longer. She seized Noah's cock and slammed herself down onto it with crushing force, her eyes widened, mouth falling open in a silent gasp as his length speared straight into her womb. Stretching her to the limit, she blanked out for a moment, yet her hips kept moving on instinct. The wet, obscene slap of flesh against flesh echoed loudly as Red bounced furiously. Below, Solaris sucked Noah's balls while frantically fingering herself. In front, Leah and Neko devoured Noah's mouth in hungry, competitive kisses, completely unbothered by Emmy's juices still coating his face. The overstimulation was unbearable. Noah's muffled moans of pleasure vibrated against Leah and Neko's lips. Yet it was loud enough to spur every wife to push harder, deeper, faster. Soon he erupted inside Red. She screamed in euphoria as thick white cum overflowed from her stuffed pussy. Virgo immediately appeared, lapping up the excess that spilled out, while Illyra took Red's place. She chose her ass instead, craving the long-denied sensation of being sodomized. The feeling of Noah's cum and juice-slicked cock tearing into her tight ring made the paragon of souls arch violently, pleasure so intense she could barely stay upright. She kept going, screaming his name, begging for faster, harder. And he gave it to her. The space itself seemed to transform into pure debauchery, the air thick enough to taste. Next Noah took control. He spread Celine's legs and fucked her senseless until her eyes rolled back, all while fingering and eating out Virgo, who squatted above his mother's face. Sophie and Emily followed. They positioned themselves on all fours, one atop the other. Sophie's breasts pressed to Emily's back, offering both dripping pussies and gaping asses. Each received their fill of cum, their insides painted white. Sari straddled Esther's chest, personally guiding Noah's cock into her daughter's pussy, then licking the shaft clean every time it withdrew, savoring the filthy mix of flavors. She came again, shuddering atop her own daughter. One by one, they all received their share of his seed while climaxing furiously. Alice's throat was wrecked, cum overflowing from her mouth until it leaked from her nose. Lisa escaped obscenely, pulsing like a living thing. Neko's pussy was stretched wide around her master's cock, her face glazed white from the cum bath she had begged for. Dominique and Lilith went full anal, stacking themselves stomach to back, asses up, both leaking thick white streams. Solaris twitched beside Justicia and Red, all three coughing up cum, clits swollen from relentless excitement. Every single one of them tasted it. For some, this was their first true orgy with Noah and the others. They had never known this level of raw, maddening lust. They didn't care about their nakedness. They didn't care about coming in front of or on top of their sisters. They didn't care about eagerly sucking the cock that had just been inside every hole, coated in their combined juices, saliva, and cum. They simply didn't care. All that mattered was finally indulging after so long without, letting their bodies and hearts express everything in the most primal way possible. So it was no surprise when Shadiva rode Noah until her womb felt crushed by his thickness, her face twisting into an expression her siblings would never recognize. Yet Noah went harder, standing upright, holding her entire body effortlessly while pounding into her with everyone watching. The wet clapping sounds alone were enough to drive anyone mad. She moaned, raking deep scratches down his back in a mix of pleasure and pain, until her voice finally gave out. She collapsed beside the dazed Crystal, whose resemblance to Elijah remained strikingly uncanny, prompting Shadiva to smile foolishly and murmur, "How do you like being fucked by your son's killer?" "I'm obsessed," the mother replied with a wide, blissful grin, her eyes swimming in a sea of cum. Shadiva laughed weakly, turning toward Noah and froze. Not just her. Every woman froze. In that lust-drenched haze, Miriam lay beneath her own son. She grasped his cum-and-juice-slick cock and slowly guided it toward her own soaked entrance, her eyes locked with his. She saw the same hunger mirrored back at her. She grinned, feral and lustful, his face inches from hers as she whispered the words she never thought she'd say, "Fuck me, Brandon." The tip pressed against her entrance. Her whole body shivered. "As you wish," Noah answered. He sank in deep. Miriam's back arched sharply, mouth falling open in a raw moan of ecstasy. Behind Noah, Celine pressed herself close, kissing and licking his back, their mingled juices smearing across his skin. Meanwhile, Dayata still watched from the side, confused, utterly flabbergasted by the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 500 Return. Dayata watched the scene with a shock she had never imagined feeling in the face of such situations. It wasn't her first time seeing people indulge in their sexual desires, but it was certainly the first time the level of indulgence was so astonishingly extreme. Goosebumps crawled across her skin like ants as she stared at the women painted in white. Their pussies were stretched, twitching, and practically breathing thick cum, their asses gaped, gasping, revealing equally white pits inside, their eyes were glazed, lust dripping from them in disturbing amounts. That wasn't all. Her gaze fell on mothers and daughters, sisters, all of them licking Noah's sperm off each other's bodies, as though reluctant to waste even a single drop of his seed. The sight was intensely erotic. Dayata realized she had stopped breathing. She swallowed hard, she took a deep, shaky breath and turned to the final scene. Her heart seemed to plummet. Noah was pounding his own mother, who was on all fours, tongue lolling out, drooling, screaming relentlessly for more. He had already come inside her multiple times, and each powerful thrust produced loud, slick, wet sounds as their flesh collided. Every time, Miriam's ass jiggled spectacularly, Noah's cock reaching impossibly deep. "Oh," she moaned, coming for the sixth time in a row in sync with Noah. She collapsed forward onto her chest, breathing ragged and exhausted. "Ah." Noah whispered, voice thick with overwhelming lust. He pulled out of Miriam's drenched pussy, cum immediately leaking out, and Celine instantly took him into her mouth. She sucked with ferocious energy, her blue eyes locked on his, smiling around his length as she deep-throated him completely. Noah groaned, grabbing a thick fistful of her hair, then began thrusting in and out of her mouth mercilessly. Celine's eyes glazed over. She opened wider, gripped his thighs, and let him fuck her face harder. Willingly, she gagged, ropes of spit coiled out. Cum and pussy juices slid deep into her stomach and smeared across her face. Celine and Noah were lost in complete ecstasy. Soon they both reached an explosive climax. Celine's throat visibly bulged as Noah's sperm flooded her. Noah stifled a sharp cry of pleasure and slowly withdrew from his mother's mouth. Celine opened wide, showing him the sea of cum pooling on her tongue, then swallowed it all down. "Next time," she drawled, gazing at him with raw lust, "I want it inside my womb, your ass too?" Noah teased, already moving toward Miriam, who stared back at him with unquenched hunger. "Even my ass. And if you find another hole in my body, I want it filled," Celine replied with a nod. She watched lovingly as the cock she had just sucked, now glossy with her saliva, slid once more into Miriam's pink pussy. This time Miriam lay flat on her chest, ass raised high and naked. Noah settled his full weight onto her as he drove in deep. "Do you want to kill your own mother?" Miriam slurred, feeling her son's cock pressing directly against her womb. "Dying from pleasure isn't such a bad death." "Don't you think?" Miriam laughed breathlessly. "So kill me." Pa obeyed. Celine climbed onto Miriam's back, her dripping pussy grinding against the skin, then pulled Noah into a deep kiss while he made his mother whimper beneath them. Dayata finally squeezed her eyes shut, blocking out all her other senses too. "I've seen enough," she told herself, deliberately choosing blindness over the sight of such depravity, and she wasn't wrong. After so many rounds again, Noah and his wives were finally done with their own version of passing time together. Now they all lay together, still naked, but clean, discussing the recent things that happened and remembering mostly about the past. The girls were in a good mood after being cracked so hard, so each one decided to tell their first impression of Noah when they first met him, and even one towards the other wives, from Virgo seeing Noah as a target to kill, to Justicia as an obstacle for her chosen one, or even Alira's interest in her talent, Neko for her pure love towards Noah since he was a toddler, and Esther's distaste for Noah the bully. They were laughing. Apollonia especially stated her distaste towards Yuki since the beginning. She had expected Yuki to do the same, But instead the sword girl actually said how passing time with Apollonia was very fun. The celestial girl completely lost her voice, her face absolutely red in sudden embarrassment. She hid herself behind sorry, the words of Yuki, taking her completely off guard. They all barked a laugh and continued. Soon enough, it was Noah's turn to share his own first impressions. It was varied and fairly interesting. At the end, the discussion came to the one the women were most curious about, Dayata Taraji Desdemona. He didn't hide anything, explaining everything that happened with their marriage and even the matter with Nafi, the origin will. At the end he stood naked beside Dayata, his dick still there, smiling widely, and so, thus is Dayata Taraji Desdemona. He presented her. Don't mind her rude and arrogant nature. Have mercy on her, I don't need mercy from them. Dayata coldly said, moving away from Noah. And don't stand near me naked, Crystal, my dear. He called to her, making her look at him. I will leave you with her. Dayata snapped her head towards him. What do you mean really? Crystal's snarky yet sweet voice boomed out. As you wish, husband, Noah smiled at Taraji. I know you will like her. Just go. Before Dayata could even complain, Noah clapped his hands, causing all of them to wear back their clothes. All of them, even Dayata, wore crimson gold clothes with different styles. Behind, the name of Veilgrim was etched, coupled with their sigil. Next he looked at all of them, his face now dead serious. I have become the throne of our spirit world and a primordial level being. He said. You know what comes now, return. Red said, ice cold and murderous, yes, return. Noah nodded, and Providence took down the barrier. He turned his head to stare at Shadow and Idalia Marigold. The latter's eyes were fixed on Justicia, not even her own daughter. Oh my dear Justicia. How I would gladly tell Elijah how much you have been fucked like the whore you goddamn are. Ah, light above, I wish to see it so much, so that I can show him. Maybe now he will face reality. Don't you think? Shadow, meanwhile, was looking at Illyra, who was also looking at her, the ninth. Shadow said, smiling. You have grown well and passed our provision. I am the seventh. I helped in your birth. Her voice was delighted. Noah and the women all watched them. Then slowly, Noah grinned, coldly. I guess we have things to discuss once we are back. Justitia's face was solemn, Apollonia was filled with wrath, while Illyra was confused by the feeling inside of her. The rest of the women watched with varying degrees of intrigue, but, in the end, Noah swiped down his hand from high to bottom. The space tore apart and a portal appeared. Let's go. He said, stepping inside the portal, followed by his wives and captives. Just like that, the Veilgrim had returned.